All right, so quick recap from last session. You guys had just woken up the next day after arriving in Phandalin. There that evening, you guys had met a strange, mysterious man who had ridden into town by the name of Dobbin. And as you guys were starting to gather your supplies, get together, and ready out for the trip down to Axholm, a strange, mysterious event occurred where me and you, blue flames ripped up around their feet, and me explained that Karen was summoning them for something urgent. As they disappeared in the blue flames, all that was left was just char marks on the ground. But at this point, you guys decided to just continue on down to Axholm. As you started making your way down there, something that was taken note of was that Dobbin would wander off from the group about once an hour, claiming that he had to use the little adventurer's room. And during this time, there was actually a moment where you guys started to notice that there were orc tracks on the ground, that there was a lot more travel through this area between Phandalin and Axholm. This was also corroborated by starting to notice more orc tracks in the area as well. So there was a lot more movement going through this area than you guys were used to. It was also questioned about Dobbin, him constantly going back and forth off the trail. He said that he has, he drinks a lot, so he needs to use the bathroom a lot. And at one point, Iluna even sent Anime to take a spy on him, and Anime saw him peeing up against a tree and then returned back to the party, and Dobbin eventually confronted her about this. After a point, you guys came up to a blockade in the middle of the road that you guys were traveling that was manned by a group of orcs. They explained that the many arrows orc tribe had taken over this area, and that they weren't just allowing people to pass freely through the region anymore. So they explained that it was 100 gold a person in order to pass through here. And that you explained that you would be bringing the people from Phandalin out of Axholm. The orcs agreed that they would allow you guys to pass through here in order to do that for just a nominal fee of 500 gold. And then from there, there would be a charge coming through that would not be nearly as bad, because you would be getting a lot of their headaches out of the area by taking all the humans out of Axholm. In order to make sure that you guys did not get attacked during your times and your travels up and down this road, if there were any more checkpoints, they did give you a badge with the symbol of the many arrowed orcs tribe. I will repost that here in the chat just for reference. And beyond that, they did let you go through. You did notice that beyond the orcs that you could see in this path, the ones that were around the blockade, Smith and Iluna were able to notice that there were more orcs up in the trees that were kind of keeping an eye on things as well, and you weren't exactly sure how many more there were in the area. After this, you guys eventually made your way down to Axholm. Once you got there, you were able to see that everybody that you guys had met in the surrounding area had all kind of congregated here. Let me pull up this map because I still have the image up. There we go. So you guys were able to see everyone that you guys had met along the way. Don John Raskin was there, as well as the two kings of Nomengard, Nerkly and Korboz. Adabra Gwyn, the woman that you guys rescued from the Manticore and had brought back down from Neverwinter after seeking some medical treatment. Tolbin Stonehill, as well as Zelene Varnaster and Maggie Shincroc, the folks that, the were creatures in the area. Lenine Greywind and Asdalor Whitefang, the two rangers, and Lenine, who is now the acting townmaster. You guys also were able to see the two dwarves from the excavation site, Daslin and Norbus, as well as Greymane, the Tabaxi monk who, Greymane Snowperch, the Tabaxi monk who you guys rescued. This was way back in first or within the third session, as well as Barthen and his young workers, Ander and Thistle. You guys were able to learn a few bits of information. You found out that Barthen was giving over his business to Ander whenever they got down to Lylon, and Ander was going to be taking over as the general shop runner. You guys also learned from them that the Many Arrow Orc tribe had kind of usurped power in the area after Phandalin got attacked and a lot of folks moved down. The orcs kind of started taking hold in the area. And they explained that this kind of all centered around the mill at Umbridge Hill, where Adabra Gwyn used to call residency to. They explained that during this time that you guys were gone, they have been trying to get as many goods down to Axholm as they can. Unfortunately, they do have to pay tolls moving through the forest now that belongs to the orcs, and as such, they have taken a lot of their goods and wares. This included a few carts, as well as some cold weather clothing that Barthen would have had in order for you guys to go up and deal with the dragon that unfortunately you do not have access to. It was also discussed that Dobbin was going to be continuing. He discussed with Barthen about getting some food and some supplies that he needed in order to help him and his allies up at Icespire Hold. And then he was going to be heading up there with the expectation that you would all be helping in order to defeat the dragon. He spoke with Ander. Sorry, not Barthen. Yeah, it would have been Ander. So he explained that there was a temple, there was an old monastery that was up at the kind of crook of the mountain that him and his adventuring group had gone to, and they had fought off some orcs from there a few days ago, and that he swears that there were some carts there that you guys could use. But you also know that you do not have any cold weather clothing to really help you up into the mountains. So, as far as the general plan was, Dobbin said that he was going to leave Axholm and start making his path up to the monastery. I don't know why this token is not showing up on the map. There we go. The Dobbin's Temple. So he is going to be taking this path up from up pretty much past Nomengard along the Sword Mountains. You guys had discussed going up to Umbridge Hill and then heading over there. Oh, the other thing is that Maggie's bloom crawler that Iluna gave her was taken by the orcs. So that is another thing.
I didn't know if you were done or not, but
no, I mean that was
missed was the bell.
Yes,
it's not super important right now, but it may be somewhere we'll end up going.
Yeah, so Zelene Varnaster explained that whenever Dobbin made a comment that him and his group had actually traveled from Conaberry down to Icespire Hold, they actually rounded the mountain a bit and came up. That's actually how they found the monastery. They had actually stopped off at the shrine of Savris and had actually taken care of the orcs and ogres that were up there taking hold of it. Zelene Varnaster made a comment to the rest of the group about this because the bell in the tower at the shrine of Savris is actually a solid gold bell that is painted to look copper. This was actually the town of Conaberry's money that was melted down many years ago and was turned into the bell for safekeeping whenever the town was destroyed. So it is a possibility that that bell could be retrieved and sold or melted down into, usable materials as part of a value of sorts for the town of Lylon. So, like I said, it was kind of decided upon there at that point that for your party, you would be leaving Axholm, making your way up to Umbrage Hill to retrieve the carts, the cold weather clothing, as well as Maggie's Bloomcrawler Bulba, and then making your way to meet up. Huh?
It has a name.
It does.
It didn't.
And then making your way over to meet up with Dobbin, because he said that he is not going to be after he rests there that night, he is going to be making his way up to Icespire Hold to meet up with his group. So I think that pretty much covers it all. So as
Oh, real quick, I didn't know. Well, he's not even back officially, but while he would still had the ability to help create healing kits. Dear Lord, I don't know why I forgot what they were called.
are you talking about the medicine kits that he helped you make? Or the healing kit? Yeah.
He made some, but he has to choose his thing every whatever day.
Every long rest he can switch his proficiency.
Well, I didn't want him to switch it back before he helped make a second set of kits.
Well, it's only been a few hours that you guys had ridden anyway, so he wouldn't have even had the option to change it at this point.
Yeah, if we could do that either before we head off or maybe while we're resting at the monastery. I think that's our plan, right?
Eventually, yes.
The mill and monastery. I mean, he's not here with me, or us right now.
Not yet, because I haven't gotten to that point.
But
okay. Gotta see here. Yes, because it is going to take you guys. That's about 7 miles. It's going to take you guys about 2 hours to get up to Umbrage Hill. Okay, so as we start up, I know it's not going to be blue, but there we go. Jared.
Yeah.
So you obviously are aware of everything that happened, while me was gone, but all of a sudden you are whisked away in a blaze of fire. For everyone else here down in Axholm, as you guys are resting and getting ready and prepared to start making your journeys, the party heading over to Umbrage Hill and Dobbin heading up to this monastery, in the center of the room that you stand in, all of a sudden you see a circle of blue flame appear in the center of the room, and the flames begin to kind of spin and, make this almost like a double helix coming up from the ground. And as it does, you eventually see the flames start to whisk away, and standing there in its place is your companion, me. You can see all the others in the room. Tolbin, Zelene. They all kind of like jump back away from this. Some of them even readying weapons as they are unsure of what is going on.
Now, lower your damn weapons. If I wanted to kill you all, I would have done so already.
See, you see Asdalor, this archer down here. He has his bow pulled up, has an arrow, and he looks at you and says, "Who the hell is this? Explain yourself."
I would walk up there if I'm not there already.
Yeah, you're there.
Okay, cool. So wherever I'm at.
You are right here.
I found myself. I nearly said I found me, but I guess I also found me. And would just say, "Oh, you're back," and make it seem super casual and totally.
Yeah, well, technically we both are. I hold up a pendant. He's
As he holds up this pendant, you see a multicolored gemstone. It's not multicolored as in like it is all colors, but it's more like it's pearlescent, that it has like an iridescent look to it. And you can see on the inside there appears to be that same blue flame, and within that you can see you can see Yu's face, kind of like flickering in the flame.
Spell magic.
Dispel magic? I don't like this. No, sir.
Completely.
What?
all right. So Lucas, give me his character sheet as I'm playing it.
So he's in the pendant.
He is in the pendant currently.
So what's
Independent.
going on with him? I ask. Me.
Can't give you all the details. Just we had to do a job. We succeeded in the job, kind of. He's trapped in here. Terrence said something along the lines of maybe he'll become smarter if he can observe instead of doing. It's complicated.
Oh. But he's not here. Can he see us?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can see and hear everything. He's just trapped in this.
So he can't use his abilities or talk to us, right?
No.
Okay.
Cool. Before
He-
we go, can you use your abilities and make me another kit? It'll take an hour, so we either do it now or another point in time.
Oh yeah, I have access to all my stuff. Actually, I think because of me holding on to essentially his soul, he goes ahead and like expands his hands and his fingertips, and there's some magic crackles that occur at the fingertips. But I picked up a new trick.
A new trick.
All I'm thinking is Jared is now a what the fuck is it? It's a genie warlock, where Aaron's your warlock. You're borrowing his powers for the bit.
Yep.
It tries to change any lights. What green? Is that the coloring?
You see you on the inside of this pendant, and he's just like banging on. You don't hear anything, but you just see that he's like, banging on it.
Oh. I pull out my tiny little fairy in a bottle. It's kind of like this,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
alive.
Yeah, one's alive, one's very dead.
Not.
And the question is who knows which one you're talking about, because you is technically an undying warlock.
We don't know that, do we?
I mean, you guys know that you has well, you
I
guys
think you guys can make the assumption based on the fact that me
that
is
a
half
person
alive
dying
and he
or-
resurrected.
The only information that's actually ever been revealed about Yu's history, other than his time as a pirate, is that Karen is his patron, and that when me was dying, you called Karen to help him, and that was about it. But the thing is that Yu has mainly focused on being a more like inventory based caster. Most of his stuff that he does is either from his invocations or from his staff of power. So
Or turn into turtles.
Or turning into
Yeah.
right, which is his race. You know, as a changeling, that's just a thing he do.
Yeah. We've
So,
seen him try to change.
Yeah, I actually don't necessarily know if it would be clear that, like, you know, he's an undying warlock, but, you know, his patron is the ferryman of the dead, so there is at least some information to go off of. All right. So does me help Iluna make the healing potions now while you guys are getting a short rest?
Or
Okay.
You keep calling them potions every time.
Oh,
I think it's at your other
healing
game.
kits, whatever. Yeah, healing kits.
I mean, I'll take potions. Those might be easier to work with, but I don't think that's what you want us to do.
I'll make a healing kit.
Yeah, that all I'm basically saying out of game. Right.
If you get to the monastery, I mean, there's always the, you know, the complications that happen.
Who knows where we'll end up by the time.
Right. So,
But I can just add 10 little.
yeah, you can add 10 uses of your healer's kit.
And then that's sorted. And aside from generically saying I give goodbyes to all my friends again. That's all
Yeah.
I think we wanted to do.
Yeah, you,
Maggie will retrieve your bloom crawler if we can.
She, you can see, like, she, you know, whenever she brought this up, she had tears in her eyes, and, you know, she's, you know, like, almost not like dropping to her knees and, you know, it's, anything like that, but you can see that she is, you know, very gracious, and, that you're willing to do this, and very apologetic for allowing it to happen.
That's definitely not your fault. Orcs are wreaking havoc all around.
See that she has tears welling up in her eyes, and she's just like, just make sure that he's okay.
We'll if he's alive, we'll bring him back. Hopefully, the orcs weren't that horrible.
Right.
What did they
And-
take again?
Her bloom crawler.
What is that?
So the bloom crawler is the same thing as Iluna's Solnasha. It's basically this Bulbasaur looking thing.
It's a D&D Bulbasaur.
Yeah, here, I put it in the Discord. That is what Iluna's Solnasha looks like. It's a bloom crawler. It can grow good berries. This is what Maggie's looks like.
Oh, gee.
So
Hold on,
You-
I hear Nintendo preparing a SWAT team for copyright.
yeah. So for those of you at home or watching the stream, this is what it looks like.
I
Well,
see
bam,
how it
giant
is.
ass fucking Bulbasaur.
Pretty sure Solnasha doesn't have fucking.
Curiosity out of game. Like,
What's that, Smith?
why would they take that out of game? Like, why would they? Any idea? Like,
They just took
Are
where
they
they were
worth money?
charging them.
Yeah,
Sure.
they were
Emotional
taxes.
damage to-
taxes.
Well,
If questioned, Maggie will say that whenever they were bringing stuff back, at one point she, oh my god, my computer is just slowed the hell down, trying to open up this document. She will explain that she went with Tolbin and Zelene one time to go up and get some stuff from there, and she took Bulba with her. And when they were on their way back, the orcs basically came up and had, like, said, hey, there's a tax for moving through this area. And so, they're like, okay, here's some goods, leave us alone. And they're, one of the orcs just, like, reached down and grabbed Bulba from Maggie and, was like, I'm taking this. And Maggie, tried going after it, but Zelene and Tolbin pretty much pulled her back, saying, it's like, it's not worth your life.
You definitely embellished a bit more on that story. As the last session, we're like, we were getting stuff, and suddenly they took him.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was a tragic scene. It kind of imagine like one of those classic bully movies where, like, the kid has a stuffed animal and, like, the bully comes up and, like, rips it out of its hand. It's like, why would you want this? And it's like, no, I want it for no other reason other than, like, emotionally scarring this person.
Oh, super nice orcs.
So, yeah, totally nice, wonderful orcs.
It is
Right?
interesting you have a token for it already, though.
I know, it's kind of crazy, right? It's almost like I needed that.
It's weird that you're prepared.
Well, that is the case. I am prepared.
Let's see if these orcs are prepared for Albina's
Yep.
goblins banging.
Who's leading the way? Bye, everybody.
You just
Yes.
assume goblins and orcs are related? That's racist.
No, I'm gonna
Me's
use
gonna
my
have a
goblins
long
bane.
Me's gonna have a long talk with you after this fight and describe to you how we are not the same. Like, come on.
I just want to
No, that was
imagine.
out of character. That was out of character.
I would want to imagine when that.
Albina's coming.
Oh, I'm aware.
I would want to imagine when that conversation were to happen. It's like Albina just pulls out her goblin's bane and just looks at it, and she's like, well, orcs and goblins both get cut the same way with this, so I don't care. It's just one lets me steal its soul.
And me turns and looks at her and says, yes, and all humans drown the same.
That's right. That is right. All right. So yeah, so you guys will
We were
start.
just becoming friends.
I do love the fact that Albina is like buddies with me and with Iggy, yet carries around a weapon that when you kill a goblin, you can imprison its soul in the weapon.
Yeah, we're like besties, and I'm
Yeah.
over there fighting. We're back to back, like
And
like
while-
Legolas and the dwarf.
While you currently have 2 goblin souls in your sword. It's so fucking good.
Me doesn't care. You
Yeah.
let him with the other goblins. They're all uncultured assholes.
Yeah. Plus, me also does the same thing.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He doesn't discriminate. Everybody gets killed the same.
That's right.
That's right.
Okay, so you guys head out of Axholm. As you do, Tolbin comes up to all of you and pretty much like right as you guys are leaving, he comes up behind you and says, "Hey folks, I wanted to give these to you before you left. I know it's been a little while since we had spent really talked or spent much time together, but I was working with Miss Gwen in there, and well, while they're not perfect, I think these are gonna serve you pretty good on your trip here." So he pulls out a few small vials and hands each one of you them. You can all add to your inventory a minor potion of healing. So the thing to keep in mind about minor potions of healing is, unlike standard potions of healing, which is 2d4 plus 2, these are 1d4 plus 1.
Okay. What do we type? Just minor.
You can type in potion of healing and it'll pop up there, but if you type in minor, it'll come up as a minor potion of healing.
When we
What
get
does
one?
it matter if you put
You only get
equip in
one.
our backpack when you add
It doesn't. The only difference that plays into is if I really wanted to be kind of a prick DM and ambush
Oh, you
your
don't.
group. Right, like I don't.
I'm just kidding.
And wanted to ambush your group, or let's say, for example, you guys were crossing a ravine on a really rickety bridge, and, Cephas, who, is a very large character, was standing on this and then broke it, and then he fell. I could argue that anything that is in his backpack, based on a roll that I would make, if his backpack got whisked away, anything in that would be taken with him. Now, the thing is that if you're carrying everything that's on you, you also risk that being pilfered from your person. If, say, a thief or a rogue or somebody wanted to steal something from you and pickpocketed you, they could steal something off of your person if it's not secured in a bag. So that's the main thing.
It's all in my equipment.
Yeah. So basically, if it's in your equipment, you're basically carrying everything you have, like, out and about on you. So, you, for example, he only has his Staff of Power, his amulet, his cloak, his necklace, he has his orb, and he has a potion of healing hanging off of his hip. But in his backpack, he has all of his other gear. So if he ever wanted those, he would have to dig through his backpack for them, or if I ever wanted to be a dick, it could be your backpack was stolen and everything that's in there is gone.
Oh, well then I am going to move some stuff to my backpack because I don't like having all that stuff.
Yeah, because otherwise you're basically like a walking, like, grocery
A hoarder,
store. Just
pretty
everything,
much, yeah.
everything's, taped to your body and hooked in weird places. All right.
That's weird. I'm going to fix all that.
That's fine.
It's not a hole.
It's also another thing, because, like, if you have a bag of holding, it obviously is going to hold more. I still, there's
Now, the
always
bag
been...
of caltrops, I think I'm going to have that, like, around my waist, like, a
Sure.
little, like, a belt with it.
That's fine, yeah. However you want to do it. Not a big deal. Yeah, there's, because I know specifically on Cephas's, the Carpet of Flying doesn't show up as a normal item. It shows up as a thing that can have stuff on it. So it shows up as an item that that can hold gear, because it can hold up to 800 pounds.
Gotcha.
We have one set of winter clothes. Like Anders said, he had one. We need to make sure we get that.
Yes, yeah. You guys were going up there to get carts, cold weather clothing, and the bloom crawler.
No, I mean, Anders said he had one set of
Right.
winter
Yeah, that's
Okay.
all that he had with him.
Is that something we can borrow or buy or?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, he did give it to you guys.
Okay, then.
I just don't.
Who-
Yeah,
Who wants it? Who wants to put it in
Fight to
there?
the death for the clothing. I'm just kidding. You can take it for now. That's fine.
Okay, I'll just put it in on my equipment. I'm going under the generic impression that we'll find enough things of clothing, but you never know.
You know what? That's okay, because you were the one. You and Smith were really the one. I mean, Albina wasn't even. I didn't even know about this cold stuff. I'm like, I got this. I didn't realize about the cold and everything.
Yeah.
So good thing you guys mentioned it.
so you gotta be careful with that, because otherwise you're gonna freeze to death up there.
I didn't think a fire ganassi would have that problem.
Well, you do have resistance. You have resistance to fire damage, which means that when the time comes that you guys have to go in,
For the fire dragon.
right, deal with the cult of the Red Dragon, whenever that time arrives, then yeah, you guys will be, walking up, to wherever they are and just be like, "What's up, bitches?" Like, "Oh, you cast, fireball at us? Well, fuck you." So, okay, cool. Oh, hey, Steve.
Yes.
Did you by chance see the message that I put up like 2 weeks ago about the different Mario shells that I'm going to add to Beyond?
I don't think I told him about that.
If you
No, I
look
don't
in
think I did.
if you look in the P5 chat, you'll see it. There's now a black shell, a gold shell, and a Koopa Troopa shell.
Yeah, it was just in like the dungeon though. It wasn't.
Oh yeah, no, it was just in there. It's
Quickly.
not on Beyond yet. I got lazy with that one. All right, so you guys start your march up to Umbrage Hill. I'm not going to make anybody roll survival check because you guys know the way up there, especially Iluna, who has been there a number of times. And I am going to put you guys right down here in this corner, because this is where you would all be coming up at. Second. Come on, damn it. I had this all set up, and now it's being weird. There we go.
Would be trying to be a little stealthy though, wouldn't it?
Well, that was going to be my question. So, knowing
Like
that...
If Iluna knows a path that's a little more out, not in the open, or
Well, so that was going to be my thing. So, as you guys start making your way up there, towards Umbrage Hill, are you trying to be quiet on your way up there? Are you just marching up with the intent of, like, going up, strong arming them? What specifically is your plan, or what would you guys discuss on your way up there?
it's pretty open, isn't it? Or is
It's-
it got like?
Well, the area around Umbrage Hill does have a fair amount of trees. So the hill itself obviously didn't have any trees or anything like that. The one standing feature, other than the mill, was that there was these like burial mounds that were kind of at the top of the hill, just next to the mill. But beyond that, there were trees that kind of like, that created the forest around the bottom of the hill. So you guys would be able to move up and observe the hill with relative safety from the cover of the trees if you wanted to do that.
Would it be worth making Iluna invisible, or Iluna, dear Lord, Anime invisible again, and she can fly around the mill and see if there's a number of orcs, or even
would
if
say
she
so,
sees
yeah.
the wagons or carts or something?
Out of game, we've already established that we can't like disguise her, right? As something that might be like native to the area.
Yeah. So you would be able to, you wouldn't be able to disguise her because like anything you put, like the last time you. Yeah, the last time that you guys tried doing it, you tried putting mud on her, which would have made her very slow. But she is, considering right now Anime is still in her spring form, she is still like rainbow-esque, but is very green more. There is still some like sense of colors within Anime, but mostly green, as to align with Iluna's Eladrin nature. But still very standoutish.
And I think invincibility only lasts a minute, right? So we got to be pretty close.
Oh, it does it.
Lasts an hour.
Hour?
I mean,
It does last an hour.
Yep.
I mean, I can try to stealth up and get a a peek at them and whatnot and come back and relay information.
I mean, if we had a U here, he could make himself look like an orc, but no.
Yeah, well,
Here we
he's
go
trapped.
again, treating goblins like
He's
orcs.
trapped.
No.
No! You definitely is not a goblin. We know he's. I don't think he officially said he's a changeling, but we've seen him change his appearance more than once.
Yeah,
so.
you guys have seen him change a number of times. I could only imagine. If you didn't assume he was a changeling, you might assume that he is like a doppelganger or something like that.
That's worrisome.
But for the most part, I can. Me goes in and tells him, I can stealth around, get information, and come back to the group.
Well, those are two choices. I can't make anime invisible, but that takes. It's not my magic.
That's, I guess it's up to Smith.
I mean, is there a lot of cover? Like I mean, I'd rather not use a spell slot if possible. Are we in a
Understood.
forest or are we on a trail?
So, the way to think about it, let me do this because I should be able to pull this up.
Like, do I think me could effectively like actually sneak up there, or is he like out in the open? Like, are we crossing a field?
It's
Lucas,
definitely.
if you need to look at my stat block to determine this, you're
No.
more than welcome to.
No, I don't need to look at your stat block. No, I just have to erase a map of some kind. Okay, so I don't know why that's still showing up on there. That was from an old thing. Hold on. Let me clear that. Oh my god. Why is that? Hold on. Okay, so pretty much the thing to consider is that, you know, if you guys look up at the forest on the map that's on here, so basically the way that the map is laid out. Actually, hold on. Why the fuck am I worrying about that? I'll just pull up the old map of Umbridge Hill. God damn it. Hold on.
You want to just pull up the old map of Umbridge Hill?
Yeah, I'll just pull up the old map of Umbridge Hill. Thanks for the advice, Smith. Much appreciated, buddy.
I was just thinking about that.
Yeah, why don't you just pull up the old map, Lucas?
Let's pull up the old map. Not like
Unprepared DM you are.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, so there is the old map of Umbridge Hill. I actually did, whenever I remade the map, there's different trees that are around here. There's also one down in this bottom left corner. But the main idea is that, like I said, here is the mill as it was. There's a small fence that surrounds it. And then up on this top precipice, this is where these mounds were buried. It was never really discussed in game, but basically at this site there was a fight between feuding dwarven clans, and that is actually why it's called Umbridge Hill, as Umbridge, I believe, is a term that means like annoyance or like remarks or something like that, like snide remarks. So this is actually where the dwarves were buried. That is actually what is up there. So this is pretty much the layout of the place, as you know, how it would have been before. How it is obviously set up now is dependent on how much time the orcs have had to take over this place.
Could easily sneak through
But
there.
the only thing that I do want to consider, that I want to let you guys know, is obviously on the southern side of this map, there is no more map there. Canonically, in my head, I have it that there is, like, the mounds do kind of extend a little further, but there is, like, rocky crags there that make it almost impossible to climb that side. So, that is, I just don't have the rest of that map. That map doesn't exist.
We'd be coming from.
I'm basically going to have you guys starting down here in the bottom left corner, because you would be coming up from the south. So, you would
Bottom
have...
left corner?
Yeah, but again, you
Are
can
we up
move...
top or down to the bottom? It's hard to
Bottom,
tell.
yeah, very bottom left, like right here in this corner.
Is it lower elevation or higher elevation?
Oh, lower.
Going up?
Lower,
Okay.
yeah. So,
All the way up. Okay.
correct, yeah, because every like stone line you see, that's an additional 10 feet. So this, down here is 10 feet lower than this. This is 10 feet lower. So like these are fairly steep crags going up.
Is that something we can climb, or do we have to take like the trail up here?
You could try and climb it. It would just be an athletics check for you to, well, it wouldn't really be,
We got
too...
carpet too.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have your options. But no, it would not be... I wouldn't have you do an athletics check, but it would definitely use double your movement.
There's trees in the north. Would there be similar? There'd be similar trees.
Yeah, there's a similar tree layout all around this place. So there is a good amount of coverage.
Okay.
I definitely think we should scout ahead.
I can scout ahead.
Or do you want to send the bird in invisible?
I don't think Smith wants to waste a spell slot. He said that earlier.
Yeah, but it'd be the safer option, so let's do that. And
Yep.
I forgot it lasted an hour. I thought it was a minute. I must be thinking, is greater invisibility a minute?
No,
no?
it's possible. I honestly, invisibility is one of those things that's been off my radar for so long. Greater
so we're
invisibility, yes, is a minute.
So we're going with the bird, and we're sending it in invisible before I drop metagame knowledge.
Before you drop metagame knowledge?
Okay, so we're all in agreement that it's the bird.
Yes.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
All right, cool. My stealth is plus 12 with advantage.
Yeah, well,
That's fine, but
That-
I mean, you're not
that-
invisible.
yeah, that will help you. That will definitely help you guys. Okay,
I mean,
so...
could be a 30 and they can still spot you.
So what I need everyone to do is, as you start to get within range of this place, I need everyone to roll me a perception check first.
Oh, 18.
EX.
Nice.
I'm just trying to refresh my map because I don't see.
Oh, right now you shouldn't see anything other than the blank Umbridge Hill one.
Oh, okay, because I was like, I can't move any closer. How is
Yeah,
that?
yeah, no, there shouldn't be anything on the map at the moment. In fact, I'll put you guys back over to there. Okay, so Smith and Iluna, as the two of you start making your way up here, you notice that through this forest there are still a ton of orc tracks through it. And you're kind of noticing that as you start, Iluna, as you start to get where the Umbridge Hill is, you're also noticing that there is a lot of arrows that are peppered into the tree trunks as you start to get closer to where Umbridge Hill is. That, like, a few of them litter the ground, but you're noticing, like, these crude orcish arrows that kind of lay strewn about.
I'd point them out. I wouldn't know what that means, except they attacked the living shit out of something, or attempted to.
Well, as you get closer to, as you're starting to get closer to the to Umbridge Hill, you're noticing that there's, at first there's maybe like, one or two arrows here and there. There's like one or two on the ground. As you're getting closer, you're noticing that they are like more numerous as you start to get closer and closer.
Are there like bodies nearby at all?
You don't see bodies, but roll me a Smith. Roll me an investigation check.
Ask if it's
Not 20 inspiration.
Inspiration. Yep, you're gonna get inspiration.
Nice.
And you, Smith, you notice that as you're kind of looking at them, you're picking them up, there is blood that is kind of like dried on the grass and on some of the trees. So it does appear as if there were, as if there was bloodshed here, but you don't see any bodies.
Are we pretty close now? Should we go ahead and...
Yep, give me 1 second, because for some reason an asset did not load on the orc map, and I don't know why. Oh, there it is. No, it is there. Okay, I just couldn't see it. Okay, so Smith, if you would like to use your spell slot.
I did. Okay.
Okay. And Luna, is there anything that you want to tell Anime specifically? Or is there anything that you want to do?
We're looking for, I guess, approximate number of orcs or anything.
Oh, I was curious if you were going to use your beast sensibility. Is more what I was wondering.
How's it different from what I normally do? I ignore it because I already have
you
that
normally
other...
just ask her, but beast sense would allow you to see through her eyes and hear what she hears. So this way you could literally see what she sees and relay that to your party. It's just your body, you are blind and deaf to your own surroundings whenever you do this.
Yeah, I suppose I usually just ask her. I don't know. That's just a natural thing.
And it's up to you if that's what you want to do. If you don't want to, I just didn't know if you wanted to use that because I know you had mentioned that to me one other time.
Actually, no, I don't like you. I don't even like the idea of it.
Okay.
I might use it around the dragon because they seem
We'll
the
keep you
most
safe.
terrifying. You'll keep me safe. I can just like undo it, right?
Yeah, we can snap you out of it if necessary.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you can. It's concentration. If there is a moment where something is happening, back where your body is, you can instantly pull out of that.
I guess that would lead animated to come back.
Yeah, yeah. We would say that she could sense your presence. You would have that, you'd have that connection between the two of you.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and use that ability on your sheet.
Do I know about this ability? Or do we know about this ability?
I don't know. I don't know if she's ever brought that up to you guys.
Well, you should tell us to watch your body then.
Yeah, I would. I would. I guess in my head, Iluna just avoids using it because it makes
anything
it
that
seem
leaves her defenseless.
vulnerable.
I get that.
Vulnerable. So she would be like, "I'm gonna do this."
I just imagine she turns and she goes, "Hey, I need you guys to watch my body while I do this," and me just covers his eyes, going, "Oh no, I have more class than that."
At least me as a gentleman.
I don't know. She would definitely, because she spent time trying to get to know Seftis. She just make sure.
Yeah, me's an equal opportunist. He goes ahead and destroys the crops and women and children.
That's right. Her and the crops and the children.
We pillage the crops and the women and children.
But she would make sure she was well hidden in some bush or some tree.
Yeah,
or
we'd get you hidden.
Okay.
For
all right. So, Iluna, you head into you get into a comfortable position, and you have anime there in your hands. You use this ability, and all of a sudden, you are blind and deaf to your own senses. It takes a moment, this, when this is starting to take effect. It's almost as if you've woken up from like a kind of groggy dream state, if you will. And as you blink, you are seeing yourself. You're seeing your own arm, like right underneath your feet. You can see yourself sitting in this bush with your companions around. And all of a sudden, you feel a weight off of your arm as Anime starts to fly up into the air. And you're seeing the trees rush past you as she is taking flight up. The rest of you are able to hear the wings of Anime flying off as in her invisible state. And she starts to head just a little bit north. And it doesn't take long, Iluna, before through her eyes, you can see the mill there atop the hill. But the sight that you see is not the one you remember. Most of the top of the mill has now been broken and damaged. You can see that there are pieces of the walls that are fallen off and crumbled to the ground. You can see that the mill itself, the blades to the windmill, some of them have been cracked and torn, and the cloth that is still up is very crudely drawn in the same design as the Many Arrows Orc clan. And it appears as if like one chunk of it is missing where that mill had fallen off. But the thing that you notice most of all is the almost gratuitous amounts of orcs here at the hill. If you pull up your map, you should be able to see. And I'm just going to move Iluna's token as Anime flies. So you start to see the mill broken. You can see that they have set up these wooden barricades up the lengths up these rocky inclines up to the mill itself. You guys have view on the map, right?
No. Oh,
Now?
there it is. I refreshed it twice
Okay.
before I said anything.
Cool.
I was like,
All right. There you go.
Okay.
Now you should see it. I can see the confusion in your face. Okay. So yes, you can see the mill there. It's broken, torn. You can see that the windmill itself has that symbol on it, but you are seeing all of these orcs.
I tried refreshing it, I don't see it. I saw it originally, I refreshed it thinking something else was up, and now I don't see it.
You know what?
Black.
It's just a black screen now?
Well, with the menu in the top left and a couple icons, yeah.
All right.
So left socket, there it goes. I don't know, maybe
Got
it
it?
took a while. Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
We're good.
cool. All right. So I shouldn't... Oh, yeah, there we go. I don't know why that was on there like that. So you see all of these orcs standing about. They have set up these pylons, these barricades all around that like 20 to 30 foot incline space. Come on. Select your character. Do it. This is why I don't like zooming out that far. So, as you see her flying around, you can see that there are orcs that have set up a station at the front of the entrance where the first steps were to get up there. You can see all of these arrows littering the plains. You can see that there are 2 orc patrols that are surrounding this whole place. As she flies around, you can see these barricades set up on this hill where orcs with these large bows stand prepped and ready, as they are even taking shots out into the trees, just like kind of randomly over top of the orcs doing their patrols. As she continues to fly, she starts to swoop around to the southern side, and where this burial ground was before, you see that all of those graves have been desecrated. They have been excavated, and the bodies have been stashed in a pile. You can see all these crates and barrels set up here with these larger, different accoutrement draped orcs. Some of them are wearing headgear that has horns. There is one that sits in this throne almost that has a skull on it. There is blood kind of splattered across the ground in various states. You do see that there are some carts up here, but you see that they have, some of them have, or one of them has been broken, and the other ones are still there. You also notice that there are some horses as well. And as Anime flies around, you get a good look down at one point, and you can see and make out fairly clearly there appears to be a small pen where you see an orc with the baby bloom crawler in its hand. It has a rope around its neck. And you can see that this orc is starting to like kind of wrangle it a little bit as another orc grabs a small kobold that has a rope around it. And they are like going up to this pen kind of hooping and hollering.
Oh my god.
It's okay,
And-
guys. It's just a Pokemon battle.
Yeah, it's just a Pokemon battle.
Nobody has a nice ball for it to go in and be safe afterwards.
So yeah, that is what you guys see, and just barely as she is flying around, she does try and get a good scope down towards the mill itself. She does not risk flying through it, but you can see through the windows in there that there are some more orcs, and at one point you see a massive pile of bodies.
Yeah,
At this point, I'm just going to reveal the map, because it will be easier.
it'll be easier. Oh, I forgot I have these ears on. No wonder my head
So
hurts.
we're gonna slaughter an entire work tribe, correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm still up for it.
I would say
Rimuru would not.
I would try to have said what I see as she's flying rather than waiting for her to come back. And try to keep her flight slow enough to get a relatively accurate count, I suppose.
Oh, fuck, hold on.
What?
I'm just trying to, I actually don't know how many in total there are.
Oh, I wasn't like, I mean, this map's enough. I don't know. We can count.
Well over 50. Also, she could not get a good view as there is still a second level of the mill that is fairly intact, but the space in there has been boarded up, so she didn't even get a good look in there.
Now, Aluna was talking about what Anime saw, or what she saw as it was going on, right?
Yeah,
She was able to
I feel
communicate
like
well, but we
Mhm.
can't communicate to her, right? Back. She won't
Right,
hear us?
she is completely blind and deaf from you guys.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yep.
Is she back or is she still flying around?
Yeah, we'll say that once she has kind of gotten like a lay of the land, she does make her way back. So she was gone for maybe like 15 minutes or so.
So this. I guess my question is, are we able to get? I guess the most important thing is the bloom crawler, right?
emotionally, logically, the wagons and the clothes which we came here for.
We didn't see the clothes, right?
You did
Yeah.
not.
We saw the bloom
You did,
crawler.
but there. So like I said, there was the bloom crawler that was kind of in that that crude
Where was it from, right?
pen. Yep, or bottom left. So there was the bloom crawler in there, and they appeared to be setting up a fight between the bloom crawler and some little kobold whelp. There were 3 carts that were still in good condition. 2 of them had some, basic supplies in them, just, some crates and a few pieces of debris. And then it seemed as if there was a large pile of boxes, crates, and barrels up on the top where where those other orcs were that seemed to be maybe more important. They had, flashier, not really flashier gear, but they had more gear that stood out to Iluna.
I could try drawing some of them out. I don't know, with a distraction, but there's a lot of them. Yeah, I don't know.
And you said one, there was some kind of throne or whatever. Somebody who looked more like in charge.
Yes, there was one of the orcs was sitting on a large throne that appeared to have a skull sitting atop it.
And that was graveyard area.
Correct. That was where the gravesite was.
Okay. All these like spiky walls, those would be they're new,
Oh yes.
right? That's part of their attempt at a stronghold.
Yeah. Here, Iluna, do me a favor. Roll me a quick intelligence check.
Wait a minute. What?
Just intelligence. You can roll history. It's the same modifier. You don't have any bonus to it.
The history check.
When you're looking at this, it seems like this has been a lot of this has been developed, and it doesn't appear like this has been set up in the past few days. And you kind of think to yourself, when you guys rescued Adabra and took her back to Phandalin, that was on the 10th of last month. And it's currently the 12th of the month you're on. So it has been over a month since anybody has really come up here and checked on things at the mill, because Adabra was up in Neverwinter for so long, and when you guys returned from Neverwinter, you went straight down to Axholm.
We did. There's no one in Phandalin looked at her mill then.
Well, it also could be that somebody did and said it wasn't worth their trouble.
Well, yeah. I can't talk. Oh, I can talk.
You can talk, yeah. You can end your beast sense whenever you wish. So.
Well, that's what I was thinking. If it would make more sense to look in any particular direction for either getting in or surprising them. If any of you thought she should fly again and check a direction, I don't know, tap me on the shoulder. Because I can't hear you.
Well, you wouldn't be able to hear them even if, if somebody taps you on the shoulder, that just might pull you out.
And why? That just then I would ask them.
And
I can't hear them.
Yeah, you would be able...
I would ask them
yes or no questions.
Yeah, and then they could just move my hand.
That's up to you. I don't. You guys can figure this out.
I mean, I'm game for trying to sneak in, kill a few of them as quietly as possible, and just get what we can, like the materials and whatnot, especially the Bulbasaur.
There's no chance for reinforcements in my question. I'm thinking. I don't know. Yeah, this is a lot
Well,
of works.
there's a lot of works. I'm gonna come out of this and sit so I can talk and listen. And if we need to, we can send anime a
What is
little
that? Well,
closer.
there's a whole bunch of other creatures there.
Which
They're
ones?
What is
mostly
this green
orcs
blobby looking thing?
Yeah.
on the right.
Oh, that's the
Yeah, I
Bulbasaur?
saw that.
Are you
No.
No, I think she is referring to this guy
Yep.
down here, which
Yeah, that thing.
as you flew past, this is what it looked like.
And what the heck is that?
Everyone roll
An
me
edema
a
filled,
we'll say roll me blah 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 blah. Let's go with nature. Yeah. Let's go nature.
nature.
I'm
That's very
alright with
natural.
nature. What was that green bowl?
It's a
bulky thing?
Hulk gone wrong. Yep.
Why are my rolls so hideously low?
Poor
What
thing.
do you mean? You
I
rolled
have
you rolled a 19 on perception before.
But I had a plus 10 to get the
Still.
19. I had a
Still
plus
rolling.
4, and I thought it would be helpful.
So Smith, I'll actually lean this more towards your Arcana. As she is describing what this thing looks like, you're trying to picture it in your mind. And as you are, like, you're kind of thinking to yourself, you know, like where have I heard this? Like, where has, like what the fuck is this thing? And you think to yourself about how some orcs start to, some orcs can gain different abilities based on which of the orcish pantheon they, align themselves to. So whereas most other creatures aren't, if you worship a god, maybe you worship Palor, you get some light powers. When orcs align themselves with some of their own deities, and certain events happen, they can gain certain abilities. You, like, when she was describing this thing, you're thinking of like these greenish pustules, these large boils. There was almost like a puddle of this green liquid around. It very much to you sounds like almost like a plague, if you will. And you know that one of the orc gods is Yortris, who is the orcish god of death and disease. So this might be an orc that has been quote-unquote blessed by Urtris.
Blessed.
I don't really know the best way to convey that, so I'll just, relay that information to the group.
Sure.
So what kind of other monsters like that did you see? Did you see any other type of creatures?
I would say if I was flying around, I would have noted.
So it looks like there are a couple different kinds, right?
Yeah, up on that main platform, there does appear to be some of them that are different.
Some of them had those.
In the bottom right, that one guy's there. The one guy we saw at the beginning.
Yep, there is one that wears a similar cowl to the one that you guys saw at the blockade.
They were all orcs, right?
All orcs, correct.
Just very, very varying types of orcs.
Like I said, we could essentially try sneaking up, just silently taking out ones, and then trying to get to the gloom. I keep forgetting what it's called. The gloom, the Bulbasaur.
The Bulbasaur. You can just, it's easy enough.
Whatever you want to call it. It's a bloom crawler.
Its name is Bulba.
It's a Bulbasaur.
I know what it's called in games. I have one for a long time.
Now, There's no bodies or corpses outside, right? Outside this place, just the bodies that we see in the circular.
Correct.
Oh.
No, yes. There are the ones that are inside in a giant pile.
Okay.
Oh. Those might be the ones with the arrows pulled out, but that. Why would they not bring their arrows back with them?
Because they got a lot of arrows. They are the many arrow orcs.
Okay, they're surplus.
I guess that's all they make. They're just arrow making all day. Silly.
So hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
We start sneaking up. We can go straight through here. Kill these two guys. I've played Shadow of War. I know how this works.
Wait, I can't even see. My page
Ow.
is not even loading. I don't even know where we are.
You guys are in the
like,
very bottom left.
We can
Oh, no way.
climb, kill these guys, get around the barricades, climb up to the fence, and then essentially we just need to get this fucker. I mean, yeah, the supplies are important, but main objective is get this little fucker here. And then there is nothing saying that we can't just run for our lives. If you
There
run
is
today,
a
you live to
river.
fight. Huh?
If they don't find us, they will find Axel.
Yeah, but at least then there'll be more reinforcements, not a total of like 5 to 6 people going in to start a massive war with no reinforcements.
Yep.
Firewalls.
I don't know if they're gonna assume it's Axel though.
That's
I mean,
true.
that's because we take the bloom shit.
Bloom crawler. You can say Bulbasaur.
I had it the first time, and I
Yeah.
forgot it.
Just there is no. They may not think it's us, or they might just think we're a group of bandits stealing their prizes in Bolton.
I still think we should cause a distraction out the front gate.
I was gonna say we should cause a distraction on the other side
What
Or
are
maybe
we
both.
calling?
from where we are.
What are we calling the front gate? Like
I was thinking
Yeah.
like top left.
The north. Yeah. Okay.
Isn't that like the main way in? I'm assuming.
The top left is where there is a path that leads up. That's actually how you get up onto the hill.
Oh, I was starting to ask. These like each little level is
10
like
feet
10
up.
feet. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How does invisibility work? Would that work for someone on top of the carpet,
Yeah,
making
but
that invisible as
carpet
well?
would still be visible.
So it wouldn't work on a
Or-
carpet as well. Okay,
No, it would not work on the carpet.
that's
Maybe what if I'm holding the carpet? Like holding onto the carpet?
That's a weird caveat there, but I don't necessarily think that's not possible.
Although if you're holding another humanoid, that wouldn't count.
So you could upcast it. If you upcast it, you do get additional targets. So if you cast it at a 4th level, you can get 2 additional targets. You get you get 2 additional targets. But anything the target is wearing or carrying is invisible as long as it's on the target's person.
I would assume it's no go.
Yeah, I would be remiss to say unless you wore the carpet as a cape, then it's like on your person. Otherwise, you're on it.
It's on your. You'd have to like lay down with the carpet cape. I don't feel like it'd fly very well that way.
Do you
I
want
think
me
we
to go
should,
cause a distraction?
Well, I was gonna say, I think I should throw my spectral guardian of faith in a spot, and then Smith throws a wall on the other side, so they have to move into it, and then yeah. Or if you want to do a distraction as well.
Well, keep in mind, Guardian of Faith, you have to you have to be within 30 feet of wherever you want that to be.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking like if I put that on the top spot here, and then Smith puts a a wall where they're gonna have to run into toward the Guardian Faithful there.
How does polymorph work? Is it the same challenge level?
Yeah, it has to be, if you polymorph something, it has to be of the same CR that the creature is, and it has to be of a creature that you know of. So that would be, those are really the only two caveats. It just has to be the same level or lower. So you could always, like, you could polymorph someone into a rat or something like that, and it would be fine, but, you know, you'd have to stick to CR creatures of 9 or lower.
Oh, what kind of creatures are those?
Well, it has to be a, the new form can be any beast, so whose challenge rating is below that, so...
Is that something I can take a look at somewhere? Extras? Or how do I
Here,
look at that?
let me give you 1 second to pull
And
up
Jared, what were you thinking
this.
for distraction-wise while they're looking for that?
I was just going to start a one-man army and keep sneaking in and out of hopefully good stealth checks.
Smith,
Okay.
if you go to
Yeah.
that link that I just put in the chat, I
was going to do some psychological warfare.
I think that's going to give you everything, but if you click the button that says filter, you can change the challenge rating. It's like 0 to 9, and then make sure that you have beast selected.
So I will be right back in 2 seconds. I got to go grab a plate of dinner.
Okay.
Filter.
But I'm still here if we're initiating it or anything. My phone, Lucas, just shoot me a quick message, and then I'll tell you exactly what my plans are.
Gotcha, buddy.
The only partial side thought I had was getting past these two. Yeah. And trying to get as close as I can to the there and rescue. Just shoot rescue out at Bloomcrawler and
Would that even work?
run back. But it's not like we can run down because we'd have to like jump/climb down these like.
Yeah, if you jump down that, you are going to take 1d6 bludgeoning damage.
Would rescue even work on that? What are the? Okay.
Well, so
or anything?
no, it's just it's any creature that is willing. And yeah, the only limitation to it is that it cannot be cast on someone who's on an elevation change of 10 feet or more. So you would have to be like fairly up that, be up closer to there and cast that out.
I'm just gonna throw my caltrops to the other side.
Summon a dragon?
No, not dragons. They're
Young dragons?
alligators.
Oh yeah.
Or does it have
There
to
you
be a
go.
beast, right?
What is that?
I can't summon a dragon, right? It has to be a
No, it has to be a beast. Yep.
Oh, I thought you were saying to me. I was like, I'm not summoning a dragon. It's just a little
beast.
alligator.
Yeah, like I said,
were
if you
saying that-
like I said, if you go into filter, you can
So there's giant crab, sperm whale, or Tyrannosaurus Rex. I don't see anything for level 9.
there isn't.
T-Rex.
There's not a CR9 beast.
Do a T-Rex.
I mean, T-Rex would be quite a distraction. I'm assuming I'm familiar with T-Rex.
Mm,
So does it have to be something I've seen?
it has to be it has to be of something that you are aware of. So, like you have to know what you're transforming the creature into. So if you wanted to do that, I would definitely need you to make some history check or some nature check to see if at some point in your travels, this creature has crossed your path, or at least
That's
that
not
you have.
like an infamous creature that everyone's heard of.
The thing is that dinosaurs are not common in Faerun. Dinosaurs are more common. Well, let me rephrase that. Dinosaurs are not common at all up here in the Sword Coast. They are more common down in the lands of Chult, which is like very
Costa
far
Rica,
down to the
yes,
south. It's an island in the middle of the ocean. So it's not that they're not. It's not that it's impossible for him to know. But I would just have you roll to see if that is something that you would know of.
That
Planning
one time
phase
you're
takes too long.
vacationing.
Leroy.
Oh, Jesus.
You were saying rescue, I'd have to be fairly close, because isn't it?
No. Rescue, you would have to be no more than 10 feet above or below her. I know that you have a range of 90 feet on rescue, but I'm saying you cannot rescue someone who is 10 feet or more above you, or 10 feet or more below you.
So it wouldn't just be, I need to be more than, or not more than, I can't be 90 feet or whatever away. I have
You
to
can't be 90 feet, but 30 feet down. It
Yeah.
cannot, because I mean, if you did, and I'll give you this, this little chunk of information. If you did, she is going to take 3d6 points of damage because she's coming down a cliff.
Why?
So that
I
would
just
Falling down, poor thing.
heard it. That's all.
What if you
thought
stood
were
on the
saying that-
carpet to do it?
I don't
And when
want
you show up with her and say, "Here, Maggie," and she's gonna
you
be
guys
like,
do
"What
have a
happened to
you
her?"
guys do have a flying carpet.
I
Yeah,
was
to
gonna
get
ask
to the
about the flying
elevation from
carpet,
90 feet
if
away.
she could get there, and boom.
Yeah, but I'm sure they would see the carpet and be like, ah.
Well, it's totally better than going within
Right
10
after
feet
the
of it, basically.
diversion of T-Rex and me, I'm sure you could get in there.
I don't have to be 10 feet away. I just can't. I have to be on this level.
Can I
somehow.
ride
Same
said
level.
T-Rex?
Huh?
For the ultimate distraction, can I ride said T-Rex?
It is larger. It is larger than your size, so there is technically no penalty
That's
for you
pretty cool.
mounting a T-Rex.
Can somebody just allow me to have control of the T-Rex, or make the T-Rex smart enough?
No,
to
the T-Rex. The T-Rex would be a polymorphed. It would be one of your team members.
Perfect. So who am I gonna mount? You can be a T-Rex while I'm riding on top of you as we're destroying everything. You know what? Cephas needs to be my T-Rex. Because
Again,
this sounds like something that Cephas would love to do
again,
with me.
this
Can
does
he be
call.
polymorphed?
He can be polymorphed into a. Let me rephrase this. If Smith rolls and is knowledgeable about T-Rexes, it is within the capacity of Smith to polymorph somebody in the party into a T-Rex. I am not saying that it can. I'm not saying that it is going to happen, because Smith would have to roll first to see if he knows if he knows of a T-Rex.
Oh.
He does have inspiration as well, though.
He does have inspiration.
Also, we
Do
have
it.
that
Do it.
metal circle. Do we not think the metal little thing could just give us passage? Like
Are you
it's
talking
supposed
about
to be-
Are you talking about the many arrows orc badge that you guys got from the?
Yeah,
You do have that.
we have that. It made me. I mean, I don't know if we feel it's a strong enough symbol for them to be like,
Sorry about that.
oh, okay, we're friends.
I
Okay.
mean,
Now I'm wondering. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'll say that's up to you. Like I said, you guys do have a badge with the symbol of the Many Arrows Orc clan that was given to you by the guy, or by the orc over at the roadblock, who said that would allow you guys free passage through the forest, so that you could pass through the barriers until you guys got the people out of Phandalin.
Now I can run up there like, I'm in need of help. I'm trying to move my friends. I don't have, with that little thing, and then
They don't look that
if all
friendly.
else fails, I just throw my caltrops on the ground and I run.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I don't know if we feel that little badge.
I mean, because is this considered? I don't know, like if this is considered like because we're kind of wandering further than we're going the opposite direction too. So they're gonna be like, what are they doing all the way up here?
Huh?
Then they'll steal my Mimcat too. You know.
What opposite direction?
To be leaving with the people.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
I mean, we're not really going through the forest to leave.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So I don't know how much my deception would work there.
So what's up, Smith?
What? So basically, me showed us that he's got some additional power from you, right? Is that what the idea was?
Metagame knowledge, the only power I have is Eldritch Blast.
He can cast. He can use Eldritch Blast.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't know if you had access to anything else. Okay.
You know what? Since Aaron's not here, we'll say it would just require an Arcana check to attempt to use one of his abilities.
I still want to let my crocodiles loose, you guys. Can't I just like throw 4 of them into a thing and they just go running up to the top? You know, that's a good diversion.
I mean, let me view Aaron's character sheet real fast, and I can, like I said, we can try and figure something out. Because, like Lucas said, it would be an Arcana check. Because the original plan was Aaron was just trying to get me to use his character sheet.
He doesn't have invisibility, right?
He does not.
No.
I was thinking we could sneak me in there, invisible. With his stealth and invisibility, he could probably sneak in there pretty easily. And then just sneak the Bloom Crawler out. But Bloom Crawler's pretty big, right?
Bloom Crawler is very small.
Right, Luna.
Like, he can't. I mean, it's how big is it? Like a couple feet?
Like
a your dog, right?
No, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the Bloom Crawler is, small. So it would be about the size of like a small dog.
Okay. It could be the smaller end of small, just before tiny.
Yeah, it is a baby after all. So we'll say it's about the size of a pug.
I don't know how
Aaron does have minor illusion, but
he does have minor illusion.
What about? Is that like a little tent down at the bottom right?
That is
something, or is
yes,
like
that is a tent up on that higher precipice mound.
How many people can I invisible? 3?
If you cast it with a 5th
level?
Yeah, if you cast it with your 5th level spell, you can get 3 people invisible.
Anime would still be invisible. She would remain
invisible until Smith ends invisibility on her, because that does require.
Could actually swoop down and pick it up, the Bloom Crawler, if she's invisible.
Is that something she can carry? I doubt it.
She can carry up.
Anime.
Yeah. That might be an idea, possibly.
How much?
Like an eagle getting prey, I guess.
I can't remember. I remember either 30 pounds or 50 pounds.
Yeah, her strength score. Her strength score is only a 6. She does still need to be able to fly. But I would say because Bulba is a plant, not as heavy as meat and bones, so I would say probably would be within the capabilities of Anime to snatch up.
Now, what can? Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
What can and can't we do under invisibility?
You can't attack or cast spells. The spell ends on the target once you attack or cast a spell.
Now, is my throwing the caltrops something considered a spell?
That'd be like an attack, I think, right?
Yeah, that's you. Yeah, I would say, well, okay, it would not break your. It would not
kind of come out.
Yeah, it wouldn't break your invisibility, but the moment you let go of the caltrops, they would be fully visible.
Yeah, well, I was hoping that we could do that in the bushes or something, while the alligators are up at the top there, causing a distraction. Then we go in
Well,
and get the bloom crawler. That way,
I'm
no
not,
one's having to be polymorphed or worrying about anyone getting hurt, because my poor crocodiles will die anyway.
I'm not opposed to anime possibly grabbing up the bloom crawler if they could make a distraction.
Yeah, I just don't want it to be like they see it and then they like swat her down, you know?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Or
worried about
something
too.
like
I could
that.
very
Yeah.
well see that happen.
That's why I kind of want to throw some chaos in there, and throw like all my caltrops and just send like all these alligators out.
And I thought we were after warm clothes.
We are,
Oh,
but
that's the other thing. You guys,
the mother heart.
at least, you guys were told by Dobbin that there were carts up at the monastery that he and his companions had cleared out. So the carts here at least are an option, but it's not a full necessity, potentially. But the cold weather clothing will make travel up onto Icespire Hold extremely dangerous, considering an hour in travel through the mountains does impose a Constitution saving throw. Otherwise, you take a level of exhaustion. And because we're still using the original levels of exhaustion, now that they've changed them in the new UA, if you fail six exhaustion checks, you die. So,
about that.
So keep that in mind.
Too bad we
I mean,
can't
I'm fine with
actually,
just starting a small distraction or whatever and ducking and weaving out of the trees, like I said, around here near the front gate. And just shooting off orcs and whatnot and try to see if that can't lure a good chunk of them up here to the front gate.
How far away is the front gate from us?
From you guys, well, at least on the map currently, you guys are... Oh, hold on. I need my pen. Turn on. There we go. You guys are 150 feet away from the... or 130 feet away from the front gate on the map. But keep in mind, you guys are still probably a good 50, maybe 7,500 feet into the forest, because if you guys were right up there on the edge right now, sitting there and discussing this, somebody was going to see you at this point. So benefit of the doubt, you guys are at least a distance away that you guys can have this conversation and not be immediately picked out.
Okay.
How long? Go ahead.
So I'm going to say at least 200 feet away from the gate at the moment.
Okay. I'll sing him fireball up north. That should be enough distraction. And then hold person on these two orcs near us and start climbing the wall and go in that way. And then, I don't know.
What if your whole person doesn't work? We need a backup plan.
Kill him?
Without being... I mean...
I'm hoping the
I'm okay
fireball
with
up north
just...
will at least distract him enough that I should pull a good bit of them.
Yeah. And then any stragglers, slit their throats. Problem solved.
I
person.
was going to say, if they're distracted, doesn't that take away from their save as well? So that'd be good.
Well, it depends on if they stay there, or what happens. But them being distracted won't give them any negative to their wisdom save. Now, keep in mind, orcs, orcs aren't the most intelligent, aren't the most wise. I mean, they're more wise than they are intelligent, but they're not the brightest bulbs in the bunch.
I say let's go with this plan. I like it.
Okay, so just so do you want to let some crocodiles loose?
I feel like that's like less worries. Like, I would expect it to be an attack if it was a fireball, as opposed to just some alligators coming through, because that's more likely to be out here.
Why can't it be fireball and alligators? The alligators
Yeah,
used
well,
fireball. The orcs
you
aren't
know
the
what? The
smartest.
alligators are running from the fireball.
Now,
Listen,
There you
he- so
if
here,
I was walking down Florida and I saw an alligator and a massive explosion behind it, my immediate thought would be the alligator caused the explosion.
so wait, is this
Okay.
from that famous movie trope of alligators don't look at explosions?
No, this
Um,
is from the movie trope of don't go to Florida as it shows an
Yeah.
alligator with flames coming around it.
Yeah, believe me, I already lived there, buddy. I know exactly how it is. All right, so here's the only thing that I'm going to say about that, Hannah. You can 100% do this. You guys can do whatever you want. You just can only throw the crocodile tooth 20 feet. And they disappear after a minute. So that is 10 rounds of, essentially 10 rounds of combat. So,
Can I drop them?
what's that?
Can anime drop them?
Um,
Have anime just fly into the center
that
of the
is,
orc camp.
yeah, I can't say that wouldn't be, because it's when the tooth is thrown upon the ground, the terrain in a 5-foot radius becomes swamp-like difficult terrain, and if a tooth is thrown into the terrain that is already swamp-like, it transmutes into an alligator and attacks creatures hostile to you. So yeah, I would say that if you wanted to have anime drop them on the ground somewhere, she just has to drop all of them at once, or at least she has to drop 2 in order to get at least
and
one
then all of
crocodile.
them.
You can have mine.
Yeah.
Anime turning into an AC-130.
She just drops like 10 of these things down on the ground.
This
Alligators come out.
This
Or-
becomes the new tactic for like warfare is go down, talk to the lizard folk, get them to bless a bunch of alligator teeth, and then just give them to a bunch of invisible birds to fly out across the world and
We're
just
gonna free
drop
these orcs so
crocodiles.
hard.
I think I only have 4 technically, so that'll make 3 alligators because
Yep.
I have to
probably have a
spend the
couple of
time binding them.
So
But I don't know how long it takes to bind them because I can hold on to one.
well, Smith, you have all of them. They are all accessible to you, Hannah. So you have 4. Smith said that he would give you 1. So currently that would be 4 crocs.
I don't think I took
mine
an
too.
alligator tooth
Oh,
because I
okay,
don't
'cause
have
I
it in my
have-
inventory. I just
Well,
took the
I
blessing.
had 20 and I did 14. I have 14 that are not bound to the
Yeah, and
one.
you used 2 of
So I
them, I
have
believe.
Yeah, and I bound 6 of them, so I used 2, so I have 4 left.
Yep.
So if I give anime the 3, then I can keep one to bind the rest later. So then there
I
were 2
gotcha.
alligators.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
So that's 2, and then Smith said that he's willing to give you 1.
So we have 3 alligators. That's great.
Didn't Steve say you?
Steve
Yeah,
said
I'll
as
go.
well. Okay.
Yeah.
I've got one too. I don't know how many
4,
we're gonna
5
drop.
alligators. Yes, she'll have
All right.
5 in one claw
Honestly, that
and
might
1
be
in
a
the
good
other.
even the odds.
Can they'd all have to like land in the 5-foot squares?
Well, they're all going to have to land. They will. I will say this: they will all land in the same spot. That I'm not worried about. My question, though, there is because we are going with Operation Croc Drop. You have the entire battlefield at your disposal, considering this is just going to happen. So where would you like the crocs dropped?
I still say
I
from
want them. Let me just get this little thing.
Man,
to draw.
Aaron's missing the
Fair.
most chaotic
I-
session
This is
yet.
amazing.
I want them as far away from the bloom crawler as possible, but nearest to where there's the most potential
Damage?
havoc.
Okay, so
I want it down by this guy that has the thing on his head.
so
like
you want to
precision-
drop the crocs up here on the high platform.
Lucas, it's like a precision airstrike.
Yeah.
We want to not have as many casualties. However, civilian casualties are acceptable.
Right.
And I
Right.
want the fireball at the top, so we're splitting the people. So it's like there are 2 different directions going. We swoop in afterward and get the lovely bloom crawler. and then see what else we can do.
All right, so just to make sure,
Divide and conquer.
you want a group of crocodiles dropped up on this top platform, right?
Yeah, I want
Okay.
that festering blob to die.
Oh
Okay.
Lord.
That's all I need to know. So,
They're shriekers.
I
What's
was
that
gonna suggest closer to the blue crawler, but that's not. I don't. Really,
I'm afraid of them
I
to
don't
like
really
stomping it or something, you know?
I'm gonna go with whatever your suggestions are.
Just go. Unleash hellfire.
And then Smith,
Weapons hot.
you do the fireball at the top.
Not only are they
Fireball
getting a
works.
precision airstrike, they're getting a nuclear warhead dropped on them as well.
Will they be able to see where the fireball's coming from?
So exciting.
well, let me see, because
If
fireball.
the alligators dropped first,
Yes,
and then
because it's a bright streak flashes from your pointing finger. So, if anyone was paying attention in this bottom corner, wherever you would be casting it from, a streak would go there. But I think most of their attention would be paid up that direction.
and
Perfect.
the alligators. So I hope they're not going to really see us. Yes. Okay. It's exciting.
Okay,
Let's go.
animate. Be gentle.
5
Be
crocs
gentle.
It is.
Don't
Hold on.
claw the poor baby
Is 5 all we
plant
have?
if it dies.
Or does everyone else want to hold on to theirs?
Well, we have.
Well, because I have one that they have to drop to make the terrain,
Yep.
and then 3
And then-
that'll make.
So
that'll
you
make 3
so
total for
yeah. So
mine.
from Hannah, it's going to be so Hannah has the swamp and then 2 crocs. There's the one from Smith, the one from Seftis, and the one from Iluna.
That's
I
right,
don't
yeah,
have
so
any
5
alligator
crocs.
teeth because I didn't take any.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
Well,
5
The-
crocs it is, and I have 14 more to bind later on.
I could, however, load up the crossbow and I could fire some of the black dragon acid bolts.
Yeah. That'd be great. At the 2 that are nearby, yeah.
Yep.
So that they get killed before they see that streak of flame. Yeah.
Now, if I polymorph something, does it remain like its own thoughts? Does it have
Yes. So when you polymorph something, the only things that actually change about it are its physical traits. So, for example, a T-Rex, if you were to do that, that creature would gain the strength, dex, and con of a T-Rex, but would keep the intelligence, wisdom, and charisma of themselves.
like,
Listen,
the target's
even if you
game
don't make
statistics,
Seftis a
including mental
T-Rex-
ability scores, are replaced by the statistics of the chosen beast?
You should just be a T-Rex, me.
Oh, I would be all for that.
Hold on.
Listen, one way or another,
Run
me is
through.
mounting Seftis. It's gonna happen. Either I'm riding on
my.
his back piggyback as I'm firing and he's slashing.
Oh,
or
that's
I-
right. That's right. It retains its alignment personality. So it's still going to be like, if it's me, it's still going to be chaotic. So-
Like if I transformed one of them, like a bad guy, it won't attack its bad guy buddies, right?
No, it is still
It'll
going
attack
to.
us. Okay.
Yeah,
But they might attack it.
that is a true possibility.
Uh-huh.
And they see it die and they're like, wait, what? Who? Rufus? What happened?
Well, I have 2 crossbows at the ready to fire. Crossbolts. I think I combined bolts and bow and it came
Yeah, you
out
did.
horribly.
Yeah, it was great.
I just had a stroke.
No.
Now, I'm assuming if sleep was cast on someone, they would know it. If they
Um,
didn't, if they passed, they would know it was cast on them.
No. So that's if you cast sleep on somebody, that just you roll the dice. It affects an amount of creatures within that area, up to whatever the total dice pool was. The last creature is just unaffected.
Ooh.
So, because sleep is, I will say this, sleep is a lot more powerful at early levels. Now, against these orcs, it actually, it would still be an okay thing, but like, at first level, it's 5d8, and it's 2d8 for every additional level. So, if for example you cast that, and let's say that you rolled, you were casting it at, I don't know, 4th level. You might roll 52 hit points. So if you cast that on this group of orcs over here by this, by this barricade, it's going to.
These two to the right next to us.
Oh, the two to the right, yeah. So if you rolled 52, that's going to affect both of them. But if you say only rolled 23, it's going to affect. First level is 5d8. So if I do it on my side, I just rolled 31, so that would affect them. But you also have the option, that it could only roll, say, 5 hit points, and it's not going to affect, any one of them. It has to at least, if you do at least, its hit points, you'll knock that one out. The other one's just unaffected.
I'm thinking about having Iggy cast it on those two.
Oh, I see. Him casting sleep.
I have hold monster as well, but I have to be within 90 feet.
Hold monster is like super powerful. We don't need to use that necessarily. I have hold person, which
I'm going full.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Iggy also has invisibility.
Oh, that's true.
Huh. You did teach him invisibility, because you and I talked about this. And I was like, you don't, because no, we talked about polymorph. I was like, you don't have polymorph, so he's not going to know it. And you're like, I have polymorph. And I'm like, okay, Iggy can know that. So yeah, Iggy has invisibility and polymorph.
Nice.
I love it. Oh, did we full rest before we left? I'm so sorry.
You short rest. So only do a short rest.
Full rest, shouldn't we?
You should, yeah. You guys did not fight anybody since you woke up. So, and I don't think any of you used any abilities or skills.
Yeah, I think I didn't finally, because we had done I think I had done one spell. I can't remember when I did that spell.
Everyone
so
but me should be good.
Oh, no, you did. You did use the spell Sending. Whenever you guys were traveling down there, because you reached out to Zelene about the or Lenine about the orcs, and she's like, oh fuck, they just want money, just they should be all right if you just pay up.
Oh, okay, so I only have one slot used because we had rested the night before, I think, when I was talking to the pugs. Okay, just wanted to make sure before I didn't want to clear anything out.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Right, I think we might be ready.
Okay, so just
go.
give me the first, what is the solid plan? I know Anime is going to fly up and drop the 5 crocs onto that top platform. What else is happening? Yes, on the bottom right.
Fireball to the top left to hit those 4, I think.
Okay, give me 1 second to...
That's going to be big enough, right, to get all 4?
Yeah.
And me going to fire 2 of his Black Dragon acid crossbows at these 2.
I was going to have
with
which one, the
Iggy
next
there
2?
Are you talking about these 2 down here?
Yes.
I was going to have Iggy sleep those.
Sleep them. I thought you were going to slit their throat. Never mind.
I mean, if they're asleep and you slit their throats.
That's even better. Yeah. I'm so proud of you.
And that'll give us time to sneak up there if he's sleeping. Or we could hold person him if necessary, but I'm hoping sleep should be good.
No, I think sleep and then slit their throats better. Yeah.
Or we could just tie him up. Do we really need to slit their throats?
They need to die. They took my daughter's bloom crawler, okay?
Listen, I'm shooting the 2 near us anyways.
So do you want to have Iggy hold off on burning a first level spell? All right, so my understanding, the first thing that's going to happen is we're going to get some crocs, we're going to get a fireball, and then we're going to have 2 shots at the orcs down here on this lower platform. Jared, do you want to do this all simultaneously when you guys see the crocs and Smith cast fireball? Do you want to kill them, or do you want to wait until anything has played out?
Probably, maybe a split second after the fireball goes off, of like, this is how I'm going to do it. After the fireball goes off, because I know it's going the crocodiles, then the fireball, and then I will fire my bolts at the orcs if they don't start running towards the explosion.
Okay, cool. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
So, I want to have
Where?
Iggy
I
do
think you
anything.
should just stay invisible.
Not invisible.
No, can he make himself invisible?
He
can.
could if he could if that and
I
that
think
yeah
he should
that's
be invisible, so he can just sneak up and do whatever he needs to do, and then he'll be uninvisible. He'll be
They-
Yeah,
visible,
you
so
can have
he'll
him
be
look for the
uninvisible.
clothing.
well
Oh, that's even
Save
better.
invisibility for all of us, so
Yeah,
we can retreat.
keep in mind Iggy does have Iggy has 4th level spell slots.
Yeah,
So with 4th level spell slots with invisibility, that would be 4 people. Or if Smith cast invisibility with his 5th level spell, that would be 5 of you would have invisibility. And Jared has his own means and methods.
I really
thought
do.
that we were doing the invisibility so that she could drop the crocs and not be seen, and then go
He's
for the bloom.
already invisible. It's for an hour.
Well, no, it's only invisible for an hour as long as Smith is concentrating on it. So Smith has to break concentration if he would want to cast invisibility again.
Okay.
So basically what it would be is have anime drop the alligators, and if they're distracted by the alligators, get rid of the invisibility on anime as the fireball's hitting over there, and then go like that, and hoping they don't see anime as they're too distracted.
No, fireball's not concentration.
Oh, okay.
He can maintain on anime until she got back to you guys, and then if from there you all wanted to go invisible in, Iggy and Smith could get everyone except for one person.
Which I will be the one person that doesn't get it just because of stealth and weird ghost bullshit powers.
Right. You have the ability to turn
Are we doing
incorporeal.
invisibility worst case scenario, or?
Yes.
I thought we were going invisible to look for clothing while this was happening.
I thought we were just brute forcing our way in, with everyone distracted.
I'm okay with that.
I wanted to just split them up because I don't want them all in one spot, but I think we should.
Listen, if we're all invisible, we can be invisible and get that first hit off of them as well, and be like, "Hey, we just appeared, and this is all the carnage we've done."
I say we save the level 5 invisibility and the level 4 invisibility, so like worst case scenario.
Regardless, I'm ready. I'm primed. Crossbow at the ready.
Yeah, run away and be invisible.
Okay.
Okay,
with that,
so
Iggy?
Iggy nods. I'm ready whenever you are. As he's like, prepping, he's like adjusting his hat. Now, just out of curiosity, because I know it was mentioned, but it was not mentioned as part of this last plan, is the plan for Anime to snatch up Bulba on her way back to you guys once she drops the Crocs.
Yeah, as long as
I thought that's what we were doing.
Just get her to safety, one less thing to worry about.
Okay.
Now, would that
still be invisible, won't she?
She would still be invisible because she's just dropping something. She's not attacking.
Yeah, she's not
picking that up when counts as like an action or anything like that. You can pick.
No, it's still invisibility is more specifically casting a spell or attacking, and that's why I was saying with Hannah, if you threw caltrops, that's not an attack. That's you throwing something on the ground. The caltrops just become visible. So basically, if anybody had their eye to the sky in this moment, they're just going to see 6 crocodile teeth just appear and start to fall, and then things are going to happen. And at that
point, all of a sudden.
What's that?
Or is Bulba going to be invisible?
No, that is going to be the thing, because it's only the stuff that they're carrying whenever the spells well, actually I guess the teeth would be, well, no, she would have the teeth concealed.
Because she has her claws.
Yeah, she has her claws around it. But when she goes down and snatches up Bulba, that is not going to pass on the invisibility to her. So Bulba will just start flying away.
I just think that would be hysterical, though. The alligators fireball, and then they just see this small little Bulbasaur gets picked up, starts flying
They
away.
knew they messed
Flying
with the
away.
wrong alligator. That was their baby.
Yep.
Yeah, just I guess bring Bulba down to us, and then we'll I guess go in and look for the
Yeah,
program.
Bulba can hide in the bush.
Okay. All right. So let's play this
Ready.
chaos out.
Yeah, let's do it.
So
One's favor or whatever it's called.
yeah.
It's on favor, yeah.
And we're just gonna ignore the poor little kobold.
Yep. There is just a
That's
poor
fine.
little wee kobold in there.
We can
Well-
have them be our ally at the end.
He might be
Hopefully,
collateral
we can save it.
damage.
I
We'll
love
see.
kobolds. No, no.
All right.
In honor
So
of Kelf, Kobold's
Yeah.
gotta go.
kobold's gotta die. Yep. All kobolds gotta die.
No.
All right. So Anime picks up these teeth, and starts to fly away.
Oh, that's something I'm gonna say, or I started to say,
Uh huh.
to wait until those orcs nearest the Bulbasaur have actually moved away.
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
she-
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So
Let's go.
you see the teeth there in that are outstretched in Albina's hand as she collected all these crocodile teeth. You don't see Anime picking them up as she is invisible, but you see them disappear and she starts to fly off. I need everyone to roll me a stealth check because you guys are going to have to move up and get within range of everything that's going to be going on, especially for Smith to cast Fireball.
Even though it's like 150 feet.
26.
Even though, yeah, it's 150 feet, but from where you guys currently are, even if you start right where you are on the map, that's still about 135 feet up to where you want that Fireball.
Wait,
So,
whatever. I rolled.
oh yeah, you got a nat 20, which means you get inspiration.
I need that inspiration.
I already have inspiration. Wait,
Wow,
take
you
it.
all suck.
Can I
Do
take
I-
her inspiration then?
that's
she can give it to
accurate because
someone,
there's not been a day since.
Unless you rolled a persuasion check or something last session, you should not have inspiration.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, unless you rolled a nat 20 last session, but I don't believe I had any die rolls last time. But you have it now.
Yeah,
So.
I don't remember. Well, I was
Wouldn't
just
waste
thinking
it.
I could give it away, but
Don't waste it. I'm not
So
gonna waste mine.
you guys start to march your way up. As you are, you're noticing that the ground around here is now getting more and more littered with arrows, and they are starting to snap underneath your feet. You're starting to hear this as you're walking along. You get to a point, and you can see these two orcs that are standing over here. They start to look around, and you.
Which two words? The ones
Uh,
that are on the bottom right, bottom
The
left,
two,
sorry?
yeah, the two that are on the bottom right. Like, as you guys are starting to make your way up, you guys don't know where Anime is. She has now started to fly off, towards the towards where her goal is. Where she's planning on dropping, some crocodile bombs.
What's the range on sleep and hold person? Or I can find it 60 feet on hold person. What's on sleep?
Sleep is
Dude,
90 feet.
I was gonna say I can just take the shot on those two now since I'm not really venturing with you guys. I'm kind of staying back, and I rolled decent
Why
on the
wait until
stealth.
they're about to spot us, like very last minute.
well, that's something I was saying. Why are we all
Moving up.
walking? Yeah.
I didn't know why I was moving either.
Well, no, I figured you guys were all moving up together as a group so that if shit goes down, you are
Ready to go, yeah.
ready to go. If
And I
you
need
want
move up with fireball.
right, Smith has to move up to cast Fireball. So if you guys want to stay back where you were, stay at that 200-foot range, that's entirely up to you.
I mean, I'll tag along with Smith if nobody else was going. I was just saying that way they were within range of my
Sure.
bolts in case if they weren't distracted. But if nobody else is going with Smith, I'll sneak along with Smith because if they start getting close
I
to
was just gonna
spotting
sit back
us,
and
I'll take the
watch.
shot.
Okay. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, before
Yeah,
they
well,
spot me, can I slow down? Like, hearing I'm making noise, can I like slow down, like, and be super extra careful?
well, I mean, yeah, that's why I had you roll, because it's at that point, like, even with you being, super extra careful, they're starting to, like, look
They haven't
around
spotted
and
us
like looking out into the forest.
yet. And how far away are we?
You guys would be maybe about 50 feet away from them.
Okay.
I mean, I can take the
Can I have
shot.
Iggy
I'll
with
look
us
at.
too? Does Iggy need to roll stealth?
Iggy does need to roll stealth. I actually forgot about that.
I was gonna say, as they're starting
Iggy's
to
on
look at us,
Smith's shoulders.
as
Yeah.
they're starting to look at
What is
us,
that,
I'll
based
look
on
at
dex?
Smith and be like,
Mhm.
"You want me to take the shot?"
So that's +1, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah, part
Can't
of
do
the
worse than
reason
I
I was asking, 'cause I don't know Anime would know where to find me, I guess, to come back.
Well, you still have your telepathy.
Yeah, but only if she gets 120 feet from, I don't know. I don't want to go too far from where we
Okay.
were.
That's
Yeah,
for
I
yeah,
mean,
that's
particular
perfectly fine.
reason.
you could probably just tell her as she's traveling back that you're staying right where you are, so she
Yeah.
can
But
know where to go
120
back
feet's
to.
not.
Well, so the thing to consider is where she's dropping those off is about 180 feet from where Smith, Iggy, and me are. So then it's like she'd be about 230 feet for where you are. So yeah, like once she got to about what would it be? You
Well,
guys are
she'd be
back.
getting to the bloom crawler.
Well, pretty much whenever she gets to where these two orcs are right here, that's the point that she would be out of your telepathic range. So,
Okay.
oh wait, it's 120. You guys are 50 feet back.
You can
So it'd
keep
be
an
70
eye out
feet.
for when she grabs the bloom
Yeah.
crawler, essentially, and then tell her like I'm still here or something, right?
So it'd be about here that you would gain her her telepathy back right here on this level.
'Cause
Okay.
she's coming back with the bloom crawler anyway.
I would say sleep before they notice us.
Sleep?
So I guess they're about to notice us. So
They are
Yeah.
looking around towards the
That's
forest.
That's why me just kind of goes over to Smith and goes, "Do you want me to take the shot, or are you gonna use something
yet.
else?"
Not yet. I'll whisper. What
Okay.
is sleep like level 2 versus level 1?
So level
Extra
2 would
D8.
be 7d8, level 1 is 5d8.
Okay. There's no way to look it up without like. I'm looking at the extras thing right now, looking at its spells. Like
There's not in there. The only thing that I could really say is go to this link that I post in the chat. And then whenever you need to look up his spell, just type in what the spell is. Unfortunately, it is in there. It is in Beyond's plans to have the ability to view spells in that list, but right now it's just not possible.
and he can upcast it just like anyone else can.
Correct.
Okay. And I just had to keep track of the spell slots myself.
Right. That is kind of the one thing that you have to do, which you can do that under the notes, so, or just keep like a sticky note or something.
Notes where?
Like-
the extra?
Like click the notes next to description, and you can go like under allies, put Iggy, and then put like first level slots for second level slots, and then just keep track of it in there. However you have to do it, it's your call.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever makes sense for you.
And I don't have any idea how hardy these guys are, right?
No, you don't.
We'll do it at the level. Is that 2 level 2s?
So yeah, level 2 would be 7d8.
Which we'll do that. So
Okay.
should I go ahead and roll that?
Yep, go ahead and roll 7d8.
No, can you do this pretty inconspicuously? I didn't look at what it.
Sleep is verbal, somatic, and material. So he does have to say something, but you guys are you guys are at least a distance enough away that if he says something, it's not exactly going to be heard, or it might be the last thing they do hear.
Okay.
Yeah, because then they'll be asleep for a
Let me roll.
minute. Yep. Okay.
34.
So here's how this first part plays out. the three of you move up, and you get within, line of sight of this hillside. You can see the rocky outcroppings going up. You can see the orcs up on this platform. They're walking around. They are carrying with them. They each have great axes, but they also have javelins strapped to their backs. You could see the windmill broken as Iluna described it before. And as you start crunching through some of these arrows that are just strewn and laid about the ground, you start to notice that they are taking interest in these noises, that crunching sound. It almost gives you some idea of why there are so many arrows laid around this area as almost a defensive tactic, as a kind of passive alarm. But it's as they're looking out, and you just hear these grumbles and then all of a sudden, like, they look and they go, and then just, and they both hit the ground,
Nice.
asleep. You can hear snoring.
We got a minute. We got to do this.
It's at this
Let's
point that you hear this coming from the top of the hill, as all of a sudden chaos ensues. These 5 giant crocodiles, keep in mind crocodiles are large, all of a sudden just explode out. There is wood and rock and everything being strewn about up there as you hear this chaos and orcs just screaming and shouting. Do you cast Fireball?
I do.
Okay.
Let's see here. I think I already hit it. Did I cast it? Yes. Yes, I already casted it. Okay, so 8d6. I thought I already hit it. It says I still have 10 charges. Maybe I didn't hit it.
All right. Go ahead and we'll go ahead and use the charges now.
Okay. And
All
that
of a
was
sudden,
rapid roll. That was what did I roll?
You are going to roll 8d6?
I did roll
Ooh,
it.
that's a
Didn't I roll?
nice. Ooh,
Oh,
23.
wait.
Yeah, but how many ones did I roll? I didn't see it.
Hold on.
Two.
Oh god, I hate when it doesn't actually show. There it goes. You rolled 2 ones, so you can re-roll 2d8 or 2d6.
No, it just counts it as a 2.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah. So you're up to 25 damage. All right, so I gotta make some dex saves. What's your spell save DC?
18.
18.
It's almost as if they were lined up perfectly for a fireball.
I like the graphic on there.
I love
Yeah,
it.
it's not often that I actually have the wherewithal to pull that one out for you. I felt like this cinematic moment was the right one.
I approve. Like,
Perfect. I love it.
All right, so hold on. I gotta add these guys. To initiative just so I can start to affect their health. Shit. All right, so that was how much? 25 damage. Okay, so this guy blown to bits.
nice.
This guy is
Excuse me.
hurt. Zoom tight.
Bless you,
Right.
Peach.
And that. So you so like I said, there is all of this chaos going up on the top of the hillside. You cast Fireball over this streak of light, just burning through the air over to here as a giant ball of fire engulfs the front. Just this. You see the 2 orc bodies that were on the edges of these higher platforms just get launched off. As the fireball starts to roll up and disappear, you see that there are still 2 standing there. They appear very injured and hurt, as the entire area is scorched. It's at this point you hear the sound of a horn being bellowed, this loud droning, as the entire camp mobilizes into action. You can see that there are orcs now rushing their way up to the top of this campsite where where the horn came from. There are even some coming out of this tent that are up there that were not seen before. The chaos continues as orcs are trying to make their way over to see the fireball and everything that happened over there. You notice Smith at over here as you're watching everything unfold. At this part, there's actually a gate that the orcs are having to move over and set off to the side in order to get down there. As they are starting to make their way down, you can see the orcs that were up where this battle was going on between Bulba and the little kobold are. They are starting to mobilize and move out into position. And again, it appears as if there is just all kinds of chaos going on as they are trying to move and get out of there and see what is going on. And you see that the ones that were over here at this station start to move up to try and handle the crocodiles that are up on top. Do you do anything within the first, say, few seconds of everything happening?
Anime, go anime.
Yeah, we don't see Bulba flying yet, do we?
You do not. Is that what you are waiting for?
Partially, because I want to use something that causes concentration.
Okay. Well, do me a favor, Stacy. I need you to roll me an attack. I need Anime to roll a shred attack.
That's just her trying to grab the balls.
Nope.
No.
But I figured I wouldn't take a roll away from you.
He's gonna rip up the Bulbasaur into little tiny pieces because bird of prey.
No.
I don't suppose we can say I have the flying carpet, do we? Can we?
I don't think that you ever said that you ever gave it back to Cephas when you guys got down to
Yeah,
Axel.
but I never officially put it in my inventory either.
That's true. All right, roll again because she gets 2 attacks.
This is funny.
And then roll me some damage for both of those.
I don't like these secret rolls for nothing.
I do. I think they're great.
So she's no longer
But
invisible.
clearly
Right?
not nothing.
She's not.
Do I get the sense that my invisibility spell ended?
You do, as you see this happening, Smith, as the chaos is ensuing, as all the orcs that were standing around here have all started to run off. You're waiting for that moment to see the bloom crawler start to be lifted off, but you feel your concentration end. As that happens, you see Anime starting to fly towards you. She does appear to have something bulbous in her claws, and you can see that there is something that is like attached to it. That there is a rope attached to this thing. As she's flying over to you, she is no longer invisible, and you can see that there was the rope that was tied around Bulba's neck that was tied to the pen that she was in, that she had to break her out of.
Makes sense.
Had to attack.
Correct. So, had you guys not done everything you did, that would have
Should've
been.
known that. Well, you said it was on a rope.
I did say it was on a rope.
Damn it,
but
I was so hoping that Anime just went rogue and clawed the shit out of Bulbasaur.
but you see her fly into the tree line right above you and start to head back to where your companions are.
Iggy, can you make me fly?
He nods,
Okay.
and he casts fly on you.
I am.
You're gonna fly? I'm
I'm gonna
jealous.
fly. And
I want to fly.
I'm thinking about turning invisible too. But I don't know if that'll be necessary.
Get the kobold out of there. Save him.
Yes, I am going to fly and see what's going on, get an aerial view of things. Not like super high that like ideally everyone sees me. Kind of just like
Put Iggy on your back. Just take him with you. Then he can cast invisibility.
And I'll suggest that me move in and tie up the two orcs or
He said slit first.
handle them somehow. That's all I'll say.
Oh, handle
And,
them somehow.
Make sure to do it quick before they come to. So I'm assuming these alligators are dead. It looks like.
Yeah. So as you are starting to fly up, you are noticing that there is a fair amount of carnage going on up there. You like as you are looking over. You can see that a lot of the orcs that moved up from that firing squad, they are just being rocked through by these alligators. The ones that were up there that were kind of keeping archer points, same thing. The crocodiles are just swinging wildly, trying to just take out as many things as they can. But you can see that the other orcs that are there very quickly stamp out this offensive. The thing that you notice, Smith, as you are flying, this one that is up here, he appears to be fighting with a massive longsword. Sorry, it's this one. Okay. Yeah, the one that here, I'm going to zoom in for those of you watching at home. So yeah, this one is fighting with a longsword. These three, though, they are fighting with... one of them has a spear that he's standing with. The other two, you notice that they are actually they have cast spiritual weapon. You recognize this as coming from Albina and knowing that, but they have also... they have conjured spiritual spears that are attacking these orcs as this is going on.
Wait, attacking the orcs?
Or sorry, the crocodiles. My apologies. When you are starting to get closer, you can actually see that the orcs that were up here on this platform, they have this one held by ropes. That there are ropes actually attached to it, that they are holding it back from going up there.
That's what it does.
And
where's the leader? Which one's the leader, as far as we could tell?
This is the one who is sitting in the throne.
All right, bloody?
He is not. No, you see him. None of the ones that have the more ornate clothing and armor, they don't seem bloody, but the other orcs have gone down. But the thing is that you will notice that the one who came out of the tent, this one right here, you can see that it has its hand on this one's shoulder, and you can see that it seems as if it concentrated on a spell for a moment.
Okay. Can I do another fireball by chance, or do we gotta let some other stuff play out?
Well, yeah, we gotta let some other stuff play out. So
okay.
Say when the bloom
Can I say one thing?
Sorry. Come back. That Iluna will try to protect the bloom crawler and put it in one of her bags. Does it need to breathe? Like the bag of holding is a bad place for it.
Stat block doesn't say that it is
living creature, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a plant, so it still needs oxygen.
Then in her backpack.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because I was gonna say if it specifically said that it didn't need to breathe like a construct, that would be one thing, but it doesn't say anything about that.
And make sure
before me goes out,
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of just gonna like reach and tap his shoulder, like, "Hey, you think we should drag those in here so no one notices them tied up?"
Me just go ahead and smiles and says, "Don't worry, I have it handled."
You're not here, are you?
I'll say, yeah. I thought you were back. with
you
with Iluna and Cephas.
I'm not near you.
Yeah.
Where is he now? I thought he was like
me, Smith, and Iggy are
10,
still up.
20 feet.
No, me, Smith, and Iggy are like they're like 50 feet up ahead of you guys. They're up at the edge of the forest. You said that you were hanging back with Iluna and Cephas.
Oh, okay. I was just counting the squares.
No, yeah. I
Close
just
enough to read-
like I said,
okay.
I just don't
Never
have
mind, never mind.
I just don't have space to move you guys further back.
Oh yeah, no, that's okay then. That's the only reason I was like, oh, I can see if Vina can help him, but never mind.
All right, so yeah, like I said, you see all this chaos unfolding. Most of the orcs have started to make their way either going up to the top, trying to see what was going on up there, or they're trying to head out to the front to see what all the commotion was out front. But you do see that there are still some like collected in the middle that are like, left and right, not really knowing which way to go. Back with Iluna, Albina, and Cephas, as you guys hear this chaos ensuing further up ahead on this hill, and you hear the explosion come from Smith's fireball, about, a few seconds go by, and after some time, you hear, like, coming through the forest, you eventually see Anime and this small little bloom crawler coming through the trees as she lands next to you, setting down Bulba. You can see that she has, Bulba has a rope tied around her neck. She has these cuts and scratches kind of all across her body, and the rope appears to be so tight that it's like digging into her. It's like creating this red mark around her neck.
Well, Iluna would take care of all that first, and she would just quietly say Maggie's friend, if that would make any sense to the poor little plant.
Yeah, the plant, the Bulba's kind of like looking up at all of you, and it has terror in its eyes. Like, it doesn't know what's happening. All it knows at this point is that, a minute ago, it was being kicked into a battle arena with a kobold, as the kobold was, coming up and scratching at it, and it was trying to, spit at it and, like, lash its tongue out just to try and defend itself. And then all of a sudden, chaos ensues, explosions are going on, and it is being now lofted into the air by this green bird.
Aw.
I would
Do something to make
try
it
to
sleep
comfort it.
or
Yeah,
heal.
it can't get inside of one of those orbs, can it? They have to be attuned.
No, it just has to be an empty orb.
It just has to be empty.
Yeah, you can like, you have to basically, whatever is
Like
already
Piper.
in it, you have to then say, like, okay, you're gone, now you're in the
Get in the
orb.
backpack.
I think I would probably kick out Piper, put Piper in my backpack,
Yeah, Piper can get on my shoulder too if she wants.
and then put this scared thing into its little hyper sleep, and it can just.
Heal.
Does it seem like it needs healing?
It is alive, is what I will say, but it seems like it is very hurt.
Well, I don't know. I always use my healing kits for humans. But
It's a creature, you could use your healing kit on it if you wanted to.
Would a medicine check allow me to know if it needs healing or if it'll be okay till
I will say eyeballs will tell you that it needs healing.
my eyeballs are? I already pressed the click, but I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
Yeah, no, they're like, this thing probably, if I had to put like a number on it from maybe like 1 to 15, this thing is probably at like 1 or a 2.
fine. I'll use a healing kit and then shove it into an orb.
Okay. I'm assuming you bring out Piper.
Yeah, Piper can go in my backpack.
Okay. You call forth Piper. See the little rat pops out, looks around, confused about what's going on. Do You said you're just putting Piper in the backpack?
Yeah, I'll whisper.
Okay. And then,
Stay. Be safe.
all right, and then you activate the orb and press it up against the bloom crawler, and you see that Bulba just pops into the orb.
I'd want
Safe
to
and
heal
sound.
it. Do I have to like make a use of healing kit? Or...
You do, yeah. You have to use your healing kit if you're not using any kind of magic. So.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use magic, but are you
Yep.
gonna say it's healed for how many? I don't even know what I have to
Well,
roll.
it's. I mean, your healer's your healer's feat is 1d6 plus 4 plus your level, so it's gonna get 13, just by any means, and that's either gonna put it at 14 out of 15 or 15 out of 15. So even if you rolled a 1 on a d6, it's gonna be at full hit points.
Okay, that's
I mean,
what
it's
I
still
was thinking.
it's still exhausted. You know, it's still like mentally scarred and emotionally drained.
Well, right now it's in the safest place it can be
Yeah.
available.
So yes, so Smith, you are flying up around as you're watching all of this unfold. You can see where all of this carnage up on this top platform has gone on. You can see that those crates and barrels that were up there have all been strewn across, most of them broken into, and inside of them you can see a variety of items, including some bags, and they are strewn across what appear to be clothing of variety of kinds. Also, as you look back, you see me standing over here, where the two orcs that you cast, that Iggy cast sleep on, you can see him tying them up against this wall and pouring a flask of oil around them.
I was told, handle them. I literally typed to Lucas going, I'm tying them up, I'm pouring oil from my flask around them, and I'm going to use my tinder box.
What is he doing down there? I'm just wondering myself.
As you are,
Do I know what this oil is or what he's doing?
I will say that, yeah, I will say that you see him like pouring this out, and then all of a sudden you just see him start to walk away and start to climb up this hill as a fire appears and just kind of right where they are.
Oh my goodness.
You said to handle them. That's what
I'm
you
alive.
said. You didn't. No. You retcon that. And all you
didn't
said was
specify.
handle them.
That's great.
Okay, so at this point, like I said, there is a ton of chaos going on still. Most of the orcs have either gone down here to where this explosion was. You can see that some of them have moved this front gate out of the way, and they are trying to, they're starting to go out and, look around this area to see what has happened. You can see some of them are starting to look around the area and investigate, as well as the other ones are up here, and they're just trying to keep an eye on everything, because they also know that something crazy went up on that top platform.
Where's
as
the
well.
clothing?
You can see that a lot of that stuff is strewn right here where all of these larger orcs are. So you imagine, where the crocodiles were dropped.
The leader's over there too, right?
Correct.
Or who I assume the leader is.
Yeah, it's safe to assume that. And you think to yourself that a well-placed fireball would probably do a fair amount of damage to these guys, but would also probably scorch the clothing.
That's exactly what I was worried about, yeah.
And you could probably place
It
it
would do what?
away from the crates, but it wouldn't hit everyone.
That's what I'm thinking too. So where is the clothing specifically? Is it everywhere over there?
Can they see him right now?
Or is it just like...
No,
certain
he's
spots?
invisible.
Oh, he is invisible. Okay.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
wondering.
he had-
Okay,
yeah,
he had-
he's
he had-
flying out there, not invisible.
But-
Wait, I thought you
go ahead.
I thought
did
you
not.
said you
Go
cast
ahead,
invisibility.
I thought about it, but I'll go ahead and cast it.
Okay. Like I said, it appears to be in this pile where these are. Because like I said, when the crocodiles were dropped, they just started fucking shit up. So everything got thrown around. So there was stuff in these crates. So it's kind of all over this place.
Okay.
So it would probably take a good minute to actually like go through, find the pieces that you need, and to be able to recover them.
Sorry, guys, I picked that spot for the Crocs.
So, what is occurring next in this cacophony of chaos?
Oh, I'm
Is
gonna.
going on from behind us? Like, is their team doing anything? Do I see them doing anything?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Like Seftis.
I'm still climbing.
Yeah, Seftis, Iluna,
Well,
and
point,
Albina.
Would I have seen anything other than them, like Smith and him leaving?
No.
I was kind of waiting for like a signal so we know.
Oh, you guys, you heard the
seeing the
chaos.
flaming orcs. You would be seeing the flaming orcs too.
Well, once
then
you get
then I would start creeping out.
Yeah, once you get closer up there, because you'd have to travel maybe about 50 feet to breach the tree line to see what was going on. But at that point, you could see like the scorched earth up to the north. You could see the burning orcs down here screaming in terror as they're tied up and burning alive. And you can also see like the debris and chaos that went up on top of the mountain or on the hill.
Yeah, once the bloom crawler got back safely, I'd kind of wonder what's going on and just slowly make my way out.
Okay. Is that the case for?
I wouldn't leave completely.
Okay. So is that the case for everyone else?
Yep, that's heading up that way.
Okay.
Iluna?
How
Same
far
thing?
does sending reach? Because I kind of want to talk to Smith, but like, where are you?
Sending is unlimited as long as they're on the same plane of existence.
I just want Albina to be like, what's going on? And Smith should just go, me lit orcs on fire.
Well, I'll see that, obviously, but I mean, like, once I get to the
you don't know if it was.
I don't see you.
But you don't know if it was me who did it. That could have been
No,
anyone.
I mean, I'll see the orcs on fire, but aren't you nearby them?
Oh no, I've already climbed up the next hill and working my way up. I kind of tied them up while they were asleep, poured oil on them, threw a match, and continued climbing.
Yeah, so that's why that's why I want to know what Iluna, Seftis, and Albina are doing.
Yeah, I would have moved up.
Well,
see things.
I'll probably be casting.
I was muted.
Much goes on, but I'll wait until see what they do.
What'd you say, Smith?
I'll be casting some sort of fireball or some sort of fire spell here in a moment.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of wait and see what kind of happens here.
And did you say, Hannah, that you were going to cast Sending to confer with Smith about what's going on?
No, I mean, I'm just going to cast my Spirit Guardians when I see the orcs on fire, because I don't know what's going on.
Okay. All right, so yeah.
When we move out there, I'll be like, okay, what's going on?
Like I said, you guys get up here.
An hour, right? Or 10 minutes? Fly?
What's that?
How long does fly last?
Yeah,
10 minutes. Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, you guys, the three of you, you head up to the edge of the tree line. You can see Iggy crouched here, hiding amongst the brush and the tree. And ahead of you, like I said, you can see the chaos that has unfolded. A lot of orcs have made their way up to the front of the gate. They're starting to look out and explore around the area. You can see that there's still a bunch in the center of the camp, as well as there is still a lot of chaos going up at the top. There's shouting, there's yelling, and everything going on. And as you guys start to breach out through the tree line, you see me climbing up this embankment, heading up to the next platform, as a fire is now burning underneath these two orcs that have been tied up. And as you get out there, as the three of you reach the tree line, Iggy looks up at the three of you and says, me scares me a bit. That was intense.
so somewhere along the wind, they just hear his laughter, and they all get an image of his shit-eating grin.
And we all get eerie goosebumps.
When Anime was flying around initially,
Mm-hmm.
she would have noticed all that, all the crates and barrels and stuff,
Yeah.
but not noticed any of it was clothing.
Well, everything was inside of the crates and barrels. When the crocodiles dropped
then
and
they
started
broke
going,
open.
yeah, they broke shit. So like, there is planks of wood, there is debris. Some of the stuff that was in there is broken and shattered across the ground up there.
Okay.
So
I feel like I missed something from the before, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like while on the map, these are where the barrels are. Everything is just kind of all over the place up here now.
okay, and only Smith noted what was in there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was getting at. I was like, I don't remember clothing being mentioned before. I must have.
Yep. Yeah, it wasn't mentioned before.
Describing all the chaos.
Like I said, it wasn't mentioned before specifically, but like I said, that's where you could only see barrels and crates and everything up there.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know what I would do.
So in a sense, I
Probably
helped us.
me.
We all helped ourselves to find the clothing. It's just a little stomped on because
Yeah,
we threw
little
the
bit.
alligators there. Saved ourselves some searching.
What are you eating, Hannah?
Oh,
Sounds
I'm so
crunchy.
Sorry. I didn't know it was so loud.
It's fine. I don't
It is some super spicy pork rinds. Ooh.
Okay. You know what? Funny thing is, I was gonna say pork rinds because it sounds like a hollow crunch.
It does.
Yeah, it is. Ooh.
That type of.
That's just
Where'd
my
you put the
heart.
camera?
A hollow
Very
crunch.
All right. So, as everything is going on, Smith, what do you do as you are invisibly flying above this camp? And as you look back, you can see me has set ablaze these two orcs.
Well, Smith definitely doesn't approve, but there's not much he can do about it.
Like I said, you can see that.
I don't approve of
Make
this.
a whole line of fire on orcs earlier.
What's up?
Yeah,
Well,
you
that's
can
different.
fireball
That's
orcs, but as soon
different.
as I tie them up and light them on fire, that's frowned upon. Seems
Yeah,
kind of
it's
hypocritical.
sleeping and tied up.
Yeah, it's like they were
Tied up.
asleep.
They're
You
tied
tied them up, and they're waking up to their smoke inhalated death.
Great.
Listen, all's fair in love and war, Lucas.
Hey, I'm not saying anything, buddy.
You're just happy I don't have napalm, or else the orc children would be.
Sure.
No. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna be on mute for a moment.
What?
All right.
Actually, wait. I have oil. Does anyone have styrofoam?
Oh my god. All right. So what are you doing at this moment, Smith?
Do I see any other barrels or any other clothing near the big group of other people here, like in the middle here?
No. The only thing that you notice as you get up into this area, like I said, there are some carts here in the center. There are some horses. These horses are like trying to pull. Right here.
Shit, I see them now.
Okay. So yeah, there were some horses. They were they're tied up to the fence post there, but you can see like they're trying to pull out. They don't know what the fuck's going on. You can even see the orcs going over, like trying to get them back into order. You notice that one of the carts over here has been destroyed, and there's still one more here. As far as any kind of gear or anything like that, the only two places that you're seeing anything is all the destroyed stuff and all the strewn about things up on the top of the hill. And there's 3 crates that appear in this cart. But you can't see what's in those. Yeah, you can see that there's some supplies in this cart, but you don't know what is in there.
I'm thinking maybe wall of fire would be the best way to not hurt the horses and get a good bit of them. I don't know. Actually, let's do a fireball beneath, like, below the horses. Try to get as many of them as I can there.
A fireball below the horses, so maybe about there.
Something like that.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit more left and a little. Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah.
Can I avoid the carts?
Can you what?
Maybe avoiding the carts a little bit.
So here's the thing to keep in mind. If you want to, okay, hold on. It's going to be easier if I do it this way, because this is going to show, come on, get back on the other map. 20 feet. There we go. So the thing is with this, if you do this here, you can hit these orcs, but the moment you start like moving it over here, you're going to risk the horses, and any more over here, you're going to risk the carts. So like pretty much right there is the only way to really get them, because even still, these guys out here are going to take, probably like a little bit of the damage, just because they're like, this is still these are still some like decent sized half walls and stuff. So they'll still take the damage. I'm not saying that they won't, but I'm just saying it's kind of like that's like the one spot that you could see that could hit as many as you could.
I think for a second. I might just. So I see everyone moving in, kind of deal.
As you look back at that point, the only person that you saw was me, but you imagine with the fireball going off, that is going to spurn your party on, especially knowing that you saw Anime fly past with Bulba.
We
Any of these
can see
abilities?
Smith. Oh wait, no, he's invisible. Never mind.
Correct.
None of these are bloodied, right? None of these have been hurt.
Mm-mm. The only ones that had been hurt were the ones that you killed, the 2 that you damaged, and then some of the basic orcs that were up on this top platform when the crocodiles first appeared.
How about a 60-foot cone from the right, going left?
From the right going left?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
So like
how do
a
I
greater than
draw 'em?
sign.
Yeah.
What's the length of it? What's the length of this cone?
60 foot. Well, let me read it. It's Fontifier. It's
Oh.
60-foot cone. Must make a con save.
Yeah, but I'm saying like to what direction are you casting this?
I'm casting it to the left from the right. So I'm trying to get most of those orcs in a. Let me
Wait.
see if I can just draw here.
I'll say you're from what I'm hearing, you're saying to the left.
I'm casting it to the left, yes. So I
So-
would have to be to the right. No, I would be up top right, the other set of orcs, where my fireball is.
So you want it to go
would
like
move.
this.
Yes.
Oh,
Kinda.
you would.
That would probably work.
So
I was thinking about moving to
Double
the right.
damage.
oh, so you were going to move up to here?
Kinda. That was my original plan, but that might work too. Is what am I hurting with that? Anything?
Well, keep in mind. Let me see what the limitations on this are. So the thing is that your action is going to be to have the flying carpet move.
No, I'm flying. Iggy's got me flying.
Oh, that's
Remember?
right. He just has you flying. Fuck. That's right.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay.
We'll
So
just lose invisibility soon.
yeah, your invisibility is going to pop. Does fly
Correct.
give you a
That I understand.
60-foot speed? Yes. Okay. Cool. Because I just want to know how far you can move. Okay. Yeah, you could definitely move up to about here.
What do you think would be better? Like more advantageous for my character?
That's that. I mean, that's
That's-
entirely.
How
I'm-
can we screw you over, Game Master?
I'm trying
It's
to not hit the cart or the horse.
you're
I
trying
think
to
where
not.
I was a good spot, I think.
Oh, I just noticed the horses. I'm so. Wow.
I mean, if you did that, that is going to get you more than the circle can.
Look
you know-
at
What
the
about back
pepperoni
where you
pizza.
had
I
me
love it.
originally? I kind of like where you had me originally, to be honest. Now that you did that. Yeah.
I mean, that's
Walls be in the way.
well, yeah. That's
Fire.
the thing. Like, if you're using this, the ones that are behind those walls are going to have some coverage.
But
What,
from
there's
the
two?
other
Or-
direction,
oh,
you
there's a
won't
few
have
of 'em.
as much.
They
Right.
would take much coverage from.
Well, they're gonna
like,
take they're gonna take half damage from it, because or no, they wouldn't. They wouldn't take half damage. Cover. They're gonna have half cover, which is gonna give them a +2 to their dex save.
Con save?
And don't worry, Smith. Those
Con
horses
save.
would have already run away.
Wait, it's a con save?
They're terrified.
For font
Fauna
of...
virus.
Oh. Yeah, so they wouldn't get any bonus for that.
Okay.
Because cover only
And to
goes...
rest Smith's heart,
yeah.
What's that?
can we just say to give Smith some rest? Rest assured, those horses have already ran out the gate.
No, those
have to
horses
worry
are
about
definitely
burning
still there.
He said they were
Tied up.
chained up.
No.
No. Yeah, no, those horses are definitely still there. Yeah, Smith, like I said, it's up to you where you want to place it. To avoid the horses and the carts, if you flew over to here and cast it this way, you would be avoiding the carts and the horses and hitting as many orcs as you could.
But I
Yeah.
can still hit a lot of orcs from the other side too, and then I wouldn't be necessarily in the shit as much, right?
Well, you're still gonna... I mean, you're, like, comparatively on the map, you're kind of in the same area.
Where are they coming down from? I guess, how do I draw on this?
You don't draw, but you had the wand up, so I could see that little purple thing.
Oh, I can't see anything.
Oh, yeah, I can see it. I also can't see mine, but I can see yours.
Okay, so is this where they're coming down from?
No, so the orcs that were over in here and up here some of them have run up this way. That's the orcs that are running up this way. So all of these guys in here are going this way. Some of them, the ones that are right down along this ridge, are heading up here to find out what's going on. So, like, they're all kind of... What's that?
It doesn't look like there's any orcs behind me, is that correct?
Correct. There's no orcs this way, except for... There are two that are out... There are two that are, like, way out there that are coming back in to investigate. But it's taking them quite a while to do.
What about this guy here?
He's just up on that... Yeah, no, he's up on the platform. He was kind of, doing this kind of a
Does he have
patrol.
a bow or weapon? What kind of weapon?
He has javelins, as well as an axe.
He could definitely see me if I was there, right?
Oh yeah, like the moment you cast any spell, you're going to be visible.
Okay.
How high up is Smith, by the way? Above them? How high? Like...
I mean, he could be at least from...
At most, I should say.
I was kind of imagining you at least, like, 15, 20 feet up in the air.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, I just want to make sure he wasn't, like, in reach. Like, he's not going to get, like pulled down and then...
Oh, he wouldn't be... I can actually do that. I have a little thing to show elevation on your character token.
Woohoo!
Would moving there be all my movement?
Moving there from where you were, I think that was 45 feet. So you'd still have 15 feet of movement.
No, move me back, if you don't mind. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
And make it go north.
Okay.
And then I'm going to fly southwest once I do it.
You're escaping.
All right. So keep in mind, where you are casting it, you are going to get the horses.
Even if I go back a little bit?
Oh, if you fly back a couple feet.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So...
I don't want to hurt the horses.
All right.
Is that getting that guy right in front of the horse or no?
Um...
I say it hits him too?
It is going to miss him.
What about if I move an extra foot up?
Now you're going to get
1 foot or an extra 5
Yep.
feet?
Now you're just going to be scaring the shit out of some horses.
What if
You're
I move
gonna
it a little bit more to the right?
Moving it to the right is because you're working off of a hemisphere. If you rotate it, it's not doing any benefit.
No?
Yeah, so like...
I think he means where the center of the cone comes from.
I just want to get this guy here.
Sort of.
Yeah, no, right now, you are going to be getting
Okay.
everyone right there.
I don't want to be a jerk. I'm already being a jerk.
Alright.
Let's see
No, you're
here.
being
Time to
perfect. It's
shine.
great.
On a fire. 8d8.
Yep. And that's the 5th level spell.
That's
Whoa.
36 damage to those that fail.
So we got 1, 2.
Or half as much as those succeed.
So half of that would be 17.
18. 36.
18. Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. Never mind then. I gotta add them to initiative in order
And
to
after
take.
that, I'm gonna fly back to the southwest.
Okay, so these guys are all gonna die regardless. Now, that one I'm gonna have to roll for separately.
Who's that?
Orc War Chiefs.
Who's that?
Ooh.
Oh, 03. Oh, I didn't even see he was different.
Yep. These guys are considerably stronger. Yep. This guy
How do you see
succeeds.
the difference?
They were the regular orcs were they have no visual difference as their tokens. That's kind of the best part about them is they hide within the crowds, but they lead those groups. But they have like 5 times the amount of hit points and also do twice the damage.
Oh, nice.
So
If you're that.
Hidden amongst their
that's why the two for Smith's fireball. That's actually why they survived. All right, so Smith is now visible, and at this point, I think it's only appropriate that that we roll initiative. So
Darn it.
I fall back before we do that.
I will say that yeah, you can.
Okay. That was gonna be my plan from the get-go.
Yep.
Thank you, sure.
So, yep. How far back did you want to move? Did you want to move back to where me is?
He's still kind of like hidden, isn't he? Or he's kind of
No, he's making his way up the mountain.
Yeah, I've just been kind
You
of
better go the
stealthing
opposite
along the way.
Don't you dare.
But yeah,
Sell us out.
60 feet's going to get you like to about here.
Go to the kobold and just help them out.
I get inspiration. I got nat 20.
Yeah, you do.
Initiative.
Yeah, you do.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I guess I should roll.
Mm-hmm.
Hell
Isn't there
yeah.
another bonus to getting the nat 20 on initiative? Didn't you make another bonus, a homebrew?
Nope.
No?
Oh, fuck. I did. Oh my god, that was so long ago.
I remember these
What
things.
was it?
You get advantage on your first attack. Yeah, if you
No,
roll it,
that's-
if you roll a nat 20 on initiative, it was that you get advantage on your first attack.
Oh, my initiative's really low.
And now, if anyone else is wondering, I'm having some Lay's original stacks
Nice.
and a Diet Coke.
I didn't use my inspiration, did I?
No, they didn't pay me to talk
Not that I
about
know of.
this.
Not that I know of either. It was unchecked.
No, check it.
I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know. I'll just double check them.
So many fucking orcs on this map.
I love it.
I wonder how that happened.
I put them all there. Funny enough, and actually, I do want to say this. I want to say this on stream for anyone who's watching or anyone who watches after. Please, for the love of God, go and show Morvold Press all the love in the world. He's a map maker on Patreon. He makes beautiful maps. I'm using most of all of his for the for Phandalin, for Lylon and everything. He's a wonderful guy. I actually reached out to him directly and asked if he could send me the dungeon draft file for Umbrage Hill so that I could work with it and actually make this map directly in Dungeon Draft where he did it. It took me a little while because he uses some great assets, but I was able to get everything done and make this map all in Dungeon Draft because he was a kind-hearted soul willing to send me that file, and I cannot thank him enough. So, Jeff, if you're out there, thanks, buddy. So much appreciated. I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, I want that link. I'm gonna.
He did a lot of
Yeah,
work.
can you
on
send
Yeah.
the link on Twitch?
Yeah, he's yeah,
Twitch
I'll
P5 everything.
yeah, I'll definitely put a link to his Patreon in here. His maps are absolutely gorgeous. There it is in the Twitch chat. I'll put it in the Discord. So yeah, he also has his own Discord. So if you look up Morvold Press on Discord, he's in there. He's very active, constantly posting maps. Actually, he just posted a map for the House of Thalavar. So and it's the completed map. So when the time comes, you guys might see that one.
Oh
So
yeah, I see it
coincidentally-
here 2 days ago. Rewards for the restored House of Thalavar.
That's
map.
right.
Let's check it out. Not get any hints or clues.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. He coincidentally, well, you shared him a while back, and
I did.
He coincidentally is adding all the maps you need right as you need
Yeah,
them.
pretty much. Yeah, he added the map for the Wayside Inn the night before our Wayside encounter. So when I reached out to him for this one, he was very kind in sending me that and the list of all assets. So again, I can't thank him enough for that. That's just the kindest thing in the world.
I was gonna ask if you did a lot of work onto change. It definitely is.
I didn't have to do as much work. I did a fair amount of work to this, just throwing some assets in, but his was already so beautiful. So yeah, again, thanks, Morvold. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get initiative rolling.
Hey, what time frame does it say on your Twitch, by the way, right now? How long have you been? 2 hours, 38 minutes.
I've been streaming for 3 hours and 1 minute.
Okay, I have 2 hours, 38 minutes. I don't know why.
Oh,
I was
it's
just trying to find,
probably
like, a
because it hasn't.
timestamp.
Yeah, it probably hasn't updated yet.
Okay.
But yeah, like I said, I definitely put the link in the Discord as well.
That's a lot of orcs.
It's a lot of orcs,
Yes.
buddy.
I scrolled.
So
through
many
initiative.
orcs.
Like a wall is in initiative. but
Oh,
it's
I just
that-
wanted to. I was gonna send him a link and say, "Hey, shout out."
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, well, I'll make sure I'll reach out to him definitely. He's a wonderful guy. Like I said, I absolutely love everything he does, and he's the best. So, all right, so we'll go ahead and get started in this, and it is going to be Cephtus. Now, I did forget to kill these two. They are dead, but the fire still burns on.
Is there anything in range of my longbow from here?
Ooh, that's a good question. Your longbow is 150, 600. So yeah, with 150, you'd be able to hit pretty much any one of the orcs that is up by the front gate. You'd be able to snipe pretty much any one of those, as well as the ones that are up next to the windmill. And unfortunately, you just would be not able to hit the ones that are up by the top. So here, let me.
Okay.
Yeah, let me.
You said, did you say that 03 was the war chief guy?
03 is an orc war chief. He survived that hit. Now, the thing to keep in mind is that I know I'm only doing 140, but you can, add an extra dot in there. Now, the thing to keep in mind is that since you are on a fairly low platform, if you are trying to hit anyone that is up on that top, that is further back, they might just be a little bit out of line of sight.
Okay. So R34 would be in line of sight, yeah, from where I'm at now, pretty much.
34? Yeah, definitely.
All right, let's take a shot at that guy.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. Yeah, I
you
think,
said I can do advantage on this, yeah?
yes, you are going to have advantage. And actually, nothing's really over 150 feet. That would be crazy advantageous. But considering that, if you did want to try and hit this bulbous guy right there, or this guy up there, or this guy, because they're at least close enough to the edge of that part, from where you can see, even though they're out of your 150 range, the longbow has a long range of 600, and you take disadvantage on that. So if you wanted to risk it for the biscuit, you would roll with a normal roll because your advantage and disadvantages would balance out. That's entirely up to you. I'm not saying you have to do it. I just wanted to let you know.
I'm going to try and get a little
options.
closer for those guys.
Okay, cool.
Just see if I can get some of these lingering guys out on the side. So I'll stick
Coolio.
with 34 to start with.
Yep.
And with advantage. Oh, can I light the arrow on fire as well?
Yeah. Yeah, you as you load your arrow, lit on fire. Nice. Go ahead and roll your damage. Keep in mind, fire is 1d6 fire.
He saw me light a bunch of orcs on fire, and he goes, "I like the way he thinks."
What?
And 1d6 for fire, you said, yeah?
Yep. All right.
Lucas, what's the level up looking like if we take out an entire camp of orcs?
Well,
That's a lot of experience.
That's a lot of experience, but considering I don't do experience, there will be no. Let me phrase it this way: there are certain win conditions that, when this is all said and done, there would be certain benefits and certain things that you can get out of it. What those things are. What those win conditions are, you've already completed one, which was the successful rescue of Bulba. But there are a couple other things that can go on here that will be certain win conditions. Again, I don't want to say
the orc leader, they all cower.
Don't want to say what they all are because I don't want to lean you guys one way or the other. I want you guys to do this the way you want to do it.
That poor kobold in the initiative.
I'm already happy.
I thought he'd be running away.
Smith's just like Smith's just like flying above the battlefield and just goes, "Finally, my moment." all of a sudden, these orcs are hearing choppers on the horizon as what's that fucking song? Oh god, from Vietnam. I can't even think of what it is.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't think of what it is. That just okay. So yeah, you flaming arrow flies across the battlefield, striking this orc in the back and just dropping him instantly. This oversized arrow just plummeting him into the ground as his leather armor scorches from the flames on it.
Nice. Can I shoot for the guy above him as well for my second attack?
Absolutely.
Nice. Right, that's a 1.
Ooh, yeah. So that arrow, do you have... I don't think you have advantage.
Yeah. I'll use inspiration.
Okay.
I just got it, may as well.
Hell yeah. It's always good to use it.
If it expires after or at its start or a long rest.
That's right.
Use it or before you lose it.
Use it or lose it. That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll the damage. All right.
1d6 as well. That's flaming as well.
All right. Nice. So this one, you see the orc as this one drops, like some of the other orcs that are up there looking around, this one turns around and just goes, "What?" And then just, boom, right in the chest, flame erupts into his face as he is dropped back into this pile of arrows in front of him.
Awesome. I love this new bow.
Yeah. Do you want to move?
Yeah, just put me closer towards heading up the walls, I guess.
Okay. All right, so you got 40 feet of movement, but it is going to be... so we're going to be at 35 if you go this way. You would not be able to reach up to here with your movement. So do you want to go more north, or do you want to go more towards the mill?
I'll head towards the north for now.
Okay. So yeah, these orcs see these two drop behind him. Do you want to rage? Or do you want to
Yeah,
hold
might
on
as well.
to that? Okay, cool. So these orcs look back towards towards where you are as they see these two orcs behind them just drop to the ground. This confusion takes them over as they're looking like frantically around as you start like pulling yourself up over this 10-foot this 10-foot lift, and they see you as the ground starts to turn molten, cracked, and craggy around your feet as your aura takes over. Oh, actually, no, it's next level that your aura increases to 15 feet. Okay.
Level up, level up.
Yeah. All right. So, up next, it's going to be these orcs. Now, they definitely saw and heard this crazy gout of flame. So this guy is going to run over here, like, seeing everything that happened. He doesn't know what's going on, and since Smith moved before he had a chance to really see, he doesn't know what's happening. These orcs, on the other hand, they saw what happened. This guy's going to move this way and is going to try and chuck a javelin through the air. He's going to have disadvantage because that's well out of his range.
Who's he aiming for?
He's aiming for Cephas.
Okay.
Yeah, as Cephas is now up on the top of the platform and able to be seen. So that is going to be bonus action. Yeah. All right, so actually he is going to use his bonus action aggressive rush. He is going to be able to double his movement. Oh, wait, no, that's... Yeah, as a bonus action. Yep. And then from there, he should... Nope, still out of range, but he's still going to make the attempt.
Oh, my spirit guardians aren't showing on here yet.
I don't have them popped because I haven't gotten to your thing yet.
Because I definitely put them when I got to the where we were, but
right.
Gotcha.
There you go. All right, so he misses. God, I probably should have done this a smarter way rather than having just a bunch of orcs on the map.
There's a lot of orcs on the map.
It is a lot of fucking orcs.
A lot of those can run away if you want.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
44. How many are there?
Smith, as you look back, you can see an orc has run down off of the top platform, seeing you shoot this gout of flame, and he is going to pick up one of the many arrows strewn on the ground and pick up a bow that is there, take a shot at you.
Did he take falling damage?
No, he's like he I know on there, but he went like,
He took
this
a ramp or
way.
whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so that is a... What was that? That's a 14 to hit. Believe that
Ooh.
misses. So the arrow just sails on past you. He lets out a shout, though. Where the fuck is this orc? God, there's so many fucking orcs on this map. All right, so these guys are going to come back, or actually no, they're going to run down here, hearing the cries for what is going on. He's going to rush down here. That is all he can do. This one, he definitely watched everything, everybody just get their asses scorched. So he is going to run this way. He's not going to be able to do an attack, though, because that is his... Mm-hmm.
Did Iggy roll initiative? I'm sorry, I didn't roll for initiative for Iggy.
I have him on here. He's
he?
in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm taking custody of Iggy from now on. How dare you? This is
Yeah, he rolled a 6 in initiative, so he's a little further down there.
Gotcha.
All right, so up next is going to be this guy. He's likewise going to run down and we're just going to go there and then run further down. That's not 30 feet. What the fuck? Come on. That's 20. That's 50. Yeah. So he's going to get to there. And before we get to Albina, where is this guy? There he is. He's going to continue running and use his bonus action.
I'm so distracted now that you shared this guy.
Shared what guy?
Morvold.
Morvold. He's the best.
I can't even say the word.
Love his maps.
I need
All right.
to close Discord. I'm not.
It is your turn, Albina.
All right. Oh, how far does that reach? Man, my connection's horrible with so lag here trying to click on these things. I just want to double check one thing before I try to cast this because it might not even be where it's supposed to go. I have to be within 30 feet. Just kidding. All right. Well, I will. Well, it wasn't dash. It was if I sprint. That's 3 times.
So sprint is my house rule. Allows you to move 3 times your movement, but it uses both your action and your bonus action. And if you move within anyone's range, you are going to get an opportunity attack.
Okay. Now with these walls, how does that work with sprinting?
Are you talking about these the ridges?
Yeah.
That is 10 feet up. So the thing is that when you use sprint, you have to move in a straight line. So if you ran you have 30 feet of movement. So you could move 90 feet and that would put you up to this orc. But because you would have to be climbing over that, that's going to reduce your movement by 5 feet because it's going to take you an additional 5 feet of movement to move up that.
So if I were to go towards Smith, that's 10, 20.
Oh, if you wanted to move towards, if you were running up the hill towards Smith, you'd be able to get to there.
Okay. Now, if I just do, let's see. Is dash is a little different than...
Dash just doubles your movement and uses your action. Again, sprint is kind of like getting another dash, but it uses your bonus action. And the penalty for that is that you get anybody that you move past gets an opportunity attack that are made with advantage.
Yeah, I just want to go up next to Smith with the dash, and I can still have a bonus action, right?
Yeah, you could dash up there because you would be able to get right up pretty much next to him. But keep in mind, he's still flying. He's still 15 feet up in the air.
Okay. No, yeah, I was just using him as a marker. Sorry.
Yep.
And then I will do my. I forget which one lets me. The spiritual weapon, does that one let me attack?
Spiritual weapon is the one that you summon.
Yes. I will summon my spiritual weapon. And it can go within 60 feet of me, it says.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go after 44.
So, okay.
Can I do that? Is that close enough? Yeah, 45. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yay.
Yeah, because it can go to there.
All right.
Okay.
And there goes the roll. It's taking its grand old time.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to keep moving along, I can damage it if I hit.
All right.
At this point, I'm just going to look up and be like, oh, there you are. Long time no see. And it hits. Yay. So I'll roll and...
No, an 11 does not hit.
Smith and I can have a chit-chat. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why. You could just erase mine.
It's all good.
I don't know why I thought it said it hit, and I'm like, never mind.
Don't worry. All right, so this orc that runs over here, he is going to look down after seeing everything that just happened. He was one of the ones that got scorched by Smith. He is going to pick up a longbow as well. And you see
Oof.
that he knocks 2 arrows in and fires them over at Smith.
Oh boy.
Both of them miss.
Mm.
So,
Let's hope I'm as lucky when they shoot at me.
up next, this guy's going to move over here.
Imagine
And
he just sees the burning flames down below.
yeah, no, he does. At this point, he sees the flames. He's going to look over the edge, and he's going to see Smith flying down there. I know it's going to have disadvantage because he's out of the 30-foot range. That's still a 19 to hit. So, Smith, you see a javelin flying towards you.
Wait, which one? Who's attacking me?
This orc right here.
He's near the. Yeah. In front of us, pretty much.
Yep.
Compared to me.
So, just didn't know if you wanted to cast your reaction.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. What's the damage on a javelin?
Well, javelin is it's not. It's gonna sting.
Let me shield up.
Okay.
I got spell slot. I might as well.
All right, so you see this arrow come at, these 2 arrows fly at you, and you move out of the way, and as this is happening, you see a javelin launched in your direction, and because you moved out of the way of the first 2 arrows, this one is definitely going to hit you, and you have to throw up that magical arcane shield, and you see it bounces off of it.
Nice.
All right. This guy's going to move over here with his buddy, and they're just going to keep trying to march forward towards Cephas. All right.
Oof.
Now we got one of my favorite
Moving
ones.
A
I
wall.
have been looking forward
Yeah,
to
I
using these
clicked on it
guys.
and then I realized it was not a wall. I was like, what
It's
the
not a
heck
wall.
is this?
An
Yeah,
initiative
well,
looks
I
like
was
a
just about to
wall.
ask. I was like, what? And then you click on it and you have the guy hanging on there with the bat.
Wait, the what?
Giant bat.
In initiative,
like
it
a
looks
giant
like they're just a
bat?
wall.
Oh! You're
It looks like-
talking about this.
The guy
Yeah.
with the cow.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. He
I was like, oh my gosh, is there a magical wall coming to stomp us?
Yeah,
I
definitely.
I was all excited and no.
So totes magoatsily, he definitely is. All right. So you see that he runs through this camp, and as he gets here, all of a sudden you see a sphere of darkness appear.
Oh, his spirit guardians.
Nope, not a spirit guardian. A full sphere of darkness.
Doing what?
Who's casting this?
Oh,
The
okay.
the one who was up on the top platform.
Damn.
Oh, okay, I remember this happening way back.
Yep.
Something like this, yeah.
Something similar to this happened when you
Well,
guys
they're
fought some of the
gone. We don't have to
cultists.
worry about them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. So
They're
totally
gone. We're good with
magoatily.
this.
All right, cool. So it is.
Arcana check. Figure out what that is.
What's that?
Is it Spirit Darkness?
You as an arcane caster, you would know that this is definitely the darkness spell.
So they can't see out of it, right?
They cannot see out of it, but you also cannot see into it.
Correct. Okay. Just double check.
All right. So he's gonna move
Dispel.
I was thinking about
Run
it.
and dispel it.
60, and then do I want to use the full? No. He's gonna move to there, and then he is going to attack Cephas with disadvantage. That
You
misses.
scared him off, Cephas.
All right. Thank you. All right. So, let me see here. Yep. That's exactly what I want. All right, so you see one of the orcs who is wearing this giant horned helmet. He runs down here. He sees this spiritual weapon that is in front of these that's in front of these orcs in front of you, and you can see he has this annoyed look on his face, and he is going to stand here. And he is going to cast... yes. You see that as he runs down, he casts some spell. And you can see that these 3 orcs here have been bolstered. You can see that they have this almost like revitalized appearance about them. Right, and this guy, same thing. He's going to move down to here. That's 45, and then 1, 2, 3. Okay. So he's going to get to there, and then this one. Nope, don't move. God damn it. Stop. That's not the button I want. God damn. There we go. All right. So... Hannah, Albina, as you are standing there, you see your spiritual weapon up there. You see one of these orcs come down off of this hilltop, and then all of a sudden, a spiritual spear appears in front of you and is going to attack.
Oh, nice.
So that's a 21 to hit. So I believe that hits. And this is going to be... that's what I thought. 10 points of damage as this spiritual spear stabs you in the chest.
I have myth throw. I'll be okay. Just like Frodo.
All right. So we got this guy down
I
here.
don't know if I have the myth throw now that I say that.
No, I'm pretty sure you still have mithril armor. Yeah, you have mithril chain.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, you should be dead. Nope.
All right. So Smith, what's your AC?
I'm 22 right, 22 right now.
22. Okay, so that means that a 23 hits.
24.
So Smith, as you turn around, you can see that there is an orc that is going up, grabbing one of these longbows and starting to draw back. As he does, you can see that these are these are hefty, large bows, much like Cephas fires.
Use my second reaction to catch the arrow.
Not a thing you can do.
Damn.
Yep. Sorry, buddy.
What?
You don't have 2 reactions, Hannah. Smith.
What is he talking about?
Smith, when you you cast this shield to protect yourself from that javelin, it bounces off. You watched these other orcs come down. The one conjured a spiritual spear in front of Hannah that stabbed her. You're looking down there, and all of a sudden, you feel your magical shield be penetrated as an arrow digs itself into your shoulder. You take 9 points of damage.
Alright, and what do I roll for my concentration? It's been a while.
You are going to roll. I know I have it on my DM screen. Whenever you take damage while concentrating, you make a con saving throw. The DC equals 10 or half the damage you take, whichever's higher. So DC 10.
Oh, it's between a 1 and a 19.
Jesus Christ. And this was on...
Inspiration.
Oh, that's true. What is this on?
My flying. Or
Oh.
no, I'm not flying.
You're
No.
Yeah, I was to say you're
No,
not
okay.
concentrating. That's Iggy.
You're right, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I thought I was like, what are you?
Oh,
I thought for a moment like, what are you concentrating on? But like, I
thought he
figured
was,
there
like,
was
gonna make us
something.
both-
You're right. I'm sorry.
We should just both be invisible and fly away together.
Let's
Oh,
do it.
totally. Totally. All right. So
We gotta get Iggy nearby first.
this orc is going to come down here. You hear this one come down, and he lets out this large battle cry. And you can see that, like, all the orcs around him just like, "Arf!" And they all seem bolstered and ready to go.
Everyone, group huddle, invisibility, and let's run.
All right, so we got...
Not to mention I can't do that anymore. Someone's getting left out if we're running.
I know, we got
Yeah.
Iggy. And not Iggy,
He is
Nate
going
can
here.
do his
What is the
ghostly
long range
stuff or
on a
whatever.
javelin? Okay, long range is still good. So this guy is going to try and hit Cephas again. Ooh, that's a 15 to hit. I don't think that hits. Nope, it does not. All right, Smith, you are watching this this chaos unfold as all these orcs are over at this spot rallying their battle cries.
I just realized he looks like Legolas. What the heck?
Who does?
Smith does.
He has white hair.
Oh, the picture looks like he's blonde.
Oh, you're talking about his character art.
The initiative one.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
art.
I'm
so
like, what is Legolas doing here?
Can I see
Mhm.
like the boss, the leader, or is it hiding behind the darkness?
He is behind the
know who he is?
sphere of darkness.
Give me just 1 second. My mom, 1 second.
You know, while he takes his second, I really have to pee.
Take two, both of you. I just spent time doing a marathon of Lord of the Rings and everything, so it's been very like I'm reliving the situation where the orcs and everyone are coming to attack.
Yep. So, I think Smith's supposed to be like a high elf, and they're
I think so. I think I'm a high elf.
Yeah,
They're
I was just
supposed to
saying
have
your guy looks like
refined.
a Legolas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
What do I want to do?
You would look- like
Lucas stepped away for a moment, so just give
Okay.
him a second. I gave you both two. I said take two, both of you.
this is. There's so many
Man,
orcs.
this guy has such nice art. I'm gonna be like going through and looking at everything in his Discord now. It's all thanks to Lucas.
He's the guy he shared a while back.
I don't think I realized. I thought that he was just talking about a book or something, like that he
Yeah,
found art in.
When he first shared the art, he was like, "Look at all this guy's art." It was, I think, Lylon. I scrolled way up to it.
Oh, okay, yeah, it was a
And
while.
the
I don't even
Lylon
remember. But yeah,
and
this guy has
Phandalin
some
maps
really nice.
or
Nice
after
stuff.
we used it. Yeah, I looked them up then when I when he
Wow.
mentioned it then.
Oh, this girl that I just saw a picture he put just made me think of Maggie. I don't know why. I like her braid. Actually, that could be Albina for
All right,
doing this
sorry about that.
Man, that was only
Okay.
2 weeks ago.
I'm sorry about that too. So do we like if I landed, would I have cover from the people up above, or can I still see down?
No, they can still see down.
Okay, so I can still see up if I landed as well.
Yes, you just don't. Yeah, so like, you just don't have line of sight beyond, say, 10 feet past the edge of that cliff.
Okay. Is there anything? So the 5 group of orcs that were they were the ones that were attacking me, right?
Yeah, these
We're
guys
good
were.
here to
Yeah,
what?
these guys were either throwing javelins or they were picking up. They were picking up longbows that were sitting there and just grabbing arrows off the ground and firing at you.
All right, let's get rid of all that shit. there's nothing important over there, right? Just a bunch of weapons, wooden shit. Nothing.
Yeah,
shooting or anything?
longbows and a bunch of arrows.
All right, let's destroy all that, so they can't use it to attack me.
Okay.
I'm gonna instead of using my staff, I'm actually going to use. It's been a while, but I'm gonna use. Actually, I don't know if I've ever used them. A bead of fireball.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay. I
For my
forgot
necklace.
Oh
that.
yeah, the
Fireball.
necklace that he took.
That's
that I
right.
wanted. I
Ooh.
remember that.
Where do you have that?
It was conflicting with my fireball spell, so I put it in my other possessions. Is that okay?
I'm gonna
Oh,
have
that's
to
fine.
do that.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
that's
think it
fine.
required. I don't think it required attunement or anything.
Let me just double check because I can pull up the details on my side. It does not require
I'll take it off
attunement.
your hands.
Yeah,
Like I said, it
so
was conflicting with my staff.
yeah, so it has 9 beads, and you can use an action to detach a bead and throw it up to 60 feet away. So 60 feet from where you currently are would be right there. When it reaches the end of its
Nice.
trajectory, the bead detonates in a 3rd level fireball DC 15. If you hurl multiple beads or even the whole necklace, you increase the fireball by one level for each fireball you or for each bead you throw.
Now, once these are gone, they're gone. They don't recharge, right?
Correct. Yeah, when you pluck it, it's they're consumable.
I would just use one.
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna hurt the kobold, right? The kobold, I'm assuming, ran off.
No, the kobold is still there.
He's up above.
He's tied
25
to
feet
that.
But I'm not gonna hit him. Okay, good. I see that. I see that now. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that.
Okie dokie. All right, I need to make some deck saves.
You should move
gotta
up a
roll the
little. You should move up a little and get the other 2 behind them.
Eh,
Yeah. Just kidding.
I probably should have, but oh well. All right, where's my fireball spell? There it is. 8d6. Don't see my damage. There it is. The 23, I guess.
25.
I don't know if my
Oh, that's right.
my elemental adept would work for that. I don't think. it would.
Your elemental adept would not because it's coming from an item.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fine with that.
Cool. One quick second, because I gotta bring some things up.
I'm not
on my
Smith.
side.
You need to fix it.
You gotta fight for that.
Make it work. Fix it. Make them a 2.
All right, and this is the last one. I have like so many pages pulled up on my computer because of all the different kind of orcs that I have. I'm trying to organize them real quick just so I can reference them quickly. Okay, good.
I need you to pull up more. We need more.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I need to see this spell. That is cool. Saving throws I get to make this on. So this was a DC 15. So that's going to be bumped up to a 16. That was 23 damage. This is going to be bumped up to a 20.
Wait, what's up?
And well, they had Bless cast on them.
Mm.
And that is going to be bumped up to... Okay, so those guys all save. This
And
one...
what's the deal with falling damage? Is it every 10 feet?
Every 10 feet, you take 1d6 bludgeoning damage. Up to a maximum, technically, of only 20d6, but I don't play by that rule. You fall 500 feet, you're fucked.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always been one of those things that has bugged the shit out of me, where it's like, oh, falling damage is 1d6 for every 10 feet up to 20d6. I'm sorry. If you're falling, if you fall 200 feet and can take, let's say on average, will that be like 60 some points of damage basically?
I believe so. 'Cause somebody
you know,
did the math, and I think it comes up to like 62 points something.
Yeah, because it's 3.5. It's 3.5 times 20. So the thing is you're gonna fall 200 feet and take the same amount of damage that you would take if you fall 1,000 feet, or if you fall, 500 feet. No, you're gonna splat like a goddamn gusher. All right.
Never heard that terminology before. However, I'm glad I have a
gusher.
mental image now
When the
of
gusher bounce,
anybody just
though.
popping like a gusher when they hit the
That's
ground.
right.
And that's got to be a lot of force. I mean, those gushers, you really got to bite into them. So.
All right. So Smith, you throw out this bead of fire. You take it off of your neck as you've been carrying this with you for quite some time, and as you throw it out, it lands in front of them. You feel that like your own fireballs are definitely far more effective than these ones are, because as this lands, it does deal a lot of damage to them. But the ones that are caught up in this blast, you can see that they're all still standing, while the three on the front are right on death's door. These three behind, they're still standing. They are some of them are bloodied, but they're still standing ready to fight.
Did I destroy any extra arrows and bows over there, though?
You like all the arrows that were there just kind of got like thrown and plastered across the ground behind them. Some of them burnt and scorched, but since your bead blew up on this side of that like defensive bunker, it doesn't like destroy them outright. So, but it has thrown them and like strewn them across the ground. Do you want to move?
Maybe fall back a little bit.
Fall back.
Move me. Where's Iggy?
Iggy's still by the tree line. Yeah, he's over here.
He didn't move up with. I guess I should have.
It's not his turn yet.
Okay. I figured he would have moved up with me back when he was lighting fires.
Oh no. Yeah, me went off and Iggy was like waiting there for the rest of the group to show up.
He got scared, remember? He's
Gotcha.
like,
Yeah,
"I'm
Iggy
scared."
just watched me tie up two orcs, pour oil around them, light a match, and then continue climbing as he's just standing there in horror.
Uh-huh. Yeah, put me back, I guess, near Iggy and Iluna.
Okay.
I guess, can I be within cover somewhere?
I mean, you used your action to set the fireballs. So, well, like, you could hide if you wanted to, but that would be a full action.
I can't just, like, stand
like-
behind something that's covered.
Oh yeah, you can get cover behind the tree, and you would have cover from that.
Oh, okay. Let's do that.
All right, so. All right, so up next is going to be one of these other orcs. All right, so you see moving through the darkness and coming out is another one of these stealthy. And you see that as he breaches through the other side, an orb of darkness follows him.
Is that something I know to happen?
Well, you did not see that. This was further up from where you could see. But basically, all that you could see right as you landed and looked back is that it almost appeared as if another sphere of darkness like emerged out of the one that was up there. All right, so these orcs are definitely well aware of what's going on. This guy's going to come over here, and that is well out of his range, but he is still going to try. All right, that misses Albina.
Yay.
So this guy's going to run this direction, trying to get up front. He's going to use his aggression to be on there. Same with this guy. And from there, that's 60. So he can go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So from there, seeing Cephas down on the bottom, going to get another javelin in. That misses because he's firing at disadvantage, and disadvantage sucks. All right.
Yeah, it does.
60 feet. How far away is that? He is 50 feet from Cephas. And that is gonna miss. God damn fucking disadvantage. Get closer, all of you.
Make me.
Friendly orcs.
Fuck. All right.
Would they see the Guardian of Faith? Would anyone see that or no?
What Guardian of Faith?
No, like if I would cast it. Sorry, no, it's not cast.
Yes, Guardian of Faith creates a giant thing that exists on the battlefield. Yeah, it's a large spectral guardian. So they would definitely know that it's there, and it can only deal 60 points of damage before it's destroyed.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Jared. As everything was going on, you watched as you watched as Smith cast this giant font of flames and then started retreating as all the orcs were throwing javelins and shooting arrows at him, and he was having to defend himself. Albina comes up behind, casting spiritual weapon. Cephas making his way up and over. You are just under this platform here, and you can hear that there is a little bit of commotion going on up above.
Am I able, if I climb up the thing, would I be able to do a sneak attack on R25?
He's definitely well aware of everything that's going on, so...
But he's not aware of me.
Well, he's not aware of you, but you would have to use your bonus action to, like, hide, and then, we would have to play off of that.
I can't have the crossbow loaded, climb up, and as soon as I peek over the hill, shoot him for a sneak attack?
Roll me a stealth check.
Because I have crossbow expert.
Okay, roll me a stealth check. All right.
20.
All right, you got it. All I'm going to say, though, is as you are slowly making your way up, it is going to use... it's going to be extreme difficult terrain because you're trying to go up quietly because you know that he's up there.
Yes.
And so that is going to not use all of your movement, but to get up to here and be within line of sight of him is going to use 20 feet of movement.
Okay. I was going to say, do I get any bullshit for having a plus 12 in acrobatics as well?
That would, if you got your ass knocked off of it, absolutely, because climbing a wall is athletics.
Okay. All right. Sweet. Now it's time to roll the attack. I'm gonna load it with. It's loaded with the black acid because I had that already loaded just in case.
Yep.
That's a 16 to hit.
That hits.
I'm using my piercer ability to re-roll that damage.
Sure.
All right, there.
Okay. And
that is 6. I gotta jump over to my notes for 3d12 acid.
I think you're using this on an orc.
Damn straight I am. That's 14.
So you sneak your way.
Oh wait, I get my sneak attack.
You don't have to. He's dead.
No. I get my sneak attack, Lucas.
Fine.
Sneak attack. Do it.
You monster.
I gotta make sure he's really, really dead.
That's it.
Carnage starts.
Gotta make sure that he's fucked. All right, so
Hold on, I get Fury of the Small.
Oh my fucking god! Stop rolling dice, you monster. What do you mean, roll it? It's Fury of the Small is just an extra 9 points of damage.
Yep.
God damn it.
Do it.
All right, you deal 49...
To the
What?
Oh, no. I'm just saying continue, because then I'm
Yes.
just going to turn, since I get a second shot with it, because a crossbow expert, I'll shoot at 03.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead and shoot at 03 with your crossbow expert bonus action.
And I get
He's just
sneak
like,
attack on
yeah.
him as well, right?
No,
you
you
know
don't, because you only get sneak attack
Look at
once
your
per
hand.
turn. And that's why I said, why are you rolling sneak attack on this guy? But you made that choice.
I'm aware, because he's
Okay.
not within 30. Nobody's within 30 feet of R20. Actually, is it
No.
30 feet?
No.
Yeah, it's 30 feet. Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm still gonna shoot him too.
Okay.
21.
That hits.
7 damage. I'll use the other. What? I still don't have it in my notes of what the damage was. I know you said it was necrotic, but I still don't have how many bolts I got and so forth of that weird, disgusting fluid that I made. Because we kept talking about it, and we kept forgetting to add it.
6 bolts.
6, and what was
Yeah.
the damage?
It's going to be 1d12 necrotic.
You said 1d12?
Yep.
All right, I'm going to use one of those.
Okay.
Because why not?
All right.
12 necrotic damage.
So you peek up over here, you shoot this guy in front of you with just as much overkill as this man has ever seen. He doesn't even notice it. It bores, this bolt bores into his head, and just acid starts to spew out of every orifice in him as he's kind of almost eaten from the inside out, and his body just turns to goo on the ground. And then you quickly aim over to the right, loading your crossbow with one of these necrotic bolts and firing at the one that's in front of the spiritual weapon. It hits him, and you can see that he's kind of like taken aback, and he looks over and growls and hefts his great axe in the air. All right. Do you want to move any more? Because I know you still have 10 feet of movement.
How far is the cobalt?
Kobold's 25 feet away.
Risky.
I already used all my actions, so I can't like throw a dagger at the cobalt and tell him free himself and fight the oppressors.
I'm gonna say, since you use your action and a bonus action, no. The most that you would have would be would be movement and any free action to like yell or talk or anything like that.
Just I'll yell at the cobalt saying, try and free yourself and fight against the orcs. We will take them all down.
So
and then can I use my 10 movement speed and acrobatics to slide back down the hill?
That's fine. Yes. I will say that you can slide down without taking any damage. As you yell this over at the little kobold there, he barks something at you that is in Draconic that you just do not know what he said. All right. So where is this guy? There he is. All right. Cephtus, you see this guy up here come over. He has a longbow in his hand, very similar to the one that you have, but more an orcish design. He's going to pick up 2 arrows off the ground and is going to launch them in your direction. I believe that one is a hit with the 18 AC. So I need that plus that. Nope. Plus that. Plus that. What the fuck is going on? That plus that. Oh, that's why. Oh, Jesus Christ, 1s and 2s, motherfucker. Cephtus, you see an arrow fly across the battlefield towards you that hits you square in the chest. You barely feel this, but it definitely... you can see that this orc in the back does seem to have a better aim and also a better piece of equipment than the orcs that are rushing you. And this one is going to do the same thing. It's 11. That's a 19. Okay. So where's the other one? The one, the arrow that hit you before. This one definitely has a little bit of a more impact. You're kind of like, you saw the arrow coming at you, hit you in the chest. You kind of stumble, and then another one hits you, and you kind of rock back a bit for 15 points of damage. All right. Oh, also, you're raging, so make sure you divide that all in half. So that would have been a total of...
Yeah, I was just going to say, was that...
Yes, that was not. So it would have been 7 and 4.
Okay. I was gonna say I couldn't hear you. I heard you in the house,
Yeah, it was
And then-
muted.
but you fixed it.
So we got this orc who doesn't know what the fuck is going on. And he is just going to run through the darkness. All right. So this guy's going to try and break free. Okay.
Gut instinct's telling me we're not going to play the restaurant game because I'm pretty sure this encounter is going to take the next 2 hours over.
Oh, trust me. It's could be over a lot sooner than you think.
TPK, TPK, TPK. I still say we just need to kill the orc leader, but I've
most-
already
yeah.
angered the locals.
I don't think we can even hardly see the orc leader. Well, maybe now.
No, you still cannot see the orc leader. Hannah.
Bunch of cowards! You killed the leader. You break.
That's a 23 to
what's up?
hit Hannah. You are going to be taking 13 points of radiant damage. As you see this orc come down, a symbol starts to glow on her chest as it is as it is this like crude orcish symbol, and she lets out a shout, and you see this blast of radiant energy race towards you. As it hits you, you are now glowing.
Counterspell? Do I see it?
What is the range on counterspell?
I think it's 60 feet. Let me double check. 60?
Oh, she is well out. She is well out of range. She's 150 feet away.
Whoa, how did I get so far away?
You went back to where
I only had
Iluna
60 feet
and
of movement.
huh?
I only had 60 feet of movement. You shouldn't have put me that far back.
No, that's exactly you. You were where Albina was, and you went back to where Iggy and
Sure.
Iluna was.
150 feet away?
No, you would have to target the spell
He
from the
means
caster.
person
Oh,
who
gotcha.
cast-
Yeah. The caster is 150 feet, and you have to counter them.
You're right.
So-
I'm sorry.
It's all good. All right, it's Kobold's turn. Let's see what he can do.
He's gonna come over and stab me now that you freed him.
What? Why?
I know
Nope.
it. I
Freed?
know it.
Nope, he can't get out yet.
He wants to be the only shiny red thing around.
What? He's not freed though.
What
All right.
happened?
Who,
Did
the
it skip
Kobold?
the kobold?
No, the Kobold did not break free of his
Yeah.
his rope.
Nobody freed him.
Oh, okay. I thought he was I
No.
thought he got free, like, and then he just skipped him. I was like, no,
Nope,
that's
nope.
no good.
Albina, you take 5 points of damage. As now that you are a bright, glowing target, they have advantage on attacks against you. So the disadvantage from their range is negligible now.
Wait, how much you said? 5?
5 points of damage.
You know what?
G-
I'm taking my spirit guardians and going elsewhere. I'm not protecting anyone else.
God, I freaking love I love Guiding Bolt. What a great spell.
Oh yeah, I remember that thing.
Yeah.
I think I was gonna take that, and then I
All right.
didn't.
So from the darkness, you see an orc come out, and he is going to
Where is
launch
Iggy? I'm gonna need to fly.
a...
Iggy, make me fly.
That is going to miss. All right. This guy don't know what the fuck going on all the way up here. He just running. Yeah, he's going to end his turn there because he's just going to bump into his commanding officer.
And then he's gonna die, and that.
Seftis, this guy runs up to you. He can't do anything when he gets up in your face, but he is going to scream at you, and
Oh,
yeah,
no.
he's just
Or
getting there.
spitting everything all over you.
Smith, it's Iggy's turn.
Oh, thanks.
Does he take damage from Theftus?
Only on the start of his turn.
Gotcha. Okay. And I'll tell Iggy we gotta get in there and help Albina out. Albina out. And can he see? What does he see? Can he see the guys on the hilltop?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you guys can see you from where they're standing. You guys can now pretty much see anybody that is right on those edges.
Okay. Are they within 150 feet?
They are within 150 feet.
Right?
What's that?
That's a range, right?
For what?
Fireball? 150 feet?
Yes.
Okay. Let me take a look real quick at the map. Can you, can I throw it in, shoot it in between maybe the middle of the two groups on the right? Yeah. I think that'd be maybe up a little bit.
you want There?
What's L1? Is that a...
Yeah.
That was the orc that shot the guiding bolt.
Oh,
That's
let's
the one
definitely
we
hit him.
Excuse me.
It's a
Was that
cleric,
concentration
isn't it?
spell?
Because that's a cleric spell, isn't it?
It's not a cleric, but it is an orc claw of Luthic.
Is that a concentration spell, do I know?
Nope. It just for until the next
my
attack made against that creature has advantage.
Oh, just
So,
the next attack. Okay.
Yeah.
But is she still glowing?
She's still glowing until the next round, but it's it was only the first attack gets advantage.
Gotcha, okay.
Yep.
I'm glad I didn't use the spell magic then.
When
Anyway.
I looked it up, I thought it was only cleric, but other creatures can have that because of that?
Oh yeah, I mean it's just classes wise as a player character, only clerics get access to that. But monsters, I mean anybody can get that. Well, actually no, sorry. Warlocks can get it, sorcerers, paladins, druids, but they're based on subclasses. But monsters can have access to those spells as well, 100%.
Oh, okay. I was like, look at that,
So-
my orc version. Just
Yeah.
kidding.
Okay. So let me
So-
roll... Yep, 1 second.
Oh, that guy
that
should have been
is
visible. So should that.
8d6.
Yes, 8d6, because he...
I don't know his DC though. Do you know? Or you
His DC is going to be 15.
Does it say that on there somewhere?
Yeah, right underneath where it says spellcasting mage, it says this spellcaster has an ability,
Got
intelligence. Yep, DC 15 plus 7 to hit. I gotta make some... Well, these guys are gonna die regardless.
Nice.
Okay, so you're dead. You're dead. You're dead. Okay, cool. So you need to roll, and that's a fail. So that was how much? 29. Okay.
29.
Bing. Nice. Okay, he survived. He survives. He fails. He fails. So many orcs. So many orcs are dying. He is just barely hanging in there. Same with this guy.
Bobby
And
back and just
the orc
totally
of
reevaluating her
them,
life
they
choices.
have...
Why hasn't she done fireballs?
Because clerics...
She's just like looking back at Iggy and Smith and just like, oh, Only I'd been wizard. Oh.
Yeah, really. That's about it. Well, actually, there is one case of clerics getting there was one case of clerics getting it at one point. All right. Cool. All right. So are you having Iggy stay where he is?
Yeah, if he's got a good side of everything, I would say, yeah, just leave him where he is.
Okay. Cool.
I'll probably move up whenever it's my turn, but yeah, we can hang tight.
All right. Shit. This guy's not going to know what the fuck to do. So that's going to be 25 feet, and then yeah, down to there. Not much he can do. All right. So this guy's going to disappear into the darkness.
Just put a wall of fire in front of me, Smith, so that it can't get to me.
I thought about it, but I was hoping to take them all out and not have to worry about them anyway.
All right. So I have to see how many. 1, 2, 3 within. Okay, cool. So you hear from one of these balls of silence this shout in Orc. It's this guttural call that yells out fire. And what's that?
What did he yell?
Fire. Well, he in Orcish he yells fire.
Oh, okay.
So I need this guy to attack Albina. This guy to attack Albina. That hits. And this guy to attack Albina. Oh, that's a 25 to hit. All right, so that's 2 hits.
Bina doesn't want to shine bright like a diamond anymore.
Yeah. All right, so Albina, you are going to take 34 points of damage.
34?
Yep, 17 from both. As you see that these 2 orcs, that 2 of the orcs that are still standing after all these fireballs, just holding onto their longbows, reaching down, grabbing at the charge of this voice that yelled out. They pick up some more arrows and they fire quickly. Just the ones that are still strewn across the ground.
Fire! He wasn't yelling fire from Smith. I gotcha.
Yeah, because while you did like throw a bunch around Smith, like they still do have some. It's just there's a bunch on the ground as well.
They should have to go find some. Everything around them should be on fire.
Well, yeah. There is a bunch, but I mean they also do still have their own quivers.
They shoot those flaming arrows at me.
All right, Iluna. All this chaos has just ensued, and it hasn't even been 6 seconds yet.
I have almost no idea.
And it's only the first round.
Yep.
No, second round?
It is, because I'm not the last, but I'm the last in our group for initiative.
I was like, wait a minute.
Yep.
Can I see? I can see the same ones that Iggy just saw, and
yes.
Yeah. So I can see up here.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't really see. Well, there's in darkness now. But
yeah, you do see spheres of darkness.
Really... Okay. It was my intention the entire time, unless they got killed.
Oh.
Where is it? Spike growth.
Okay.
About that same area where that was Iggy's fireball. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Iggy just fireballed up there.
So that's 20-foot radius.
Foot radius.
Somewhere up there.
Oh, wait, why is that a fucking sphere?
Square.
Okay. Is that where you want it?
Yeah,
Why is that guy not
you
visible?
moved it. I was gonna say move, but you did. Without saying so. So, yeah, there.
Okay.
And that's
So, yep, bonus action.
bonus actions usually anime. Um, can anime reach, let's see, 60 feet? That's pretty far. She can't fly to the kobold and try to free him, can't she?
She does not have that kind of movement. It's 110 feet from where you are. Well, no, let me
Okay,
rephrase this. She could reach if she dashed, but then she would not have her attack action.
yeah. Okay. The goal was to free the kobold, but these hills. These hills.
Does
I
she
guess
have
just
anything
that
she could take over to help him, or no?
drop him she wouldn't be able to fly back though, and she'd be
A very
getting
visible target.
yes. And somebody just made you all glowy, so she doesn't need to be even more glowy.
Yeah.
She'll just aim at, or yeah, that's probably close enough. The one next to Septus, R33,
Okay.
since probably one of the closest options to do some.
So, is anime? I'm assuming you're having anime fly over and scratch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Claw at his eyes. Make him blind.
Beat shred
We need some more blindness happening.
And then
twice.
I should have blind and deafened everybody.
She can get 2 attacks, right? And then fly back.
Yep, that hits. Roll the damage.
Oh, they're both the same. Why am I rolling the same? That was what she got. Whatever.
Dice.
She just rolled
It's random.
the same thing.
I mean, it still hits, so.
Yeah.
Where is 31 and 23? I'm a little scared.
31 and 23.
Only one
there.
did.
Okay.
Only one
They're
damage
the next
showed
ones up. I just don't want to be shot at anymore. Well, I still have ways to go.
All right.
And
So 12 points of damage. So he is still standing.
yeah, but she's closest. And I'm gonna be keeping an eye on Albina, who apparently got attacked the most as far as she is aware.
Yeah, she has
down to
been
22 hit
she
points.
has been peppered bad.
And there's still 3 or 4 more to go before my turn.
That's right. All right. So this guy is going to move over to here. He's going to dash the whole way. And this is one of the ones that was caught up in the fireball.
That's what I was looking at.
So he is going to look at the ground around him, like seeing this happening. He's like kind of like looks down, goes to take a step, and then just the spike growth just kills him. All the other orcs like look on in terror as they see, where this. Where the ground has become, spiky, and they're now realizing the situation they're in.
Thought they can't see it?
So
Or is
the
that
the transformation of the ground is camouflaged to look natural. Any creature that can't see the area at the time the spell is cast makes a perception check to see it. So this means that, like, you cast it at their feet. They can clearly see that, like, the ground has grown spikes. It's not invisible by any means whatsoever.
Okay.
But the ground...
They've read differently.
Yeah, no,
It's been a long time.
In most cases, it's cast against creatures that don't know it's there, or that enter it from outside, that don't see it whenever they walk up to it. But that's it. Like, they can discern it if it's happening around them. Also, the last time I think it was cast was against Undead Durgar, which they're dumb idiots.
I feel like in the past that other creatures didn't seem to know it was there, but not.
Seftis, my man,
That makes
you got an
sense.
orc screaming at your face that that anime just came down and scratched the hell out of, but he is still prepped and ready to try and shred you.
Okay. Burning belch that motherfucker.
Nice. All right, go ahead and roll the damage for that. All right, so you let roar this burning belch as he is engulfed in flames and drops to the ground, scorched in front of you.
And second attack, I will. Let's have a look.
So keep in mind,
Say it was.
the burning belch is its own thing. So if you use burning belch, you would not be able to use another attack.
Oh, that's not fair.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna move back a bit.
Okay.
That'll take me to 30 foot there, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right.
Oh, I've got 40 feet, haven't I?
You do, but keep in mind, without you just jumping down off that cliff, it is difficult terrain to slide down there.
Okay, that's fine. I'll stay there.
All right. So, I was gonna say, wonder where this fucking guy was. All right. So, he is going to run same as everyone. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Go. This guy is going to try and chase down Seftis. He is going to slide down as much as he can. He is going to take a little bit of damage because he is just throwing himself off the cliff at Seftis. But that is going to hit. So, Seftis, you're going to take 6 points of damage. And that was already with your resistance taken into account. And he is going to take 5 points of damage, and he is going to land down here. All right. He is going to run. Bonus action can only get to there. But from there, that is within his range for a good old javelin. That misses. All right. Same thing. Forming a bit of a line there. That hits. Seftis, you're going to take 3 points of damage. Jared.
Yes.
Mia is going to take 5 points of damage as one of the orcs has spotted you as he rounded the corner.
What kind of damage?
Piercing?
I'll accept it. I was debating if I wanted to use a reaction for Uncanny Dodge.
Oh, Uncanny Dodge, I got you.
Yeah, because I only get one reaction, so if
Right.
I'll wait till I have to use it for a harder hit.
All right. Albina, it's your turn. You can see Seftis being pursued by an orc down the hill as more orcs are very quickly making their way over towards all of you.
All right. With my war priest, whatever you want to call it, I can use my weapon as a bonus action.
Yes, so when you make the attack action, you can make an additional attack as a bonus action.
Oh, okay, so I can't just use that as my bonus and dash.
Right, right. So yeah, if you wanted to do that, you could move up to somebody and attack, and then use your bonus action to attack again.
Let's see my movement again. It is
30.
30.
So you would have, so here's the thing. Keep in mind, I do have that one house roll, which is the one where you can get an additional 5 feet of movement as a bonus action. So that's that quick step ability. It's as a bonus action you can move an additional 5 feet of movement. So obviously that would take away from your second attack, but that would allow you to move up and get within range of that orc.
Oops, I'm sorry, I moved something. You know, at this point, I'm just gonna dash over
Okay.
to be safe because I don't want to.
Wait, where are you dashing
I
to?
don't want to be into the woods.
Oh, okay.
60 feet over.
All right.
Well, not far down. If that makes, let's see. What's that spot next to Smith?
Right there.
I'd have to be there.
That's 50 feet.
And above him, one adjacent.
Still 50 feet.
Okay, so I could go right there. I'm definitely further away from those other people.
Mhm.
And I still have a bonus action,
That is true.
so I can use my dancing rapier. Wait, no,
Mhm.
that's not, 1 second. That's my bonus. Just kidding. Wait.
No, dash is definitely your full action.
I was in the attacks. I could do my my fist of Mistra.
You could forge elemental weapon and bring out the Fists of Mistra.
Yeah, I may as well.
Okay.
Put it right next to that buddy who's next
Well,
to.
keep in mind, the Fists of Mistra are things that go on your own hands.
Oh, never mind. I always forget this. I thought I had not spiritual weapon. I have another.
A dancing rapier.
Never. Is the dancing rapier a bonus?
Mm-hmm.
Or no?
It's a bonus action to throw it out, and then it starts to attack.
Okay, yeah, because when I clicked on bonus action only, it didn't show up down there. That's what threw me off.
Right, because it's only
so
listed
I'm gonna
under
use-
your item.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna use my dancing rapier.
Okay.
And where can I put it?
You can put it anywhere
Right
within
next
30
to-
feet of you.
Oh, okay, I thought it had to be 5. So yeah, I'll put it right above. What's that? R35. I'm like blind here. You can use the same thing because I'm just not going to use my other. Oh, you already have it. Never mind.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was like, I thought that was my bonus action, but then I forgot it's just under my items there.
Right. So I need you to roll 3d8 for me.
Yes. 3d8. Okay. Where am I?
Yeah, because your dancing rapier is definitely out there, but your spirit guardians will probably kill this orc first.
Oh, I was like, I thought this was damage to me. I was like, I'm
No.
blind before I can attack.
No, I need you to roll
forgot about
3d8
my
for your
love
spirit
names.
guardians.
That's right. Of radiance. Take that. I'm radiant just like my spirit guardians.
Guys, look how fucking big this water bottle is.
I was
like-
gonna say it's like
Thing
a
is,
tank.
it's like as big as my fucking head.
Oh, it's so big
Oh,
it
is
killed
that
the camera.
the iron flask?
No, this is from lttstore.com. This is from Linus Tech Tips. Fucking it's like a whole motherboard. I fucking love it. And it looks like a PCB, which is great. All right. So he is dead from your spirit guardians. So
Oh, but I don't think I can reach any of them within 30 feet, can I? 30 feet.
no, cuz that would be just out of range. So all right.
That's okay. We'll keep it there for when they get close.
Okay, so oh fuck, yeah, these guys see all of this. Huh. That's tricky.
What's up?
What are these guys gonna do?
Surrender.
If I could have, I would have hid behind
Nope.
Smith to not have any damage. But then
Definitely
I would've been able to hit
not
the other guy.
surrender.
Oh,
They
But
should surrender.
this guy is 100% going to shoot out into the forest where he sees all of you going.
I couldn't be a coward. I mean, I was gonna
So that
run
would
and
have been,
hide and let the spirit
plus
guardians
that
do
would have been a
everything, but I
19 to
couldn't.
hit. So I need to roll a d10. Actually, I'll roll d5. So we got, we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. Oh, man. Look at that. Dice roll says that it's Iluna.
Oh, it was my favorite number.
I know. And it's his favorite number right now because a 19 would hit your armor class. So you are going to take...
You couldn't see us. I thought we were in the trees.
You are. He's shooting wild. I mean, he watched you guys go into the trees. But he had bless on him. He had guidance, and then he has a bonus to his. So Iluna, you are going to take 16 points of damage. And I need you to do me a favor and roll me a concentration check, DC 10.
Oops, I think I clicked the wrong thing.
No. No,
I
you don't
did.
have a bonus to it, so it's not a big deal. All right. So, as you guys are kind of moving back here into the forest, all of a sudden, Iluna, as Anime flies back to you, an arrow just comes through the trees, hitting you square in the chest, dealing out to you that 16 points of damage. And as soon as that hits you, it just kind of hits you out of nowhere. You lose concentration on your spike growth.
Will my inspiration help with that roll?
It would give you advantage.
Be right back.
To roll again? On the con save or con save?
Yes, that is how advantage
Well, I
works.
wasn't sure if it rolled for everything. Can I
Yeah, no,
try
it's
that?
you get advantage on any D20 test. Even if we went with the old inspiration system, it's still advantage on a roll. I mean,
So I can do
technically, yeah. I mean, technically, it's, you have to claim that you use it beforehand, but my role is that you can use it if you fail. You just have to take the new roll.
Well, I don't imagine it's gonna get much worse.
Could get an at 1. We'll see.
Would you get inspiration again?
No.
No, not in
better.
this system.
Oh no, never mind. Okay. Is it with a nat 20 and a nat 1 on it?
Nope. It's with just a nat 20. There is a new thing they're testing out where you get
initiative. I'm sorry.
No, initiative gives you advantage on your first attack. God damn it, stop making a fucking cube.
So sorry.
Well, God damn it, it's so fucking obnoxious trying to make these things whenever they just stop working. There we go. Oh my god. Get to the right size.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it there?
Yeah.
Or to the right? Over?
No. No,
Oh,
it
just
was...
got the edge of L1.
Yeah, no, well, it's because right now it's making it 20.6, which is definitely increasing it on every dimension, which is what I'm trying to fix.
Oh no.
Yeah. That is where it was.
Okay.
All right, so now that doesn't break concentration. Well, damn. Oh well. These guys are definitely still going to try and fuck you up.
I have movement. Maybe I can hide in the tree.
Do you want to use your movement to go deeper into the forest? Keep in mind, if you go deeper into the forest, you will be out of sight of the battlefield.
figured you'd say that.
Mm-hmm.
Even though, anyhow, no.
'Kay.
For now.
That attack misses. The javelin lands at Cephas's feet. All right. So I need to see this. Because now we're getting into some of the fun things. Okay. All right, so you guys see this orb of darkness move. And it fills up this gap. So you cannot see the orcs in that space anymore. I guess you also couldn't see them because they're on the other side of the orb. So, there we go. All right, and from there, Jared.
Yes.
Does a 23 and a 22 hit you?
No, they both miss.
Okay, cool. You're going to take 21 points of damage, 10 from one, 11 from another.
I'm gonna have one of those.
Okay, so we will reduce down to 15 total.
I'm running in place.
Woohoo!
All right. So this guy is going to slide down, Great Axe into Cephas.
Okay.
That's going to miss. Okay. You see coming out of the darkness is one of these large orcs who is going to barrel down the cliffside.
Didn't that guy get damage from Spirit Guardians? If he just slid into them?
Oh, yeah. Good call. Hannah, roll 3d8.
And Fear Growth too? Or no?
What, you mean Spike Growth?
Spike Growth, yeah. Sorry.
Spike Growth is up on the hill.
I thought he slid down from the hill. Isn't that where the darkness is?
Oh, that is where the darkness is. So that is actually, 2d. So we get that. Okay, that is a good call as well. Stacy, do me a favor. Roll me 6d4.
How many D4s?
All right. Good call, Smith. As this orc runs down here, he lets out a shrieking cry, chucking a spear at me. Me, you're going to take 17 points of damage.
Ow.
All right. So, this guy. Iluna, do me a favor. Roll me 4d4.
Oh, wow. Not very good. Well, no, I guess they're alright.
All right, so we're going to have a 23 to hit and a 15, and these are going to be errant into the forest. So the first to hit is going to be against Iggy. That was the 23 to hit.
What's his AC? 13. Okay.
Yeah. So Iggy is going to take 12 points of damage.
Okay. He's got to roll his con save for concentration.
For fly.
Flying. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you
So
still
what is
flying?
that? Well, I'm on the ground, I think, but I'm still
Yeah.
flying. Yeah. If I still want to use it. that
Oh,
is.
if I'd have known.
So yeah,
Oh,
you need
okay,
to
never
roll.
mind.
I am on the ground. Yeah. What is it? Con.
It's yeah. So his is
Oh
just
my
flat. So
word.
D20, and then it's going to be DC 10.
Damn.
All right. So fly is broken, and I need to roll another D5. Oh, cool. That's going after that's going after anime. What's
Oh.
what's
So the one
hers?
thing that comes into a concentration save is con.
Yeah, concentration is Constitution.
Gotcha. I thought it for some reason had something to do with your Arcana or something.
Nope. All right. So that is going to be 16 points of damage to anime.
I'm sorry, and Iggy took 12 damage, right?
Correct.
So, thankfully, it's being distributed out to everybody because between those 2 hits, you guys, I'd be dead.
Well, the one
Well,
wouldn't.
I'd be on the
yeah.
ground.
Yeah. All right. So that was.
Well, because it was Iggy and Luna, right?
Iggy and anime, actually.
no,
The
no,
2
no,
sidekicks.
Anime.
And again, those are dice rolls because you guys are like back in the trees and like. So they're just. They
Yeah.
know that you're there. And so
Well,
now
that's why
they
I'm
are
saying
just
thankful,
going
thankfully,
in.
because I only have 22, so 11 and 12.
Yeah.
I'd be on the ground.
All right, so this guy is still going after Cephas because he's still kind of their primary target. So that is going to hit Cephas. So that is going to be 2 points of damage. Smith, it's now your turn. The orcs have kind of, collected around this corner of their war camp and are now
We need a firewall.
are now focusing their fire into this corner where you guys are located.
I'm thinking about
We
blocking.
need
I'm
that.
thinking about wall of fire actually. To block off the side.
That's what we need.
But it's only 60 feet long.
And 20 feet high.
Yeah. But I don't think that height should matter.
If you put it
can go
10
on for the-
feet up along that's 30 feet.
On the 2 coming from the north side, 2 sets coming from the north side, Cephas' side.
Yep.
Are any of those bloodied? Any of those on that side? Or
No, none of them have taken any damage yet.
what about the ones on the right side?
The ones on the right side,
Like coming from
yeah, the ones on the right side, they have, because those are the ones that have been subjected to fireballs and the spike growth and everything like that. So
E2's not bloodied, right? O5 is bloody. It looks like.
E2 has taken damage but is not bloodied. O5 is bloodied.
I don't know what to do.
We need another fireball, man.
Yeah, this was a tougher battle than I expected.
Thanks.
Now's your time to shine because Albina doesn't want to anymore.
I
You never say
appreciate
that
that.
battle's easy.
I appreciate that.
Smith's just been waiting for this time that he's just like fireball when everyone's dead, but there's a lot of orcs.
I'm gonna lie, what's that?
How wide is a wall of fire?
Wall of fire is 1 foot thick.
1 foot
It's
thick.
60 feet long, 20 feet high, and 1 foot thick. So if you
I could block off. I could block off that whole top side, right? If I wanted to.
just to give you an idea of what you're looking at. So this is a 60-foot long line. So
And it's
It's,
20 foot high, right? So I could
20
theoretically block off the left side, right?
oh, the left side, like over here.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. If you could cast that right there. And that
Block it
would.
off effectively?
What's that?
Just
I'd
cast
block
it
it
on
off
top of
effectively.
them.
Yeah,
Well,
like
that was the idea, yeah.
yeah, like if you did that, you're like those orcs. Well, so here's the thing to keep in mind: these orcs, if you did it there, these orcs would then be forced to go down and around. Otherwise, if they try and go through the wall, they're going to take more damage than they could sustain.
What about, like, what is left of R39?
I don't know what
Very
is.
west side. Very west side.
Oh, very west side. What's
Where
the left of that?
Yeah, anything? Is it
Forest.
just more forest?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's just
so
more
they could
forest.
theoretically just come around that side, right?
Oh yeah, like that's it. If they have to travel out and around and come back in, I'm basically just gonna have them along that edge. I just don't have more map that way.
I say you do it right on top of R29.
R29?
She's saying right here.
Just right in front of Septus.
Oh.
Just burn him.
Oh, he's still alive? I thought he got by the spirit
No,
guardians.
he's still up. He was peppered, but yeah, no, he's still up and moving.
What's 05? He's a big guy, right?
Any O's would be the orc chieftains.
And the E2, another big guy.
That's an orc Eye of Grumsh. Yeah, he's a big guy, to say the least.
And what's that L1? Did we go over that yet?
That's the orc claw of Luthic. She's the one that did Guiding Bolt.
That's the one. I was wondering where the one that hit me was. Aha! I see her.
Mm-hmm. She also sees you. And Guiding Bolt has a range of 120 feet.
Yeah, shining through the forest here.
Hmm.
I thought it ended at the end of my turn.
It did. Yeah. No, you haven't been glowing for a little while.
And how far away is L1? Can I see
She's
L1
cute.
or no?
I mean, no, you cannot because there's a sphere of darkness now up there. So.
Okay, but so L1 can't see us then either, right?
Correct. Not from where she's standing.
Okay.
I like her. She got some nice wavy hair.
Sorry, my turn's taking so long. I guess I'll just do a chromatic orb. I don't know. I don't want to do that either.
Don't rush yourself.
I want to fireball the top group of people, I guess.
Oh, okay.
The left side. Try to get as many of those guys as I can. Yeah.
Nice.
So right there, good?
R41 in there or no? I would lose R38.
Oh, you mean 29?
41.
Yeah, you would get R41 right there.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess just do that.
All right, go ahead and roll a damage.
Okay. And that's a DC 18, I think, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna see what you roll first, because if you roll high enough, I don't have to roll.
That is a 24.
Okay, so 24, so I do have to roll. So that was...
let me cast my fireball.
That was one success. Damn.
So they all get half.
No, it was only one success.
Only one gets half.
So the 5 of them die.
Nice.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, I misunderstood. I thought he meant one success for you.
Oh, no. Yep, only one success for the orcs. Because, yeah, basically, metagame, I guess, 15 hit points. If he rolls at 30 on the damage, they die. So.
Favor. Do you have my character sheet pulled up?
I do.
For whatever reason, it's not working. Can you just cast it? I should have 4 charges left on my staff.
I got you, buddy.
Thank you. I'm hitting the button like 5 times. I'm not doing anything. I refreshed my page, still nothing.
You said you have 4 charges left?
I should after this.
That's cool. That's cool. Go ahead and reload your character sheet.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Any movement you want to do?
That's a good question. I can't fly anymore.
Nope.
That's gonna be my only thing. Am I still kind of in cover right now?
Yeah, I mean you're at least you're at least in a place where you could go and actually hide. You could go and get behind a tree.
Yeah.
You're being covered by me. 22 hit points.
So it'd be kind of the same thing as what I said to Stacy. Like if you wanted to move back into the forest, you wouldn't be able to be targeted, but that's also going to, require you to move out in the battlefield. You would not be in view of really much going on out in the battlefield because most of the foliage there is going to block your line of sight.
I can't literally just like hide behind a tree.
I mean, you can. It's going to provide cover on some sides.
We'll just do that, I guess. I don't want to like fall back like super far, but enough that I can fall back again.
Yeah, we'll say that you're behind the tree trunk of the tree that is right here.
Sounds good.
Okay. So we're gonna have him come down to here. Sphere of Darkness moves. And
where's the darkness moving? I can't really tell. Is it moving closer to us?
It is.
Okay. Is that... what do I know about that? Do I know anything about that spell? Is it just one cast that just follows the caster, I guess?
It depends. So it depends on what specifically they cast it on. Darkness is one of those things where if you cast it on an object, it moves with you.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So now the thing is that in most cases, creatures can't see through magical darkness. So whatever has cast this, whoever has done this, is obviously not impeded by that.
Yeah. But wait, not impeded by it?
Right. Because they're moving with this darkness. So clearly there is something going on where it's not affecting them.
Oh, what can I know? What does that tell me?
That's not really going to tell you much. Just all you know is that this sphere of darkness is moving. I will say
through a spike growth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to that's what I was getting to next. So I need you to do I need you to do, what is it? 16d4?
Damn.
Yeah.
16?
Well, yeah, it's 2d4 for every 5 feet.
I love it. Man, my Arcana check just fell.
Walk right through it.
Finally.
No, in my head I was thinking the person's walking with their darkness. I hope I did that right. That was obnoxiously noisy.
Yep.
No, that they just know the lay of the land, so like I can.
I mean, your characters don't know exactly what's going on up there. All you know is that you're seeing these two 15-foot spherical domes of darkness moving down towards all of you. Okay. So we need to deal with this. All right. So from there, it's going to be 150 feet. Is that... oh, perfect. Perfect. I think is with the bonus. Okay. Okay, I gotta roll d4 real quick. Oh, sweet. 1 and 2. All right. Anime.
Iluna and Icky.
No. Anime and Iluna. So it's with a.
Thanks, you guys, for taking one for the team.
Okay.
Saving my life here.
So, I need. He does not get that bonus. That is right. Okay, cool. All right, so Anime is going to take 16 points of damage.
Oof.
And Iluna, you are going... Oh, my app crashed. Iluna, you are going to take 11 points of damage, and I need you to make that con save again.
Ooh, I nearly did.
So that was...
106.
Yeah, so that was 16 and 11. So go ahead and roll that concentration check again.
How many for me?
11.
11.
16.
How many hit points does Anime have?
40
8.
total.
Oh. It's one of those
40?
things.
Oh my gosh.
She doesn't have very many to start.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be dead if that were me. Oof.
And roll.
Constitution saving throw. DC 10.
Ooh.
Okay. You're still maintaining your concentration.
Nice.
Just
So,
that spike growth over there.
there's that. Yeah, he only has 50 feet of movement. But that is... Yeah, okay. Jared,
Yes.
neither of those hit you.
Yay!
Yeah.
As this orc chieftain has moved down to try and beat your ass.
Oh,
How dare he?
since this shot me, can I move after I decide?
Huh?
Got hit.
No, that's... Unless you have a reaction that lets you move.
Isn't that how it works?
Yes. Movement occurs on your turn unless you have a reaction. Alright. That's... Yep, 30 feet. What do we got here? Perfect. Jared.
Yes.
5 points of damage as a javelin spears you in the back.
Ow.
Wait, isn't that what I'm doing though? A reaction to be? I'm just.
You don't have a reaction to do that. The only reaction that you have is an opportunity attack.
Okay.
I mean, is there something on your character sheet that would give you movement outside of your turn that I'm unaware of?
No.
Okay. 15 to hit me misses. Fuck, if only that orc chieftain would have been one step closer.
It's just last time I asked, you asked me if I was moving into the forest, and I said no.
Well, no, that's why I was asking if you were moving into the forest to get, like, to not be a target. You just wouldn't be able to really, you wouldn't have line of sight on anything going on the battlefield all the way back there. Smith is still on the battlefield. Smith is still an eligible target. He just has partial cover, so he just gets like a plus to his AC.
Yeah, it was just the last time I asked if I could move, and you said I could, and I just chose not to.
Oh.
And it wasn't my turn. That's why I'm confused.
Well,
That's why
no, I think the last time that I asked if you wanted to move was only because I had just clicked to the next person in initiative, and you said you still had movement. So that's why I asked if you wanted to move there. You weren't moving on that person's turn. You were moving at the end of your turn that I had already kind of like moved away from. But it's still like nothing had affected beyond that. But you can't move like other than on your turn unless you have a reaction that would allow you to move. Like I don't actually know if there is one, but there's one that's the commander feat that someone else can command, or someone else can rally you, and then you can use your action to, or you can use your reaction to move. But other than that, it's you can't move off of your turn.
That's what I thought. It wasn't my turn before.
No, right, yeah, because it was just after the end of your turn. That's why I asked then, because you had made a comment about still having movement. Cephtus, you're going to take 2 points of piercing damage as this orc is going to stab you with a javelin. And this guy is going to hit me. It's going to be an 11 to hit, and that misses. It's your turn. You have a couple orcs now surrounding you. Jared.
Sorry, what?
It's your turn. You have some orcs surrounding you now.
Oh god. So the web client crashed on me. Oh god. Okay.
Me too. I had to refresh it. I'm like,
Oh yeah, that probably happened whenever my my app crashed.
Okay. All right, I'm going to stab the one with the Acreon blade.
Okay.
That's an 11.
That misses.
All right, plan B it is.
plan B.
What's
I
plan B?
disengage and run away
Okay. Are you running up the hill or down the hill? Okay.
down the hill. Hold on, let me see here. I'm gonna check something here.
What's that? Is that an arrow coming his way?
No, that's a spiritual javelin.
Oh,
I want to see. Since I already used a action and I went ahead and used
Your
my
bonus action
bonus
to nimble
action to
escape.
disengage,
Yep.
am I able to forfeit my reaction? I'll forfeit my reaction and I'll forfeit one of my charges to go incorporeal to use my hide one as well, using the flames and whatnot of the two burnt up orcs to hide as I slid down out of their sight.
I am going to say no. But you could use your bonus action to go incorporeal. And you would still have your movement. Which at that point you have resistance to mundane damage, can't be grappled or restrained. So right. you know, if you did take
resist bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, can't be grappled or restrained. I can move through creatures
objects.
And solid objects if they were difficult terrain. If you end your turn in a solid object, you take 1d10 force damage if the effect ends while you're inside.
Yeah, you get shunted out of there and take some damage. So like I said, you could use your ghost step, turn incorporeal, and then move. They would still take swings at you. So
I would still have to. So it's either I'm going corporeal, move, still take damage, don't have a bonus action, or I take my bonus action of disengage, don't take damage,
no,
is what you just said.
No. It's you can't be targeted while you're incorporeal. An incorporeal creature has no physical body, can only be harmed by other incorporeal creatures, magic weapons, or creatures that strike as magic weapons and spells and spell-like abilities. So, being that these are just standard orcs, they don't have magical weapons, they would not be able to hit you. So you're better off going incorporeal and then moving, because their ability to hit you is going to be void.
But I come back at the end of my turn.
Right. So you're going to be able to go incorporeal as your bonus action, move your movement, and then you'll be back to normal.
When disengage, do the same thing, though?
Yeah, pretty much. Disengage is going to do the same thing. So
that's why I was like,
I mean, I'm just saying it's pretty much, you know, six one way, half dozen the other.
The only argument I could say is since I can go through stuff, is if you could argue that I can move slightly further, because instead of me just sliding down that the hill, I can just phase through the hill and cut off 5 movement speed to move slightly further.
Yeah, I would say you can move through the ground because you can move through terrain. So okay. yeah, I would say you would get.
I'll do that.
You would get full movement. If he stays in the terrain, he gets shunted out of it. So
then
How
so if
long?
you it only lasts until the end of his turn.
Would it throw him further? Movement?
no, it would literally
It
kill
would,
me.
yeah, it would hurt him.
Oh, never mind, never mind.
Yep.
Now, since I'm right on the edge,
Mm-hmm.
if I no, you're not gonna let me dash or anything else. I was gonna say, could I just instantly slide down the hill there to be closer to them?
No,
Since I'm right on the edge of that hill.
You basically get to right on that edge, and that's pretty much where you're going to have to stop.
Okay.
All right.
Checking to see about anything else.
Which point is this? Okay. So that's 60 feet.
Did we argue that potions are free action?
No, potions are definitely not free actions. It's a bonus action, but you can... it's a bonus action, and you have to roll. Otherwise, you use a full action, and you get the whole, like, on your minor, you would
Yeah, I
get
know
5. All right, so this one who is moving up on the left-hand side, he is going to let out this mighty shout. And you can see that it kind of bolsters the orcs that are still left standing around him. Not that there's very many of them. All right, this one's still staying in the back. He is going to try and hit Cephas. That hits. Cephas, you are going to take 6 points of damage. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stacy, I need you to roll me 12d4. Never mind, don't. He only has 1 hit point. He's fucked.
Nice.
Who did I get?
You got an orc somewhere over in the darkness.
In the
See, that's the thing. The ones who cast it can see through it. The other ones can't. So they're trying to get out of it.
Hey, Lucas, we've been in battle for more than 10 minutes.
Nope, you have been in battle for literally almost 12 seconds.
Yeah, it's the
God damn
second
it.
round.
Every round is only 6 seconds. Most of this
Correction,
all
we've been in
happens.
battle for 4 hours.
We have been
It's going
playing
on
for
11.
5 fucking hours.
It's going on 11 o'clock at night. I have a doctor's appointment at 8:30 tomorrow, along with my open to close shift. So at the end of it all, I'm going into Walgreens and shooting Lucas execution style.
8d4, Stacy. I need you to roll 8d4.
None of that, none of that.
I'm
No, it's happening.
sorry. There's like 3 people talking.
8d4. I need you to roll 8d4.
5, 6, 7, 8. So many 3s and 4s.
Okay, 17. All right. Moving out of that space. Roll 2d4, Stacy. Damn it. All right, 5 to her. All right. Let's see what little Kobold Jimmy can do.
Poor
Is
Kobold.
that his name?
Is the name
Sure.
now?
Oh! Okay. He,
Oh, Jimmy.
would have been,
Attack.
So, you guys see from up on the top there, this little kobold just starts like gnawing into his rope and eventually cuts through it as he comes over here and he looks down over everything and can see the chaos that's unfolding and runs the other way.
Little bitch. I'm going to chase him down.
You can't tell who the good guys or the bad guys are.
All right.
Half of them, there's darkness
Gnawing some
everywhere
ankles or
there.
something.
All right, so he would be able to move there and would not be able to move any further. Jared,
Yes.
4 points of piercing.
Okay.
All right. Fuck. 1, 2, Stacy, 10d4. Fucking hate spike growth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. It's all your fault. Oh, what are you gonna get? Fuck. All right. That orc Eye of Grumsh dies. He gets to the outside.
Next.
It died?
Yeah. He definitely died.
Ooh,
Hannah.
38.
Yes, please.
I'm used to getting more action with these spirit guardians. I'm feeling a little dismayed.
Ew.
Fuck.
What happened?
What the heck was that?
You all right, Steve?
Oh, yeah, I didn't know he was talking to me.
Oh.
I just wounded my elbow on my laptop.
I
I'm all
thought you
good.
hurt yourself. I was
1d4
gonna go
damage
out.
to my elbow, I think.
All right,
I was
Smith.
gonna go out and check because I said what
You got this,
happened. You
Iggy.
were silent.
Let's do, I think, a ball of ice, like an ice ball, fireball.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm gonna like try to have like N1 as a or maybe O3 as a center. Let me see what that looks like.
Oh, you're attacking them. I gotcha.
That.
Ooh.
I don't suppose
No,
I can
get down
E2.
further. Get 30 and E E2.
Mhm.
So
That-
right there?
I don't like his
I can't
face.
adjust my map very well. I should be able to move it, right?
No, you cannot
Looks
move
like
that.
I'm dragging it. No.
No, that's something that only I can move.
No,
If I
just the
put,
map in general.
oh yeah, you
I feel like this
make
needs
sure
to-
that you have your you have the 4-way arrow clicked in the top left.
I do.
Hmm.
It's not moving.
And go to menu and choose your token. And
That
then
would only
refresh,
that would
maybe?
only align for line of sight.
I have no clue. My computer's just messed up, I think.
You need
Yeah,
a
I think that should.
computer.
Yeah, let's do that. That'll be my
Okay.
last third level. For
All right.
so that's what 8d6.
8d6.
And he's got a what 15 DC.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, d8. That's not right. There we go. Not bad.
Fuck that. Okay, that's gonna suck. It's gonna suck for one of them. Very much so.
Is
I-
N1 gonna explode into weird disease stuff that's gonna go all
Ew.
over O5 and E2? Like a pimple?
Fuck. Okay, so this guy has to make a save. Oh no. Oh my god. Okay. So, what you guys have just seen is Iggy casts this ball of ice. It explodes out. As it does, you can see these orcs standing there. They're fallen, frozen in death. But this one, the one that you noticed, excuse me, had all those pustules and boils and everything. As the life is drained out of it, those pustules and boils start to waver and explode out, and it covers the orc next to it in this poison, and you just see him fall to the ground like trying to claw his way forward, and as he does, his upper half falls off of that cliff with his lower half staying where it was.
Damn.
That's so gross.
Fuck!
Well,
I wanted to get one of you with that. I added one of them, and I'm like, I'm gonna fucking blow this guy up. I'm gonna boomer somebody.
nice.
God damn it. I was so hoping you guys would all go in, and it would be like I could just...
I think if we all went in, we probably would have been.
It would have been a TPK, 100%.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I wanted to see that just because of morbid curiosity, but you guys are smart about this. Also that fucking spike growth. God fucking damn it, I'm so angry about it still. 1, 2...
Nice one, Stacy.
1, 2, 3,
Oh,
4.
what's that finger
8d4,
at the end?
Stacy. 8d4.
He's gonna take it out of my anime.
Hey, those are
1,
dice
2, 3,
rolls.
5, 6.
I generally try and avoid targeting sidekicks, unless it's AOE's, which hey, that's unavoidable. Don't you?
I did 8.
I know.
So many.
God damn it! All right.
I
You
mean,
see,
like, they're real pretty.
you see this orc just running out of that sphere of darkness as these thorns and spikes just ripping at his feet and legs. Oh god, all right. Come on. Let's see what you got, big guy. That's what I thought. All right. Cool. I might be able to do one thing here. 1, 2. Okay. Stacy, 4d4.
4.
Okay, cool. So he has taken damage, and now it is shit, I never rolled a d6 for that. I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Yes. Okay. So you see that this orc running down the hill, he lets out this guttural shout. And as soon as he does, you see some of these orcs starting to pelt down the hill. That's a nat 20 to me. Jared, you are going to take 31 points of damage.
I'm having one of them, whichever one was more.
Well, it was one attack, so that would be 17. Because that was a nat 20.
You say 31 or 35?
31. I'm sorry. 15 points of damage. My bad. All right.
Okay.
This one up here is going to go after Cephas. That is going to hit Cephas for a total of 4 points of damage. And this guy that is back here is going to swing with his great axe at Cephas, missing. Fucking hell.
Did they take radiant damage from my aura?
Shit, he would have, yes.
How much damage did I take, sorry?
Well, wait, let me see, actually. Where's his last turn? Yes,
Can I
okay.
roll for 17?
29. What do you need for... No, he's not in your aura. He's in Cephas's.
Oh, just kidding. Sorry.
Okay, so he would have taken... Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah, this guy is fucking dead. Good call, Cephas. I did miss that. The other two...
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, sorry. The other two haven't started their turn in your aura yet. So, yeah, because, Yep. Or wait, no. Actually, he would have. Yeah, there... No, yeah, because he moved up to get to you. Yeah. Okay, so, Iluna.
I keep taking my targets away, but is it action to put anime into safety or bonus action?
No, it's a bonus action. It's a bonus action to recall her.
So I'm gonna do that. Just
Okay.
put her back here. Pretend
here,
she's
I got
not
her.
on the map. Oh, whatever. And as an action, well, not that one. I suppose I can just shoot my arrow. Can I reach this L1 way over here?
Yeah, you have a 150-foot range, and she has 160, so you would have to move closer by about 10 feet.
Okay. I'll do that.
Oh shit, sorry, Lucas. Did you say I took any damage then? I forgot to do it.
4 points.
4 damage. Right, thanks.
I'm gonna use one of my stars.
Okay.
There.
All right. Plucking a star.
I have to actually click it.
Mhm.
That took a while to show up. Okay. Shooting.
That misses.
Oh.
Second verse, same as the first.
Can I do 2 stars?
Yeah. Yeah, you can
Okay.
yeah, you can do one for each attack.
Okay, 16.
That
total.
hits.
Okay, when this says when I hit, I can use a spell slot, it doesn't need an action or bonus action to.
Right. When you hit a creature with it, you can expend a spell slot to deal an additional 2d8 radiant damage to it.
Okay, I'm gonna just clear my things. Per spell level. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do a 3.
Okay, so you are going to deal 7d8 plus 3.
1,
And she did succeed to not be blind.
78.
Yep, 7d8 plus 3.
But also make a favored foe.
Okay.
Oh, there
So
it
making
is,
her your
100.
favored foe is going to give you an additional 1d6.
I'm just rolling with this chart.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about rolling.
Oh.
She dead.
Well, it was only a 1.
Yeah, well, your favorite foe is dead. As
Good.
you like get out into a bit of range, you see her up there. To give you an idea of what she looked like, there you go. And you could see, she was
She was
shouting down
cute.
there. You could see that that symbol that was appearing on her chest every time she cast a spell. And then as she steps out and she's, getting within position to cast another spell, you just get one good blazing star right between the eyes as she is dropped to the ground like a sack of bricks.
Bricks. I'm gonna move
Okay.
just a little bit. Probably near to where Smith's at.
All right. Yeah, you can go and hide behind that tree stump. Or that, not tree stump, tree trunk.
It suddenly became a stump. 6 seconds ago was fine.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so next up is Cephtus.
Oh, I guess I'll be attacking R39 first with my sword. Is that guy bloodied?
Pretty much they're all bloodied.
Jeez, you sounded extra British just then.
Are
I
they-
could hear your
Yeah,
Are
you
they
did.
bloody?
Yeah.
yeah, even
Are
I
they
could hear your
blooded?
accent.
Cheeky bloody blighters. Anyway.
Every time I see a clip from that on YouTube from that show Peaky Blinders, I'm like, oh, it's Steve. Just any British man in my mind is Steve. Yeah, that definitely hits.
They're all the same.
That's it. All right, a mighty swing to cleave that one in half.
Okay. Can I try and shoot 03 with my longbow?
Yeah. Yeah, you
Do that.
the thing is just keep in mind if you want to do that, you do have to drop your greatsword.
What's the deal with
Yeah,
picking
that
that up? Is that an
didn't
action to pick it up again, or?
No, it's just while it's not with you, it could be picked up by somebody else.
I'll take
So
that.
otherwise you would have to stow it, which
Just
would
kidding.
stowing and then drawing your longbow would require you to use an action. But dropping your sword and then pulling out your longbow, I would allow that.
Yeah, just drop it toward me so that the orc doesn't get it. We'll keep it safe.
Just drop it behind you.
I won't use it.
I drop it near.
Yeah, Albina, you
Yeah,
can't.
so no one else gets it.
I won't use
Just
it. I
meant,
Yeah.
like,
promise.
to be specific where you put it, because I don't want him to have the orc grab it and then, yeah, take me down with you.
Oh, nat 20.
Nice.
Ooh, you get
All right. Wow.
inspiration.
Yeah, inspiration and yeah, 2d6.
That's a flaming arrow as well.
Fuck yeah, dude. All right, so that's going to be 3d6 plus 4 plus 18.
3d6. 1, 2, 3.
So 3d6 plus 22. All right. You see the arrow flies over at him square in the chest as it bursts into him, knocking him back to the ground, covered in burning flame.
Nice.
Do you want to move?
I'll just move down a little bit towards her. I'll pick up my bow at the same time.
Okay.
Just stumble.
And you see my foot on top of it, the bow underneath my foot, and I'm just like, oh, right. There you are.
All right.
We're
So
keeping it safe, honest.
I was making sure that orc didn't get it. It's a mighty fine bow.
he's going to come down here and try and attack Cephas. That misses. Now we are at 20 in initiative. And that's a special thing, you know.
Oh.
It's a
Hold on,
TPK for all the orcs then.
No, I just have to, for some reason, it's not letting me change this one thing that I already had set in there. There we go.
Oh.
There we go. I just had to get back through. Come on. Get back to initiative. There we go. All right. So, as this is going on, you guys are embroiled in combat. These orcs, you guys have gone up. You have disrupted them. The chaos at the top with the crocodiles, the fireball at the beginning, the font of fire, all the fire and ice balls, spike growth, Cephas getting up there, you know, killing it with his sword and his bow, me heading up there, getting some sneak attacks, fighting his way back, Albina dishing out all of those attacks and also taking in some, as well as Iluna and Iggy getting peppered back there by some attacks, as well as Anime. But during all of this, nobody noticed, as only now do you see flying down from the sky a large, winged, white-scaled creature as it swoops the battlefield, creating this line of ice as it flies past all of you. And as
He takes
it
the coward's way out, loads the crossbow bolt, turns it around.
give me 1 second. I
I'm
have to
just
look at
gonna dash and jump onto its back.
that's
Take
not a
off.
Yeah.
that's not a thing.
Easy peasy.
No, we had somebody that did that, and it
Wait,
resulted in his legs being broken and then hunted by a bounty hunter.
Did we see a little
okay, I
tiny
won't do that, I'm just
goblin
kidding.
dressed as a dragon on his back?
Hold on 1 second.
We literally had somebody jump onto a dragon, got carried away from the group, had his legs broken, all of his pretty much his entire body was broken, and then he was stored away for white dragon wormlings to eat.
Ugh.
Oh wait, yeah, no, he goes this way because that was the trajectory that I had.
Rest
So-
in peace, good doctor.
as you guys see this, you see this line of breath just come down and start to freeze the battlefield. As this happens, you see the spheres of darkness drop. As the creatures that were in there, you see just bodies strewn and frozen in place from where they were. Any creature that was within this line is just frozen in time. And as you guys see this dragon swoop down, breathe this line across, you see atop its neck with a strap around it, dressed in a dragon costume, a tiny little goblin who just flies off.
Yes. Oh, amazing.
As this happens,
Who's that?
as this happens, Albina, you see this dragon fly off into the distance. It's your turn. There is only but a few orcs left, and you can see this pure terror in their eyes as they see the dragon flying by.
I don't think it let me move properly. I was just gonna move up there.
Okay. Well,
And
keep in mind, you would only
with
be able to
my-
move. You'd only be able to move there because of you have to climb up the hill.
Oh. You know what? No, I'm not gonna go that far then.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? No, it's okay. I'll go right next to him because I'm
Okay.
gonna attack him with my how do you call that? Let me go back to my actions. My dancing
Goblin's Bane?
rapier.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. D20 plus
And
6.
then I will also use my Goblin's Bane. No, I'm not close enough to the one. That's okay. I should have just used my Goblin's Bane and then moved my dance. I don't think I can move it at the same time. I get so mixed up with these weapons.
For your dancing rapier. As part of the bonus action, you can have it move.
Okay.
But 13 does hit. Roll damage.
Nice. My dancing rapier, why does it have two different things? Oh, it just deals necrotic. Just never mind. Yeah, I think.
No, your Goblin's Bane has 2 because you
Goblin's
can
Bane.
wield it with one hand or 2. But since you have a shield, you can only ever wield it with one hand.
Gotcha. And then I can I can use my war cleric bonus.
Your War
that I
Priest
have?
ability?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want
do
to
move.
yeah, if
move
you
my-
want to attack, then you would you wouldn't be able to. Your dancing rapier is your bonus action.
Oh, but so if I want to, oh no, I have to attack with something else. Just kidding.
Right. So yeah, you could attack with your Goblin's Bane 100% and try and down this orc in front of you.
But I have to be in 5 feet, I think.
You are right next to him.
Oh, I didn't kill him. You mean? Okay.
No, yeah, he has not died. Your dancing rapier has not finished the job.
Oh, okay. That's why I was all sad. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's lacking.
Then I would definitely attack him with the Goblin's Bane.
Cool.
I thought you meant I was supposed to attack the dead creature. I was like, I'm not me. It's going. So then, which one is the damage I would do if and when I would hit damage? Sorry.
1d8
Not
plus
necessarily
2.
The plus.
Because again, you can only deal. So the Goblin's Bane is a battle axe, which means it's versatile. So you can hold it one-handed or two-handed. If it's one-handed, it's 1d8 plus 2. If it's two-handed, it's 1d10 plus 2.
Okay.
So since you have a
Did I
shield in
hit?
one hand, you can't attack with that second hand. So 1d8 plus 2.
Oh, so I did hit.
Yeah, you hit. You hit with a 13, so you definitely hit with a 15.
Oh yeah, I just realized. I don't know. I was thinking it was different for each weapon. Yeah, it's still rolling. Sorry.
It's all good. Okay. All right. So this orc is still up, but just barely. He is just hanging in there. Smith, it's your turn.
And did I roll my 3d8 for the spirit guardians for him?
I don't
'Cause I forgot.
believe.
I think she was just above it, since she moved.
Yeah. So he hasn't entered or started his turn in this one, so you would not be able to roll it for that one. Because
So I have to wait for his turn. And
Or
then...
no, you were down there. Yeah. So no, definitely, yeah. Roll that. Roll 3D. Well, roll 3d8, and we'll move on because he's gonna probably die regardless.
Yeah, that's what I meant to do the first
Yeah.
time. Silly me.
Just roll the roll the 3d8 because depending on what you roll, as long as it's above a certain number, he's dead. Smith, your turn.
Okay, so we don't have that many guys left, right?
No, as you were kind of, behind this tree, you all of a sudden just heard this as a giant, or not a giant dragon, but a
Little.
white dragon swooped down across the battlefield, breathing this line of ice, and then you see it like flying off into the sky.
We got any big guys left? What's B1? B1 seems like a big guy.
B1 is the leader. He was the one sitting in the chair.
Okay, and is he bloodied?
No.
I will attempt to... How far away am I?
From him, you are 90 feet.
Let's see here. I got 30 feet of movement, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I think about using a whole person, which is 60 feet.
Okay.
So I will probably, I should be able to move up and do it, right?
Yeah, you can move up 30 feet and then cast it.
Because he's still intent on attacking, right? From what I can
Yeah.
tell. Okay. How far? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I might upcast it.
Okay.
How are R21 and R28 looking? Are they bloody?
Healthy
they're
warriors. I mean, they are terrified as a giant dragon has just breathed a line of ice behind them, but they are they're at least still standing.
I will use it as a 4th level and try to hold person on.
Okay.
What's those, right? I can do it as all 3 of them as a
Yep.
4th level. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the 2 orcs off to the side, you can feel that it has affected them, but this one, the one that was your primary target to start with, he has too much resolve for you and is able to avoid it.
All right. I think that'll be
Alright.
it. That was
So
all my
that-
movement, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yep. All right, so he is going to try and break free. That is going to fail. Me, it's your turn.
I'm getting closer to the group. I guess I'll take a shot at R21 though before I slide down.
Okay.
Oh,
Does he get advantage on him since he's paralyzed or no? I always forget.
Paralyzed does any attack that hits is a critical if the creature is within 5 feet. Attacks have advantage.
Nice.
Oh, sweet. So because of the advantage, I get my sneak attack bonus as well.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, I'll take the flaccid 20.
All right. Roll the damage. So it's going to be 1d6 plus 10. All right, so that's 16. Yeah, one hit down.
And then, because of him going down and getting hit with sneak attack, R28 gets Whales from the Grave.
All right, go ahead and roll the 3d6.
9.
All right. You can see that he's like frozen in paralysis and is standing there just like seeing all the ice behind him, seeing his ally dying, and then he's like looking over at his commander that is like ready to run down the hill.
Before I slide down the rest of the hill and go off, I'm gonna take the second shot.
Okay.
You said with advantage because he's paralyzed too?
He's still paralyzed, yep.
Ugh, 14.
14 hits.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, it's just not going to kill him is all.
Oh, what if I do Fury of the Small with +9?
Fury of the Small would kill him.
Yep, Fury of the Small.
Wait, you can't use that again. You used that already.
I never used it. No, I jokingly said I was using it after you kept yelling at me that he's already dead after my sneak attack.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that wouldn't have procced at that point. All right.
We have you.
Blast him with an arrow.
And now I'll use
Fireball.
my movement speed to get down to them.
Okay. All right. So, Cephtus and Albina, the two of you, you're watching on as this orc that is ahead of you starts to rush, and then all of a sudden, as you get down here, the pendant that you have had wrapped around your crossbow just shatters, and you see you pop out, and he looks over at you, and Aaron, do me a favor and roll for your fireball. If you have it. Or you're going to get an attack here.
Let me open it up because I'm still in the car.
All right, do you want to use telefrag?
I'll have it up here in a second.
All right.
You said you're driving?
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
I'm only like literally around the corner from my house right now.
Oh, that makes it better. Okay.
Crashes, it'll be
Yeah.
You made it to the session. I'm happy.
Yeah.
It's because I legitimately messaged Aaron and I'm like, it's still going on.
Yeah. 5.5 hours later.
Right on time. Right on time.
Who put
You're-
50 orcs out here?
I did.
They're the best.
Like if this won't scare me, I
Hellish
don't know what
rebuke. Where the fuck's fireball at?
You don't have it because your staff is all used up. I don't know
Is
why.
it?
No, it's you never rolled to recharge it.
Oh well, I'll do that here in a second.
Okay. Well,
Let me park.
Do you want me to do it?
Before tomorrow in PA.
I rolled 36 damage.
For what?
Fireball.
In case.
Bro. Okay, hold on. Before you continue, you need to recharge your staff. So I'm going to roll 2d8 plus 4 from when it would have been the last time. That is going to be 11. So you get back 11 charges.
Now
So-
you're 10.
There you go. Now Fireball is 5 charges. Cool. Now we can do it.
Now you
Jesus
have 6 charges. Okay.
So
That's a lot.
I got you, buddy. We're all good. He takes 34 points of damage as all of a sudden all of a sudden the pendant shatters. You is standing there and just cast this errant fireball out as he has been wanting to do this whole time.
Has he been knocking on the...
Yes, he has been screaming this whole time.
I mean, it's only been like less than 20
Yeah.
seconds.
Hannah, 3d8, please.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I have so many spells. I was on the wrong one. I'm gonna roll something else apparently.
Oh, I should pay attention. My turn's coming a bit faster because all the orcs are dead.
Mm-hmm.
So I have 9 charges. Okay.
Yes. All right, 18.
This kobold better do something.
You guys see that you guys see the kobold, he goes over and he like looks up into the sky at where the dragon is flying away, and he's just like waving.
Wait. Anybody wave back?
He's not waving at you, he's waving at the dragon.
No, that's what I mean. The
Um,
dragon
like,
noticed
so
and do a
happy
little
for the
tail
dragons.
wave.
Smith, it is Iggy's turn. There is an orc directly in front of Albina who is not dead, and there's still the one that you tried to paralyze, but he is still standing.
Come on, Iggy! I yell in Goblin.
I thought you were saying that Obina's not dead. You meant the orc.
Let's do.
You gotta say it in Iggy's voice. You can't say it in Smith's voice.
We can't do that.
Oh, you take
Then
one.
you have
Gotta
to
talk
give
like
him
a Jersey
Bill
boy,
is mine. I'm adopting
like
him.
a low-ranking Jersey gangster.
You gotta do it. Come on, the Jersey, yeah.
It's the Jersey thing.
All right, so what's he doing, buddy?
I'm
I wish
adopting
he had
him. You
just
lose
like a single
custody.
cast. I don't think he's really got any like chromatic orbs.
He doesn't.
He's got
No.
Firebolt. Does he get like level 2 fire? What levels?
He is considered a
Level 8?
Yes, he is a level 8, so yes.
So Firebolt would be what?
Firebolt would be 2d10.
2d10?
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about that or Polymorph the boss, but I figured he'd probably try to protect Albina, so let's do that.
Yeah, no, that's definitely within character of him.
So let's do d20 plus what?
Plus 7.
All right, 21.
All right.
2d10.
Roll the damage, 2d10. All right. 7 points of damage. Iluna, it's your turn. Or no, it's not. No, it's the orc. Haha, sweet. All right. Yes. Is he gonna have enough? No. He would get to there.
I'll just stick my tongue out of him.
Oh yeah. Be my guest, buddy. Oh wait, I forgot to roll a d6 for him. Okay, so we can't do that again. Smith. What's your AC? 17. He is going to throw a javelin at you. And one of them is going to hit.
Oh, sorry. With my Goblin's Bane and the souls I have in there,
Mm-hmm.
when can I use those to get my hit points? I didn't understand.
It
says as a bonus action?
Yeah, as a bonus action. So it has to be on your turn and then as a bonus action.
Turn. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's good to know.
I'll try to use shield. I don't know if
it makes
any difference.
It will. He just barely hit your AC.
Nice.
All right, Iluna. You're watching this orc furiously run down this slope towards your group. He just threw a spear at Smith. He's actually threw 2. And they both missed as one hit off of Smith's shield.
My shield?
Yeah, didn't you say you cast shield?
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
I thought he meant like an actual shield.
No.
Your magic shield. Yeah, he's 100% my target, especially if he's running this way. gonna try a star. Whatever. I clicked it. That hit.
Sorry. Yeah, that hits.
Okay. What am I doing? Then on a hit. I guess I'll just do second level
Okay.
for the spell slot damage, the extra damage.
Okay.
And then favored foe. What's that? 1d6. Right?
Yeah.
Click. There you go.
Did you say you were using a second level spell slot to bolster that?
Yeah, what am I supposed to 2d?
It's 2d8 per spell slot, so 4d8. Spell save. Cool. He is not blinded.
Gosh darn it.
Well, when you're a blade of Ilniville, you get some bonuses.
What?
Very special orc.
Oh.
All right, he is now finally bloodied.
Finally bloody. Okay, that was the first hit.
Mm-hmm.
Guess I'll try this again. With another. No, that star should be 3 stars. I should have used 4 stars now.
Yes, this would have been the 4th star, and that missed.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to use any movement, Iluna?
Oh my god. I couldn't find my mouse. Yeah, that guy's gonna be mad at me. I don't know. He's gonna notice where I go unless if I walk like if I say I forget it. I'm gonna go really far this way. He knows I'm in there. I just shot him. I've lost my movement.
So wait, where are you going?
Away from the guy I just shot.
Okay. All right, cool. I just didn't know where you were trying to go to. Okay. Cephtus. You see that there are just 2 orcs left that you can see. There's one in front of Iluna and one behind you that is charging down the hill towards Smith, me, you, and Iggy.
Because if it hits my turn, have me open fire on B1.
I got
have a
you, buddy.
doctor's appointment tomorrow. I gotta go.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Peace out.
Night, buddy.
Good night.
Attacking B1 with my longbow, flaming arrow.
Sick. All right, let's see it. Hit. Jesus Christ. So that's 8 plus D6. All right. He's still standing, but barely. He's literally like screaming. He has this flaming arrow in his chest.
Second attack, same thing, flaming arrow.
Yeah, hits. Roll of damage. All right. He is dead.
Oh my goodness.
Yay!
A Luna attached to my little thing. Well, I was trying to. I mean, the map only goes. I'm at the edge of the map. But she'd probably.
Yeah, believe me, you're fine where you are.
I couldn't stop moving her. She was attached. I don't know.
Albina.
All right. Well, I'll just keep attacking the same one that's right here. I'll move my Oh wait, where's my? I'll take my Goblin's Bane. I'll just attack with my Goblin's Bane. Even though I can't siphon his soul, it's upsetting.
It's unfortunate.
He's got to have one in order to do so.
He has to be a goblin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
he's not a goblin.
yeah.
He's an orc.
They're not the
Orcs
same.
don't have souls?
No, orcs have souls, but I'm saying Goblin's Bane is for goblinoids. Orcs are not
I know.
goblinoids.
Well, it's the only actual, I think, sword like it's the only.
Yeah, no, that is
type of
that's your
bane.
battle axe. So definitely.
Yeah. All right. Did that hit?
It definitely did, yeah.
13 was a hit.
Yeah.
13 was a hit, so yeah. Okay. I have so many tabs open. It's so hard. I need to get my other screen back up. I can't do this anymore.
Why I have 5.
I need 4 screens. I need a wall that's just a screen.
I keep wanting a third screen right behind the camera.
Problem is, I have literally 5 screens. If I could connect them all, I should just do
All right.
it. Only
He's-
4 damage.
He's still up, but you could either use your dancing rapier or you could finally use that war priest ability and get that bonus action attack.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that and use my Goblin's Bane again.
Okay.
And I'll just mark it in my bonus actions. I get 4 per long rest. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
In a million years, once my die lands.
There we go. So close to a nat 20. All right, roll the damage.
I know. Okay.
All right.
All right, 7.
So, Smith, you can see Albina standing here fighting this orc in front of her. It's your turn.
Bloodied, right?
Very bloodied.
Firebolt.
Be my guest.
17?
That hits.
No, I'm sorry, 11. Sorry. Whoa, that was like a delayed reaction.
Oh shit,
Sorry for
that
that.
misses.
I'll use my inspiration.
Liar,
Sweet.
Smith. I'm just kidding.
That was weird. That was a weird delay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
come
need to
on.
download this.
13? That hit though, right?
No. Oh wait, 13. Yes. No. Sorry, he's an orc chieftain. It does not.
It did not hit.
No, it does not. Yeah, we will say it's because you got Cephtus and then you got Albina, and then he's behind plus also 10 feet up. Do you want to move or anything like that?
Nah.
Okay. All right. This is me.
Should have moved first. I'm just kidding.
Going to move him over here. He was going to attack with his crossbow. That's an 11 to hit. He's going to use his bonus action to attack again. Jesus Christ. I'm rolling just the
Yes,
same.
my child.
Yeah, that's everything. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, he doesn't get advantage for anything like that. All right. Albina. This orc hits you for 8 points of damage.
Does Spirit Guardians? Does she still have that going?
Yep, that is exactly what it was going to be. Albina, roll... or wait, no. He never entered this space on the turn.
I thought he just stayed there.
Oh, no, wait, that's right. He did start here. Fucking Spirit Guardians. God damn,
He
what a
just
terrible
stayed there.
spell.
Yeah.
All right. Yep, roll the 3d8.
Your soul can't be mine, but
I'm going to ban that spell in my next campaign. It's like, look, you cannot play
You cannot
an AoE summoning war cleric. I've had too many bad experiences with it. It breaks encounters.
No.
Can't use
No,
melee,
you
can't
You
use
ruined-
ranged.
That's all I want to be. That's all I want to be for the rest of my life in D&D. 8. Is he dead?
He is dead.
Yay!
All right, give the last attack.
There is no
Spell it
last
out.
attack. As the
No, that's
final
what I mean. I want
Yeah.
to hear it.
as the final orc falls to the ground, you guys stand staring out across this battlefield. The hill just bathed in the blood of orcs. There is carnage everywhere. Still the broken catastrophe that happened at the top of the mound where where Operation Croc Drop happened. The scorched earth over by the entrance, the bodies just strewn about. You see this kobold up on the top. He's looking down at all of you with this very curious look in his face. The fire from where me set those 2 bound orcs on fire still smoldering and burning. And you notice that line of ice that's across the ground as just barely able to make out the glint of light off of the sun on the white scales of the dragon that is flying east towards Ice Spire Peak. That, after a 6-hour-long session, is where we're going to end it for tonight.
But I've only been here for 20 minutes.
I know!
Well, if you were here, it might not have been 6 hours.
It still would have been very long.
It would've
Still
been
would have been
longer
very
if
long.
you were here. Are you kidding me?
Well, he would have caused more damage.
He would have added a lot. He would have added
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah,
a lot
it
of things.
would have been intense. All right, I'm gonna end the stream here because God knows this stream is gonna take forever to download and export out to YouTube. So those of you who sat through any of this and watched, bless your hearts and thank you to the ends of the
Yes.
world. Again, just as a reminder, this wonderful
What's
map.
happening to Stino?
That is my buddy Glenn, actually.
Why do you say boo?
I can only imagine because somebody died.
It's over.
As I mentioned earlier, this beautiful map, I was able to get access to it thanks to a wonderful map maker on Patreon by the name of Morvold Press. He's a wonderful guy. He gave me the file without question and sent me the ways to get the assets that I needed. So just keep in mind, he's out there. If you are, into D&D, you want some maps, he's there. He's a great guy. But again, thank you everyone for watching. I appreciate it. Have a good night. See ya.